other person. I'm gonna love you better than you a blessing. Physically, you a fit your thing amazing. Now look further down with the searching. Me, I want you long time. I just see you for a dream. You love me one time. Baby, I want to go to the future with you. You go chop banana.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Golden Coast developers, the visionaries behind Heritage 100 in the heart of Laboni. So right after this, we'll take a break from the tour. Our Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance and Administration, together with the festival convener, will take their seats. And day 2 of the festival will officially commence on stage. To the rest of our developers, during day 2, we shall resume the tours in the next hour or 2. Thank you so much, Golden Coast developers, where ideas thrive at Heritage 100, your gateway to premium real estate investment in Accra. Thank you. All right, DJ, let it go.
You are cocktail. Make the bad man what say. Want you feel long on a short time flame. You deserve a diamond ring. Black woman skin smooth. Where she no bleach, she no burn up. Make we take it back to the root. Get me and you wanna roll up. I wanna make you my number one. See reality, I say I know they talk I want. Woman, if you give me your mind, down in your heart I go like yeah. So let me talk to you, my baby. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, baby. Let me talk to you, my baby. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, baby. Slow down. Let me talk to you, my baby. Let me talk to you, baby. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, let me talk to you, baby.
Your body shape, figure 8, African girl, your figure great, your beautiful smile, your pretty face, your lifestyle, make me wanna date. We have kisses for breakfast, wishes for lunch, I wish I had you for supper. Bedane casa, ubekasa, love all night till you pass out, and I pass out, and you wake up in the morning, yawning.
I don't wanna cheat on. Everyday temptation, baby. Oh, I just wanna spend on. Come here, make us spend on you. Oh no, don't let me cheat on my woman. No, no. I try.
Uncle James, try to get to me. I know it's the bodyguard to block. Try to get to me.
I try, yeah.
Hello.
Look at that face, got that bomb, look at that waist. What that bomb, baby, my taste. What that bomb, baby, my taste. Look at that face, got that bomb, look at that waist. What that bomb, baby, my taste. What that bomb, baby, my taste. Piece of me, telling me what I'm a good do. Everybody want a piece of me, telling me what I'm a good do. Piece of me, telling me what I'm a good do. Everybody want a piece of me, telling me what I'm a good do. Say you love me, scatter. I know you see this back, and I will make you never want another woman. Cause I'll be crossing the border. Give you my love on the platter. What I'm a chair, man, and a dream. Oh, yes, I would come, may I travel. Yeah, I miss your media. Don't make you laugh. Oh, 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 cuckoo, say cuckoo. Man is scary, but I love you, love you. One thing I show you, better loving I show you. On my way to you, on my way, baby, oh. And better loving I show you. Do you remember when I said the way you love me, the way you treat me, the way you do me, the make I wanna do this. Call on me when you need me. I will come through with speed. On my way, don't far away when I next to your body. Relax on my shorty, yeah. On my way, so don't look far away, don't you leave me, my darling. Hold on to my touch, don't won't be my stop, my medulla, now your prayer they cover me. You go bring me for mortuary. Oh, Massima, I will laugh and I hope like me. If you, oh no, say you no get caught in that. Oh no, girl, I got you for life. Oh, you no go to life. I say, baby, no darling. Girl, I'm talking to you in particular. This kind of love, you know they sing it. Steady, you move like Calicula. Every day they bust in my medulla. This kind of love, you know they sing it. Steady, you move like Calicula. On my way, don't far away when I next to your body. Relax on my shorty. On my way. No, yeah, tell me the truth. Am I not your son? Oh, am I not your son? Oh, can't you see? Oh, ooh, say sick of me. Oh, can't you see? Oh, ooh, say sick of me. Mi basica, bisogna avere. E se ne fa male, coming back, yeah, plenty boy. Mi basica, bisogna avere. E se ne fa male, I'm back, yeah, plenty boy. Try me photo, see cow. Now you so you say for me say you so you feel the see cow. In Palute, see cow. Now you so you say for me say you so you feel the see cow. I don't know about Bible. Mi basica, bisogna avere. E se ne fa male, coming back here in plenty door. Mi basica, bisogna avere. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you
The
are.
piece I'll be delivering today is very introspective. So I would like you to close your eyes for about 3 seconds. Please, can we close our eyes? Please, can we close our eyes? Breathe in. Breathe out. Please, can we do it once more? Breathe in. Breathe out. Now we can open our eyes. Thank you. About 35,000 decisions in a day, 2,000 every hour, and 1 every 2 seconds. So probably by the time I'll be done giving my piece, subconsciously or consciously, you would have made a decision. And out of the many decisions you make today, I have come to remind you that every man is on a journey of becoming your truest self or drifting into your false self, a journey of fulfilling purpose or adding to the noise. So allow me to ask you, who are you? Allow me to ask you again, it's very introspective. Who are you? You see, I'm not talking about the one the world tries to define. I'm not talking about you who has taken a borrowed tagline or the one in the faces of the people. No, I'm talking about you beyond the public domain. You offline. If you were given the ability to redesign your life, what kind would you design? Who are you? I have seen a lot of people, both male and female, put up makeup personalities for themselves that when they go back to bed, they are not at peace. Who are you? Are you living someone's version of a dream, or are you dreaming? Why have you decided to become a ray when you could actually become a beam? Why have you dimmed your light? There's one thing Jim Collins said. He said, you cannot promise yourself a long life, but definitely there's one thing, a great life. For I have come to remind you that let no man despise you because you are young, but be an example to many. In your speech, in your conduct, in your love, and in your faith. For I have come to remind you that years may wrinkle your skin by giving up enthusiasm with purpose, and your passion will wrinkle your soul. For I have come to remind you that identity is your advantage, and identity is not a costume. It is a calling to your truest self. Thank you. And once again, my name is Ino the Poet, a contestant of TV3 Talented Kids Season 17, and one of the finalists. Please vote for me. Thank you.
shadow me well. Go my God, no one go me way, shadow me well, do it. I know I go me way, shadow me well. Oh my God, no one go me way, oh shadow me well, do it. I know I go me way, shadow me well, do. When on them I know it's all. Baby, always on. When on them I know it's all. When on them I always on. Oh my God, no I go me way, shadow me where do. Oh my, oh. What are you? Joko bio so gbeji gbọ̀nà pàtà kó má ìpọ̀ Joko biawe so gbeji. Ẹ̀pẹ́ lọ́lẹ́ lulẹ̀ bọ̀lẹ̀ tà tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ má ìpọ̀ Nílẹ̀ lọ́lẹ́ so gbeji gbọ̀nà pàtà kó má Oko má yọ̀ ló wá dé kó mi wáyé ó ta ló mi wá ló mi. Wá ló wáyé kó mi wáyé ta ló mi wẹ̀. Maya no ae go me wae tado me we do Maya no ae go me wae tado me we Oh no de ma no we do we no de ma mia we do we no de ma no we do we no de mia we do Oh Maya no ae go me wae tado me we Oh Maya no ae go me wae tado me we do Maya no ae go me wae tado me we no de ma no Oh my God, no I go me way, shadow me where do. Oh no I go me way, shadow me where do. Oh my God, no I go me way, shadow me where do. Dao yo di mai, so ma dao yo. Dao yo teke, so ma dao yo. Nakata kawe to kere kere kwe, amo to kere kere kwe. Natoro bodo nule, so ma dao yo. Another agbe we. Bodo no do dani. Midwa fifa we. Bodo kloji. Midwa tito. Another agbe we. Bodo no do dani. Bodo no do pa. Midwa fifa we. Bodo klonji. Midwa tito. Azado golo kola unye niano senae. 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 Pompe another go way. Otojo do donawa. Onojo do donawa. Esgbegbe. Nothing abia hoto. Amede la kwede mi akwya me fa. Linya. Ekporome zanu beto akrama iso. No donawa. Ano do donawa. Esgbegbe. No na me hoto. Ede la kwede mi akwya me fa. Linya. Ekporome zanu beto akrama iso. Casseto. Asgi jaja. Kazagi jaja. Kazagi jaja. Jaja jaja. Rita tata. Gada rita tata. Rita tata. Jaja jaja. Jaja. Oh. Jaja jaja. Jaja. Jaja jaja. Jaja. Kasaito di daga. Ni la femme. Viga. Baja. We man for me. I took what I got a last to us. Jalele, 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 jalele. A pop, we me one hundred be. Matagoro, one togoro, one cla, a we me 100 be. Matagoro, one cogoro, one cla. Baja, le naina milo, baja, le naina milo, batokota, le naina milo. We never for me. Atokota, la suasiago. We never for me. Atokota, la suasia. Dalele, 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 dalele. Oh, baby, mama, wanna degbe. Matagolo, matagolo, yakla. We mo wanna degbe. Matagolo, matagolo, yakla. go kama mye ya na go. Mama akoko we no go kama mye na da uma wa go. We no go kama, we go no be na wa go mye. E wa ga le na da uma wa go. Akle no go kama, we go no be na wa go mye. Ba we la le na da uma wa go.
Thank you so much. If you enjoyed that beautiful display of culture, heritage, and tradition, do it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Minister, champions of Africa, policymakers, captains of industry, distinguished real estate developers and professionals, esteemed speakers, investors, leaders, dreamers, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Welcome to day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival 2026 right here at the Palm Convention Center in the heart of Accra, Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was historic. Today, history continues. I'm happy to let you know that there's a lot to look forward to when it comes to this wonderful celebration. Our theme is Innovation Meets Identity, designing Africa's next living experience. On that note, when I scan the room this afternoon, everybody looks amazing. And so look to the person next to you, give them a warm smile, give them an African smile, add a high five, and tell them you're welcome. I want to see the smiles all over the room right now. Say hi to at least 3 people. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if you're excited to be here, and you are proud to be an African champion, then put your hands together. Round of applause for yourselves right now. And so my name is Ediako. I'm excited to be one of your MCs for today, but I'm not doing this alone. To my right-hand side is a very fantastic lady from the MX24 family, one of the best voices to ever do this on the African continent. She goes by the name
Miriam Uduak Mensah. Good morning, Ghana. Good morning, Tanzania. Oh, yes. Good morning, Nigeria. Oh, there you go. Good morning, South Africa. Where are you? Oh, my goodness. Where's my South African squad? I want to see all of you here. Well, good morning, Africa. We're excited to be here. Like Eddie said earlier, yesterday was historic. It was beautiful. It was nostalgic. It was just everything. Everything you thought African Real Estate Festival would be, we exceeded our own expectations. And so thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm going to tell you a quick story, but not right now, okay? I'm going to tell you the story. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. My name is Miriam Uduak Mensah. I'm going to run you through what we did yesterday. If you were not here or you missed a few informations, well, we had great conversations. I was telling him yesterday that the people came prepared. The panel sessions were just super educating. And so thank you so much for making it happen. Yesterday, we talked about government stakeholders. Of course, that panel, we were talking about enhancing compliance in real estate sector. Post-mutual valuation, we stepped into that conversation, and it was a very educative one. After that, we went into financing, because that's key when it comes to real estate. We talked about developers and their participation in making that happen, and how we could afford homes in Africa and live well as Africans. And so yesterday, and of course, we had KOD pass through. We had amazing keynote address, of course, from the Minister of the Sector as well. We had great conversations. Today, we continue. But we cannot continue the conversation without acknowledging the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of Finance and Administration, Miss Nana Oye Bamfo. Good morning, ma'am. No, we met you. You're looking amazing. Mom, what, you're 16? Are you 16 years old? Are you 16? I think 15. You look amazing. You look amazing. But to all of you, you're looking absolutely stunning, and we're looking forward to an incredible morning.
Of course, everything you see here would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors. So help me acknowledge our lead sponsor, Nilex Properties. We appreciate you. Also, our visionary sponsor, Gold Key Properties. Our production partners, Sticks Evolution, as well as Virtual Hub, and all our cherished booth exhibitors, partners. Now, when you look around, you see everybody from the real estate value chain. We have developers, we have people from finance, we have auditors, people doing advisory, policymakers, safety, power, hospitality, prop tech, rural housing, electronics, licensing, amongst others. And so, ladies and gentlemen, one thing is for sure, day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival is going to be something different. Now, just to let you have a feel of some of the speakers we have lined up, do you want to tell them who is coming today?
We have Michael Leach, guys. You have not heard this man. You have not listened to this man. Listen, I'm trying not to be in this room when he starts talking because I am not going to be here, okay? I'm not going to break down. I'm not going to get emotional. I'm not going to start asking myself, what have I been doing with all my life? What have I been doing all my life? Because it looks like my life is just about to start. I see Lady Denta in the house, guys. Let's put our hands together for Lady Denta. A phenomenal woman you are, and thank you so much for joining us. We also see your very good friend, your best friend.
My best friend?
Your best friend. Do you
Who's
know
that?
your best friend?
Tell me.
See the lady over there. Look at her.
Tell me.
Look at the lady.
Hi,
Did
lady.
you see her?
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, our Barbados High Commissioner is here with us, Her Excellency Juliet Bino Sutherland. Let's acknowledge a round of applause for her.
See, let's talk about this, okay? I know, ladies, we take time to prepare for events.
Of course.
So you're always expecting the woman to be late. This woman has taught me, so for 2 days, I've seen her come through that gate before anybody else. Ma'am,
Truly
how do
commendable.
you do it?
I was asking her, how do you do it?
See, I was here at 8 because we had a masterclass, people. It was because of the masterclass I was here at 8. Because on a normal day at 8 o'clock, I'm now starting my first section of the sleep. And she was already here. Ma'am, we really admire you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. And of course, you can expect other wonderful keynote speakers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of Ghana's amazing entrepreneurs is going to be on stage very soon as well. Nana Kwame Bediako is going to join us. If you're excited to hear from him, round of applause. And then at some point later today, the man that everybody has been waiting for, some way, somehow, people have been asking me, is he going to show up today? Is he in town? We saw the videos. Is it AI? Well, ladies and
that
gentlemen.
blew my mind, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to let you know the man, the myth, the inspiration is in town. He's going to grace that wonderful stage today. Vusi Tembekwayo. And so if you're excited one more time, then ladies and gentlemen, let's start day 2 with a word of prayer.
Indeed, and I'm going to be inviting on stage. I'm meeting him for the very first time, but we've heard about him. We've had the impact he's been making with his ministry. We want to invite on stage Prophet Prakash Pine to give us the opening prayer.
With all due respect, can we rise on our feet? All protocols duly observed. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your favor, your wisdom, your blessing. We thank you for the gift of life. And we thank you for every soul gathered here this morning. The fact that we are alive is a proof of your plan and your purpose in our life. We thank you for a room and a platform where there's brilliance, there's expertise, there's knowledge, there's enlightenment, there's experience, there's collaboration, there is partnerships. It will bet the new dawn of many chapters in many people's life. We pray for clarity. We pray for processing capacities. We thank God for the life of the visionaire Desmond Kwesi Oting. We thank God for the organizers, the stakeholders, the partners, and every hand that you use to make this possible. And finally, Father God, we thank you for our country, Ghana. We thank you for West Africa. We thank you for Africa as a whole. We thank you for its youth, its opportunities, its resources, and we declare Africa blessed, rising and flourishing. In the name of the living Christ we pray. Amen and amen.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together one more time. Prophet Prakash Pine.
That's right. Let's do it one more time for the prophet of God. I hear now, if you're very spiritual, you say prophet of God. That's how we're going to say it. If you're not spiritual, you say prophet of God. But if you are really spiritual, you say prophet of God. Let's say prophet of God. Prophet of God. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Thank you so much, man of God. So I was going to ask you, what was your favorite part of yesterday's event? But I hear we have a recap of yesterday's event. And so day 1 of African Real Estate Festival, If you missed it, this is what you actually missed.
A warm good morning to your excellencies, honorable ministers, champions of Africa, policymakers, captains of industry, distinguished real estate developers, and professionals in the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the long-awaited continent's biggest real estate platform, where the movement of real estate is to be discussed for the next 2 days. This is the Africa Real Estate Festival 2026.
Why is housing so expensive? Why is the financing for housing so expensive? A young mother, a young gentleman who wants to just build a family needs a home. How are we going to answer the questions of these young people this morning in this room?
That is why we are here this afternoon. And that is why RF does exist.
The National Affordable Housing Program is being repositioned to deliver large-scale, mixed-income housing through structured public-private partnerships.
This is not an event. Events end when the lights are off, and events do end when the photographs and the lights really dim down.
Designing Africa's next living experience reminds us that real estate is more than property. Its value is not measured only in square meters, but in how it serves people.
What we are building here is not an event, it's a platform. RF is where the African real estate industry comes to confront itself, to measure its progress, to acknowledge its gaps, and to commit in full view of one another what is to come next.
Let us build homes that honor our culture, systems that protect our health, and communities that promote shared prosperity. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong.
Distinguished friends, I'm honored and privileged this afternoon on behalf of the entire RF family to boldly declare the Africa Real Estate Festival RF 2026 officially open.
No, that's not how we're supposed to come in. We're supposed to shout. My goodness, yesterday was absolutely amazing. And thank you to the entire RF team. Please put your hands together for the RF team. They've done an incredible job. To Nilex Properties for coming on board, Gold Key Properties as well. Well, today we're going to kickstart with some education. We started earlier with this, and we're going to give you a little bit of that as well before we get into our conversations for this morning. And to do this, his name is Mr. Cameron Calvin Trimble. Cameron has 17 years of experience building and leading communications and digital engagement strategies for Fortune 500 companies, the White House, U.S. Congress, political campaigns, and the entertainment and healthcare industry. Currently, he serves as managing partner at Huge Strategies, a minority-owned integrated digital-first communication firm with offices in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles. And he said very soon in Ghana. Oh, you are not excited. I don't know who came into this room. Certainly, you know the people that came here yesterday, but please, I need your energies here with me. Now, in 2025, Cameron served as a teaching fellow for the University of Southern California's Doncev Center for the Political Future, teaching a course entitled Digital Democracy, How Digital Platforms Have Transformed Campaigns and Governing. In 2017, Cameron founded Hip Politics, an interesting initiative that I want him to particularly talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we invite on stage Cameron Calvin Trimble, all the way from Washington, D.C.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Desmond for the invite. Thank you to everybody here at ARIF. This morning we went through a master class on connecting globally in the digital first age. And just as a quick 2 minutes of what the folks were able to be exposed to and learn today, it was one word: trust. Trust is what the entire real estate industry must be focused on. There are so many negative narratives as a Black American. This is my first time in continent, first time in the country. And there's so many negative narratives that you're fighting online. Is my money going to be safe? Is a project going to be completed? Is my capital safe? Is the regulatory environment okay? You're building trust, whether you're a developer, you're a realtor, and this is your first day, whether this is your first project or this is your 10th project. In order to attract capital, whether you're talking 200 million or 200,000 or $20,000 or $2,000 for somebody who wants to get their first apartment, it is on each one of you to be able to tell the story to engender trust. And that starts with digital content. And I would, real quickly, I would say 3 things. Sorry, the lights are a little bright up here. But I would say 3 quick things. I spent my time as the National Director of Digital Engagement for the Biden-Harris White House. I was responsible before that for helping him get elected, spending over $100 million ad campaign to have the highest Black voter turnout ever in American history. So I've focused and has spent my career on finding ways to reach to all Black Americans, whether they are born in America or from the diaspora. So have a unique perspective, focus both on data and experience. And the one thing that you need to continually do is build trust online. Trust is owned. Attention is rented. So as you go forth today, whether you are building it, this is going to be your first piece of content as a realtor, or whether you're building one of these multi-million-dollar projects and you're really looking for investment here, make sure you're building trust. You're being transparent about where your capital is going. You're being transparent and bringing people along in the process, because so many people want to send their capital and send their opportunities here, but they need to know they can trust you. So with that, as you post, as you create more content, I've loved the energy. I love what I see online. I love what I see in all the marketing. Make sure you're really utilizing that and asking yourself before you post, before you film, before you come with a strategy, will this build trust in my future consumer? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cameron, for bringing us greetings from all the way Washington, D.C. We appreciate you so much for being here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be at RF 2026. And so moving on, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have a question for you. If you are seated here this afternoon and you've ever been to Tanzania before, just give me a wave. Give me a wave. Tanzania, give me a wave. In case you did not know, Tanzania is the largest country in East Africa. And so this afternoon, bringing us greetings from Tanzania is a very amazing lady, Miss Amina Mossad Lumuli. Ladies and gentlemen, let's receive her on behalf of the Tanzanian delegation.
Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance and Administration, Festival Convener, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Greetings from Tanzania. When I say habari, say nzuri. Habari. Yeah, you catch it. Yeah, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Tanzania government to thank for the organizer for inviting us to showcase on the Tanzania readiness for development of Africa. Not only development of Africa, but specifically the real estate development. We are 7 of us from Tanzania or from the government. Can you please raise up? Okay, let me start with a bit of history. Tanzania and Ghana, we have brotherhood, and our fathers of nation, Kwame Nkrumah and Nyerere, had history. They both of them fought for the Africa independence, and they shared the vision of Africa unity, liberation, and self-reliance. Ghana and Tanzania, we all know, played an important role in supporting the liberation of Southern Africa countries. Currently, Tanzania and Ghana, we still have relation, and in March this year, in 2026, the President of Ghana visited our country and met our Honorable President, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, in Arusha, Tanzania. Who knows Arusha? Yeah. And they agreed to strengthen cooperation in various areas. First of all is on trade and connectivity. As you know, Tanzania and Ghana, we trade together. And since 2004, our trade increased significantly. And on the issue of connectivity, we have the Air Tanzania coming directly from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania to Accra, Ghana. On that high-level meeting, they agreed on several issues for the development of the two countries, including on the issue of mining, agriculture, tourism, ICT, education, fintech, cybersecurity, and natural resource governance. What is that in the real estate? We believe that those relationships will fuel the development of the real estate, meaning we will need cooperation will increase the demand for hotel, hospitality development, commercial offices, residential housing, logistic park, warehouse, industrial park, mixed use, smart city development. So the strategic message to investors, Tanzania is a ready market. You are all welcome to invest in Tanzania in all areas, in particular in real estate. Why Tanzania? Tanzania is a new market, as I say, but the readiness of our 6 government to support real estate development through initiatives such as Vision, we have Vision 2050 and the other national development agenda. We have the most favorable ecosystem in our country. First of all is peace and political stability, economic stability in our country. The growth is high, approximately 5.1. We have low inflation, 3.8, and the resilient is 7%. We are rich of natural resources, Arab land, natural gas. We are tourist attraction country, and we have active labor force. We are 62.5 approximately 63 million. We have investment guarantees in our country, ranging from multilateral investment guarantee agents, bank trade acceptance, and other. We are strategically located. We are a gateway of 7 East Africa countries, SADC and COMESA. We serve 6 landlocked countries through 3 deep sea ports, 3 international airports, and 3 railway lines. In Tanzania, you can access to the market FTE, East Africa, which is 288.2 million, SADC 327 million, AFCT trade partners, AGOA, China, and several others. We have a strong leadership, protection of guarantee, attractive incentive package for investors, 100% foreign ownership, physical and non-physical incentive. We have connectivity, as I said, to different internationals like Ghana, even Nigeria. We have a direct flight from Dar es Salaam to Lagos. Market access, you get market access of 62 million Tanzanians, 300 million in East Africa, 380 million SADC, and 15 billion Africa. Tanzania, we have Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. In Zanzibar, as you know, is a tourist island. And in Zanzibar, we have several opportunities for investment in real estate. We have tourism and the hospitality industry. You can get beach plot and you can build a hotel. We have fisheries and aquaculture opportunity, agro-processing, oil and gas, ICT, maritime trade and infrastructure, infrastructure development, manufacturing, real estate, and aviation. All those are in Zanzibar. As I said, the United Republic of Tanzania is located in East Africa and is strategically positioned within the Africa Great Lake region as an important between East Africa and Southern Africa Development Community. It shares border with Uganda to the north, Kenya to the northeast, the Indian Ocean to the east, Mozambique and Malawi to the south. We have Zambia to the southwest and Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo to the west. Tanzania is one of the fastest urbanizing and modernizing economies in the region, making it a key partner for infrastructure development. The strategic position of Tanzania, as I said, our geographical advantage gives us the advantage of being the best in real estate development. We have a trade link, also port structure, mainly Dar es Salaam, Tanga, and Mtwara. Tanzania socio-economic indicators. This is our population, 61.7, almost 62 million. Urbanization rate is approximately 37%. Population growth is 2.7% per annum. Our GDP is USD 75.77 billion and GDP growth is 7.24. And we expect to have 1 trillion USD by 2050. This is according to our new vision 2026-2050. The real estate sector in Tanzania is in the phase of substantial growth, spurred by various factors, including demographic shift, urbanization, trade, and foreign investment. Within this dynamics, key cities such as Dar es Salaam, Arusha, and Mwanza have emerged as pivotal driver of progress, contributing to the country evolving and vibrant real estate ecosystem. Housing development and demand, approximately 390,000 units annually, and we have housing shortage as well of 3 million, and urban migration, rapid urbanization is interfering the demand for affordable housing in the major cities, mainly Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Mwanza, and Arusha. In recent years in Tanzania, real estate market has undergone substantial expansion attributed to convergence of influential factors, including population growth, urbanization dynamics, and increased foreign investment. Dar es Salaam was the largest city and its principal economic hub. Dar es Salaam has become a locus of significant real estate development. Dar es Salaam will be 10 million people by 2030, hence become a mega city. We have opportunity in Arusha. As we know, Arusha is the tourist city and is experiencing pronouncing upswing in real estate activities. We have also Mwanza along the shore of Lake Victoria. We have Dodoma, which is our capital city, which is our capital city shifted from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. We have opportunities in Dodoma. In Tanzania, we have key players in real estate. We have the Ministry of Land, Housing, and Human Settlement. Myself, I'm from the Tanzania Building Agency, which is a government institution under the Ministry of Work. Also, we have the National Housing Corporation. We have Watumishi Housing and other players. For Tanzania Building Agency is a government agency established in the year 2002, specifically was mandated for the government real estate management and development. Actually, in Tanzania Building Agency, we have 3 core activities. We are dealing with real estate management and development, but also we are providing consultant service in real estate. Also, we are doing construction. As you remember yesterday, one of the presenters said we have to design ourselves as African and we have to build. In Tanzania, Tanzania Building Agency, we design, we build, and also we maintain. So this is the opportunity. You can partner with us, but also we can design for you. In 2023, the government decided to update the establishment order of the Tanzania Building Agency and allow the agency to partner with private sector for real estate development. So that is why we are here to find investors in different areas, to find partners in different areas to develop real estate in Tanzania. We have several opportunities. Affordable housing development, as my colleague yesterday said, we have a good example of affordable housing in Tanzania, and you can come and visit and learn, and you can see how we can partner together. We have tried, and we see it as a viable project if the government intervene and provide subsidy. But also the community part will live a decent life if we as developers, we consider them regardless of the shortage of fund we are facing. So we can partner private and government, and then we can go to the affordable housing. We have also opportunity on commercial real estate development. We can also collaborate on that area. We have the opportunity on PPP financing and investment. In Tanzania, we have the PPP Act, which regulates all the private partnership project, including the real estate project. So investors can visit us and you can get a lot of information how you can access. The issue of sustainable housing solution, as we said, we have a rapid urbanization in Tanzania. Here is the opportunity. We can collaborate and invest in housing development, in particular in green technology into housing development, such as solar power, rainwater harvesting, and energy efficient design. For TBA, we have several plots, in particular in Dar es Salaam, at Masaki area, the high-end area. Also, we have several plots in Dodoma, where we can build apartments. We have already designed. We are looking for investors to partner with. In Arusha, as we say, is a tourist country. We have several plots in Arusha for residential apartment and commercial apartment, also in Mwanza. But we have plots all over the country. For the mainland, Tanzania has 6 regions, and we have potential plots on all areas. So we can partner and develop. To conclude, I can say, as Tanzania, we are ready to collaborate with foreign counterparts to provide viable solution to Tanzania housing shortage by leveraging foreign expertise in affordable housing, smart city development, infrastructure, and sustainable construction. Also through financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. A strategic approach to this collaboration, focusing on affordable housing, sustainable infrastructure, will ensure that Tanzania not only meets its current housing demand, but also prepare for future urban growth and inclusive manner. To end my presentation, I can say, as a country, we are ready to host the conference in Tanzania in the year 2027. Yes, and thank you. You are welcome to the land of Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro Mountain, and Zanzibar. We are ready to host you. Thank you very much. I will conclude by saying, if I say thank you very much, in Swahili we say asante sana. Thank you very much. Karibuni Tanzania. Say asante sana. Karibuni Tanzania. Meaning you are welcome to Tanzania. Karibuni Tanzania.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amina. So COD, there you have it. Tanzania it is. We're ready to go. But thank you so much, Ms. Amina, for bringing us greetings from Tanzania. And of course, the opportunities that lie in Tanzania. So put your hands together for her one more time. Now, our special guest of honor is a Ghanaian lawyer, human rights advocate, and public servant, currently serving as Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of Finance and Administration at the Office of the President, a former Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. She brings extensive experience in governance, policy, and inclusive development, with a background that includes work with the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the ever beautiful Honorable Nana Oyebampo, who is only 15 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to you. And Prophet, I think, is he around? Yes, for those of you who didn't attend church, I think that was a very beautiful, encompassing prayer. And I'm sure God is here with us. We're very grateful to you and all the speakers. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, industry leaders, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. Really an amazing gathering. We are bringing to close 2 very remarkable, impressive days at the Africa Real Estate Festival 2026. And thank you, Tanzania, for offering to host us in 2027 in Tanzania. And when you go to Tanzania, visit Ngorongoro. Yes, in Arusha. Yes, I saw a leopard, and I hear that's a very rare occurrence. So please, we're very happy that we'll be going to Tanzania. On behalf of the Chief of Staff and the President of Ghana, I wish to express our profound appreciation to the organizers and partners, Desmond and team, and the over 1,500 delegates from more than 24 countries across 3 continents who have made this gathering a truly global stroke continental platform for dialogue and transformation. Over the 2 days, we have all discussed real estate. Not only discussed real estate, we have reimagined real estate. The theme for this year's conference has also been very, very appropriate and relevant. Innovation meets identity, designing Africa's next living experience. This has reminded us that real estate, as has been said, is not just about buildings. It's about technology, it's about culture, it's about community, it's about lifestyle, and it's a living expression of Africa's growth story, steeped in Africa's culture, Africa's identity, and Africa's tradition. So what has this festival achieved? It was structured along 8 key components, and the festival delivered on each and every front. Investment and Policy Conference, this generated actionable insights. The exhibition pavilion was spectacular. I went around and I was amazed at what is happening. The Diaspora Pavilion mobilized capital and deepened cross-border engagements. I spoke to a team from Abu Dhabi, a team from Tanzania, a team from Rwanda. The Protect Zone highlighted solutions reshaping Africa's cities. The Land and Legal Clinic cleared regulatory bottlenecks. Barbados, Your Excellency, thank you very much. The unique architecture and also the very simple processes for acquisition of property in Barbados, you very well articulated. 2 months, that is top class. The Matchmaking Lounge forged partnerships and deals, and the Lifestyle and Cultural Festival anchored it all in identity and heritage. The outcomes are tangible. Investment leads, policy alignment, new partnerships, networks, and a much stronger continental network. Desmond and team, thank you so much for putting this together. And then Nelex Properties and Gold Key, principal sponsors, we are really very grateful to you. What are government's commitments to the built environment in Ghana? This festival was convened at a moment when Ghana is implementing one of its most ambitious infrastructure and housing transformation programs in its history. We popularly call it the Big Push. The Big Push has roads as one of its economic infrastructure initiatives. President John Dramani Mahama launched the Big Push infrastructure agenda in September 2025, committing over 10 billion cedis to this big push over the next 3 years. 13.85 billion, approximately $893 million, has been set aside for road construction in the year 2025 alone, with an additional 30 billion cedis earmarked for 2026 and a leading commitment of at least $2 billion annually. There is a dedicated 5 billion cedis every year that covers road maintenance, recognizing that infrastructure is a permanent obligation and not just a one-off project. The Big Push comprises 42 concurrent road projects nationwide. Volta region has 9 lots, which span 177 kilometers, from Atimpoku through Ho to Petoi to Aflao. We have the 195-kilometer Wenchi, Bole, Sola, and Wa Highway in 7 concurrent lots. This is being rebuilt as an international route to Burkina Faso and Mali. Thirdly, we have the Ofankor in Sawam Dual Carriageway, the Kasua Winneba Road, the Accra Tema Motorway, which you can see is currently ongoing, being converted into a 4-lane expressway, and the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, and the Eastern Corridor Road targeting 2027 completion. We also have bridges. The Dambai Adosu Bridge works are all underway or under active procurement. We have the sword cutting for the Wenchiwa Highway, where President John Dramani Mahama declared, and I quote, "The whole of Ghana is going to be a construction site for the next 2 years." Within 24 months, vehicle operating costs on the completed corridors are projected to fall by over 40%, and road accidents by approximately 45%. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the speed of the implementation of the Big Push speaks directly to the urgency of Ghana's road deficit. Performance audits have exposed the variation orders and several other infractions. We are looking to ensuring that these roads are constructed on time. I'll go to affordable housing. Ghana is presently confronting a 1.8 million unit deficit. This is driven by high costs, expensive materials, inaccessible financing, and it is a housing crisis that President John Dramani Mahama directly referred to in his 2025 State of Nation address. So we have Saglame Affordable Housing Project. We have 1,500 incomplete units out of the planned 5,000. It's now under full technical assessment for completion distribution through unions to protect access for genuine need. I'm sure you've heard about the Oxygen City development and the nationwide district housing program. It extends the portfolio, prioritizing teachers, nurses, and security personnel. Workers who have worked for 15 to 20 years to retirement will access this home ownership in cities through monthly salary deductions through the National Home Ownership Fund. There is also a lot of improvements in the built environment for education. Every structure that shapes how a community learns is real estate. We have a 50,000 unit teacher housing initiative through district assemblies. And I was happy to go to the exhibition booth of the rural community, and they taught us how they were using and adapting clay for bricks. And I told them that they have to make sure that the rooms are cool. Real estate must reflect identity. I picked up 5 lessons from this festival. Real estate reflecting identity. And some of the booths I visited spoke to how they're harmonizing African culture and tradition and our African unique architecture with modern architecture. African buildings must tell Africa's story. African buildings must be shaped by our culture, by our climate, and by our communities, and be sensitive to climate change. Innovation is not optional. PropTech and smart city solutions are the bridge between housing demand and sustainable delivery. Infrastructure must solve real problems. The built environment must be functional, it must be accessible, it must be responsive, and must be people-centered. Partnerships define pace. So I'm happy I met the team from Abu Dhabi, the team from Rwanda, Tanzania, Nigeria, and others. The way forward is public-private collaboration, cross-border investment, and diaspora capital that must work in concert. Barbados is a clear example for this. Policy must lead and follow through, and I'm happy, Desmond, that the Minister of Works, Honorable Ken, was here with you yesterday. The conversations in this hall during this festival must become regulatory reforms and development frameworks with real teeth that must work, bite, and work. Now, our call to action. Buildings in this era are no longer just brick and mortar. They are indeed instruments of economic transformation and platforms for social inclusion. And I'm hoping the buildings and the high-rise that we see are disability friendly, and you are adhering to the 2015 regulations on built environment, which I helped to design in 2015. Whether we build horizontally across new communities or vertically through high-rise developments or through innovative mixed-use spaces, we must build uniquely, deliberately, and purposefully. We must build cities that prevent floods, reduce congestion, promote dignity, and create opportunity. We, on the side of government, must also address sanitation issues, provision of electricity, power, and provision of water. That is so very critical. And the African Real Estate Festival for 2026 has shown us that the future is not something we wait from. From the exhibition and what I saw, the future is now, and is something that we are proactively designing. Under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, government is ably demonstrating sustained and concrete commitment to Ghana's built environment through roads, through housing, schools, university, and the policy architecture that holds this all together. We are ready to partner. We are ready to receive capital and support capital for the built environment. We are ready to share expertise, align policies, and co-create the infrastructure Africa deserves and needs. Once again, Desmond, thank you with your team, as lead sponsors, every single participant, panelist, exhibitor who has given Africa Real Estate Festival 2026 its spirit, its substance, and grace. We all agree that this has been a great success. Safe travels, come back to build. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing us greetings from the presidency. And we like the fact that you said what we like to hear, that truly African buildings must tell the African story. And the best time to do that is now. One more time, let's appreciate our Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance and Administration, the Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. And so moving on, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have another special guest remark coming up shortly, and this will be delivered by a distinguished healthcare executive, attorney at law, and international project manager with 20 plus years global experience in the healthcare industry, in leadership and project management roles for Caribbean governments, academia, consulting firms, hospitals, and clinics. She is known for breaking barriers and shattering the glass ceiling in the healthcare arena. Her usual calm, poise, and smiling manner belies a strength of character and leadership capability. And ladies and gentlemen, now she is tasked with joining a dynamic team to lead efforts to expand Barbados' footprint in Ghana and West Africa, which she considers the honor of her life. Help me bring to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, this fine afternoon, the one and only Barbados High Commissioner, Her Excellency Juliet Bino Sutherland. Round of applause, round of applause, round of applause.
Thank you so much, Eddie. I'm going to hire you as my hype man. Thank you. Excellencies, Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff, distinguished developers, investors, regulators, brokers, colleagues, members of the media, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is an honor to stand here representing Barbados, and may I say by extension, the Caribbean. Coming to Africa from Barbados has been an extremely humbling experience. At home, in our 166 square miles, Denta can tell you, we see ourselves as the center of the universe. But here in Africa, we've encountered a different reality. I have traveled across the continent and met many who, beyond knowing Rihanna, who's from Barbados, have never heard of Barbados. Many know our Prime Minister, Mia Amor Motley, from her UN engagements, but can't tell you where Barbados is located. But like you're sitting here today, at one stomach, I found myself distracted by a map. Do you see how the Real Estate Festival does a digital map? Well, there was a map of the world at this. And for the entire morning of the plenary, I kept looking at this map and saying, there's something strange about this map. So at the first break, I literally walked closer to the map. And when I got closer, I realized why the map was strange to me. The entire Caribbean, all 44 million people from the English, French, Dutch, and Spanish speaking were reduced to I brought my pen, a dot and a scribble. A dot and a scribble. We were missing. We were invisible. So that's why I stand here today with pride at this African Real Estate Festival, because of your openness, Desmond. You journeyed, I remember that fateful morning, along Afriye from JL Properties and Patrick Moore and others to our embassy in search of engagement. And you inspired us immediately. We became an early partner. We joined you for the launch. We said, Desmond, you have to find Michael Leach. And I gave him your contacts. And we bought a booth, we invested in a booth because we recognized something powerful. Desmond and the African Real Estate Conference saw us. You have a vision, an inclusive one, that when you're talking about Africa, you're also talking about the Caribbean diaspora. And therefore, we congratulate you on this remarkable event and its inclusiveness of all across Africa and the Caribbean. I therefore bring greetings, thank you, from our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amour Motley, and the Barbados Real Estate and Valuers Association, who, although private sector, are the institutional backbone that ensures transparency, valuation integrity, and investor confidence in our market. Allow me, therefore, to get straight to the point. It's actually 5 points. First, if we are to move from invisibility to visibility, Africa and the Caribbean must move beyond conversations about shared history and sentiment to believing that our prosperity must be intricately linked, that we must work and move together. Ghana presents one of West Africa's most compelling real estate opportunities, as you heard very clearly from our Deputy Chief of Staff. The rapid urbanization, a housing deficit of nearly 2 million units, and strong demand across residential and mixed-use developments means that Ghana is a place that we are interested in. As ambassador to Nigeria, Nigeria also offers similar opportunities in a very, very dynamic marketplace. As ambassador to Liberia, it would be remiss of me not to mention the sterling rebuilding efforts that are underway in that country. Barbados is characterized by stability, structure, and global trust. We bring decades of experience in tourism-led development. We do not only sell properties in Barbados, we sell our music, our culture, our lifestyle, and we are a globally respected brand. When you hear the word Barbados, people immediately get that feel-good effect. And tourism is our business, so every Barbadian has a job to sell Barbados. We sell Visit Barbados, and invariably what happens, people stay to do business and they buy property. We have a strong legal, banking, and financial framework. Our currency is pegged 2-to-1 to the US dollar, and foreign ownership is fully permitted. There are no restrictions on repatriation of capital. Therefore, when you sell in Barbados, you can get your capital back into Ghana, back into Nigeria. And mortgages, including international mortgages, are widely available. But like Desmond said in his opening remarks, we are investor friendly because we understand a simple truth. Investors do not only look for opportunity, they look for certainty. So the second point I wish to make is we need you here in West Africa to see us as others already do. We're not here to compete. the Barbados real estate market is very, very different to West Africa. We're selling different products. We are therefore here today to raise awareness, to build partnerships, and to create collaboration. Real estate and construction account for between 17 to 20% of our gross domestic product in Barbados. Yet, most of our investment flows from the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada in that order. So here's the gap. Less than 5% of the real estate investment in Barbados comes from Africa and the African diaspora. And those that we have are largely led by Nigerians. So this is not a capacity issue. This is a visibility issue. A few minutes ago, early in the morning, I speculated with Rosette Fenburn from FEMEX Ghana as to what could be the cause for this. Many investors in North America and Europe are drawn by strong returns to short-term and vacation rentals that are available in Barbados. Barbados is a country where properties do not sit empty. Others come through Barbados on our Welcome Stamp program. During COVID, we found a new tourism product. We give people medium-term visas to come, particularly those who are remote workers or those that are classified as digital nomads. And you know what? They came, but they eventually transitioned to home ownership. They liked Barbados, they liked lifestyle. As the colleague from Nigeria said yesterday, it's really a package. You're selling, come to live, work, and play. As Mr. Trimble said this morning, we think that there's something happening in how we're marketing Barbados and how we're marketing it in particular to West Africa and the African diaspora. So, Mr. Trimble, your ideas about how to focus in on this were very, very welcome. But what we think essentially is the issue is the same point that Mr. Trimble raised, the issue of trust. That we need to strengthen and build a trust that exists between each other. This is something I know, Lady Denta, you have stressed in your conversations as you've had in Barbados about what we need to bridge some of those gaps. Barbados offers visa-free access to many African countries. Our leading source markets for visitors in this order are Nigerians, Ghanaians, and South Africans. But we do not, unlike some Caribbean territories, sell passports. That's the most popular question I get as a High Commissioner. Can you purchase a passport for Barbados? Because it is in the global top 20 passports. It's the #1 passport in the Caribbean. We do not do citizenship by investment. And property ownership is just one of the mechanisms on the pathway to citizenship. So the third point I wish to raise is that despite this uncertainty, the queries we're having as to why we're not being seen, I am beginning to see light at the end of the tunnel. Visibility is beginning to increase. Things are beginning to change. Ghanaian firm David Ajay and Associates is already engaged on major projects in Barbados, including creation of Barbados's and the Eastern Caribbean's first purpose-built National Performing Arts Center. Ajay and Associates is also building the Memorial to Enslaved Africans. This is proof that African expertise can compete and lead in Caribbean development. We also are seeing growing investor engagements after initiatives such as the GUBA Trade and Investment Conference. BARIVA, the Barbados Association of Valuers and Association, told us their participation, the awareness raising that took place during the GUBA sessions essentially highlighted and raised awareness of the possibilities in Barbados, and they've taken it to heart. This organization, BARIVA, is actively exploring marketing opportunities in West Africa just as we are interested in showcasing in West Africa our developments in Barbados and across our diaspora. We're also working towards direct flights from Lagos or Accra to reduce the burden of getting to Barbados. And because of the importance of affordable housing, I needed to say to you this afternoon, although our tourism product results in some high-end and middle-end properties, we're also addressing the needs for affordable housing because we recognize in Barbados that if you attempt to do housing, housing is a basic need. Without taking into consideration the needs for affordable housing, you're going to have lopsided national development. And when you have lopsided national development, it leads to crime and other social dislocation. So the question is no longer whether collaboration is possible, it is how quickly can we bring it to scale. Imagine Barbadian expertise in tourism and branded developments supporting Ghanaians' coastline develop. Imagine Barbadian expertise in solar and renewable energy contributing to the development of affordable housing. Imagine African developers bringing scale, innovation, new technology, and your construction supply chains into Barbados and the Caribbean to reduce the cost of property development. Imagine diaspora capital, structured, pooled, professionally managed, flowing between both regions. This is not theoretical, it is actionable. So fourthly, to maintain visibility, we must therefore recognize each other's comparative advantage. Barbados, because of our financial systems and global recognition in that regard for both onshore and offshore activities, is an ideal platform for creating structured investment vehicles, joint ventures, co-development platforms, diaspora-backed funds that allow capitals to move efficiently and at scale. We are trusted in Barbados, that word trust again. We are globally rated and we offer a great way to new value chains and partnerships. Our systems, valuation, regulation, and planning and enforcement reduce friction and increase investor confidence. We're here as a High Commission to share any more details in this regard. At the same time, Ghana and Nigeria are magnets for African and Caribbean diaspora. I was once recently looking at some statistics on the year of the return and the continued influx, and here to Ghana. And when I looked at the data, because it is not disaggregated, but beginning to understand when you start looking into the travel and tour operators who are bringing, much of the diaspora coming into Ghana are originally of Caribbean origin, but living and located in UK, Canada, and the United States. So there's therefore a clear opportunity for West African realtors to partner in marketing Caribbean properties, creating new revenue streams here in Africa while expanding your reach into our diaspora located across the globe. Fifth and finally, visibility must translate into partnership. We must define clear opportunity zones. I like the way that the Tanzanian delegation laid out where the opportunities are. I like the way that the deputy minister laid out the areas that are prime for development and where infrastructure is being expanded. We need to do that. In Barbados, opportunities exist on what is now called the Platinum Coast. You see some of the properties formerly called the Gold Coast. We have redevelopment corridors in Barbados. By this, when the government is putting into the global market opportunities for investors and developers to come in, they're creating incentives for such global investment. These tourism-linked developments are all within a stable investment environment and supported by Invest Barbados. We also have to take time to explain that the return on investment in Barbados can be either long-term or short-term, and we welcome having those discussions with you who are so interested. We also have, this hasn't come up, it came up very, very tangentially. In Barbados, we are facing an aging population. So there is a demand for assisted housing, healthcare facilities, retirement communities, and therefore the return on investment is possible if we not only look at housing, but we look where the needs and the gaps are. Affordable housing in Barbados is also being combined with opportunities in renewable energy. At Barbados High Commission, our role is simple: to bring clarity to opportunity, both for Barbadians about what is happening here in West Africa and to West Africans about what is happening in Barbados. At our booth, we are outlining the steps to purchasing properties. We're providing frequently asked questions about buying and selling property in Barbados. We don't have the land tenure issues that exist here in West Africa. As an attorney, I can do a deep dive on some of those questions because for us, we recognize clarity drives confidence and confidence drives capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the connections are forming. The interest is real. The first deals are happening. I'm witness to this. Now is the moment to move with intention, not just to explore, but to execute, not just to discuss, but to build, particularly to build trust. Let us move from fragmented efforts to coordinated action, from isolated investments to scalable platforms, from invisibility on a map to significance in the marketplace. Barbados is ready. The Caribbean is ready. Let us truly see each other, and through that visibility, build corridors of prosperity together. Thank you very much. Medase, Oye Waladon, Akwe Kakaka, Asante Sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed that wonderful delivery from Her Excellency, then let's put our hands together one more time for our Barbados High Commissioner. That was absolutely educative and insightful. Thank you so much. And so we're about to invite our wonderful... So as part of the festival, we want to give you an experience like none other. We have some amazing ladies. Some of you have seen them when you entered this wonderful edifice today, but they're about to grace the stage and delight us with a very lovely cultural performance. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing up stage at day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival, yours and mine, Samba, Ghana.
Since 1947, the matter never settle. You be what I be get to. Masability lo ya molenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all time. No other name then go call mine. As I they shanty them not nice. On Dalama, Tuesday Dalama, Wednesday Dalama, as long as I Jalaba, and they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like moi? Each and every lady wanna give me mwah. When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar. Now we there, I try to move on. I know two basking solo. I get high, I journaling. You know like me, one over. My advice is fun along. Cause my guys don't follow no. When the sky start falling down. Dirty my time. I'm still on dirty.
Oh, Lily, Fala. My pretty Maliama. I'm thinking, follow on me. My dirty color. Wait, follow, follow on me. And you never call on me. What I love on me. Wait, follow on me. I pray, call on me. Go you go, Mama, me, the call on me. My name is Jesus, one of them. I give you my call on my band, you will on me. Keep the bang as well, tell her. Yap, I tell her. Jiggy, jiggy, bang, tell her, follow on me. Wait, follow on me. I'm a melu, yes, I want. I'm a bang, and I'm a kiss, I'm a cause, Savannah. Fellas, call a hulu, taba. Shivirim, shiviram, shiviram, shade. If any could boot this place, I'm a pay. So, but tell her, Mama, me, yo, yo.
On Dalama, Tuesday Dalama, Wednesday Dalama, as long as I Jalaba, and they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian.
Oh, Lily, Fala. My pretty Maliama. I'm thinking, follow on me. My dirty color. Wait, follow, follow on me. And you never call on me. What I love on me. Wait, follow on me. I follow on me. Follow on me. Follow on me. I follow on me. Follow on me.
Since 1947, the matter never settle. You be what I be get to. Masability lo ya molenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all time. No other name then go call mine. As I they shanty them not nice. On Dalama, Tuesday Dalama, Wednesday Dalama, as long as I Jalaba, and they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like moi? Each and every lady wanna give me mwah. When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar. Now we there, I try to move on. I know two basking solo. I get high, I journaling. You know like me, one over. My advice is fun along. Cause my guys don't follow no. When the sky start falling down. Dirty my time. I'm still on dirty.
Oh, Lily, Fala. My pretty Maliama. I'm thinking, follow on me. My dirty color. Wait, follow, follow on me. And you never call on me. What I love on me. Wait, follow on me. I pray, call on me. Go you go, Mama, me, you call on me. My name is Jesus, one of them. I give you my call on my band, you will call on me. Keep the bang as well, tell her. Yap, I tell her. Jiggy, jiggy, bang, tell her, follow on me. Wait, follow on me. I'm a melu, yes, I want. I'm a bang, and I'm a
Thank you so much, Samba Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed that, I believe you can put your hands together one more time for Samba Ghana. They brought all the energy and good vibes. We truly enjoyed that. And so up next on this magnificent stage is something that's going to happen, and it's a conversation I want everybody here to pay close attention to. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, we're going to have a very important fireside chat. And I deem it a great joy and honor to bring three amazing people to the stage. First up, she is an advocate for the Ghanaian community in the UK and the African Network of Entrepreneurs listed. They listed her in 2017 as one of 100 most outstanding women entrepreneurs in Ghana for her advocacy. She is the founder of the GUBA, which is Ghana UK-based Achievement Awards, which recognizes the achievements of individuals and organizations positively contributing to the Ghanaian community in the UK or Ghana. She is truly a powerhouse and an icon, as well as a role model to the entire youth of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, joining the stage, let's make a big round of applause to welcome Lady Denta Amoating, MBE. Of course, I would like to help her upstage. We're excited to have her here. Thank you. Joining her on stage is a phenomenal gentleman. He was the first White House Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, has signed with Butchworld for entertainment and literary representation. This man led efforts to create the most diverse White House staff in the entire history of the United States of America. He was previously a top aide on Joe Biden's presidential campaign as well. Now, he departed the White House earlier this year and founded Bridge Trust Partners, LLC, a consulting practice that provides services in venture capital, government, tech, sports, healthcare, education, media, and entertainment. He's also the author of a very impactful book, Faith Over Fear. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome all the way from the USA, Mr. Michael Leash. And to occupy the last seat on our stage this afternoon, she is an operations and financial strategist, entrepreneur, and systems builder with experience across healthcare, government, and high-growth ventures. She is co-founder and chief financial and administrative officer of HRTLY and founder of Mama Voyage with a strong background in financial strategy, governance, and scaling complex systems. Now, I can tell you something you'll love to hear. Behind a successful Mr. Michael Leash is a supportive woman who will join them upstage right now. I give to you and I bring upstage the wife of Mr. Michael Leash. Let's make welcome Mrs. Brittany Leash.
Cheer.
The husband is cheering her on. Put your hands together for this wonderful fireside chat. And over to you, Lady Denta.
Thank you so much. Now, for everybody here, if you haven't been to Barbados, you need to go to Barbados.
Yeah.
It is important for us to experience what Barbados has. Ambassador has been somebody who has been very strategic about selling her country. And honestly, I've been there now 4 times, and it is somewhere that you need to go. The first Caribbean country that you enter must be Barbados. Okay? So make sure that you go.
Yes. We can do better than that.
So let's talk about faith over fear, Michael. You know, that's relatable to everybody because everybody has fear any moment of time. Even if you're a business person, an entrepreneur, you're trying to grow your business, there's at some point you will go through fear, right? And at the same time, you're thinking, will my faith overcome this fear?
Yeah.
So in a time where leaders are trying to make decisions, trying to make investment, how does faith over fear play right now?
Yeah. One time, can we just give it up for my sis, Lady Denta, one more time? I'm excited she made it out. I'm really excited. Just by show of hands, how many of you in the audience have a dream that hasn't happened yet for you? Just by show of hands, be honest. There we go. Look at that. I say often that, if we're not careful, you will block your dream if you allow your fear to grow bigger than your faith. And, I wrote this book that you mentioned, Faith Over Fear, Harnessing Resilience in the Face of Uncertainty, for people who are navigating uncertainty and want clarity. And, we're living in a moment right now that is full of uncertainty at home, at work, definitely in our politics, and even across our schools and churches. And yes, even in real estate. And that uncertainty is producing a lot of fear. And, if it's one thing I learned, fear will try to rush you to make a decision, and faith slows you down long enough to make the right one. And of all the leaders I've worked around, in the National Football League, to presidents in the White House, they understand that you have to listen and learn before you can truly lead. Yeah, we can clap for that. We got some energy in the house today. Y'all had your coffee today. You said, forget the tea. And so in the context of this room, not to be long-winded, if you're a developer, right, not rushing to close the next deal without actually understanding the community you're building in, right? If you're a government leader setting policy solutions without ever taking the time to sit with the people you're meant to serve. If you're stewarding capital, actually slowing down to see, is your system actually working for the people inside it? And so not just be aspirational, that's very practical. Faith slows you down to actually do the listening and learning if you're really serious about leading.
Britt, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I think he's spot on. Life is full of fear and uncertainty. AI is here. I think this is day 2 of this conference, and I have not heard it mentioned yet. But I can tell you where we're from, AI has caused a lot of uncertainty. People who are working in their professions across real estate, investors are figuring out how they can use AI and all that they are trying to achieve. And so I think uncertainty isn't ever going to not be a factor in what it is that you're going after, and figuring out and learning how to use it to your advantage is really a life skill that will serve you well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, let's look at the repositioning, right? You've been in the US for a very long time, but now you are looking at the lens of Africa, right?
Yeah.
How are you seeing talent? How are you seeing capital? And how are you seeing the repositioning of this influx of people that are trying to invest on the continent?
Yeah. So we traveled on a long flight to come on over here, and I'm not sure if you watched the news lately, but there's a lot happening in the U.S. right now. A whole lot turning up, sis. And, with roles and jobs being eliminated, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people. And with all of us living in this heightened sense of uncertainty and dealing with fear, folks are now, particularly in the diaspora, reconsidering where they place their time, their talent, and their treasure, their capital. And, if it's one thing I've learned about, being in the midst of challenges, because my role in the White House was to foster that level of inclusion, but to now see it undone, you have to switch the frame. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change, right?
Gems. Are you writing? Because these are just gems.
And so for me right now, I think those folks are moving into entrepreneurship. They used to have company jobs. Folks are building independently, and even more so now looking to global markets that are prioritizing inclusion and innovation. And that's where the continent comes in. Africa, this continent is not reacting to it. They've been prepared for it. And I think we are uniquely positioned right now to not just absorb it where the folks are looking, but to accelerate it. And I think that's a really untapped market for a lot of folks in this room right now.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Britt, you've been here 3 times now.
Yes, ma'am.
And you brought the twins this time.
I did. 3-year-old twins.
So the talent that you're seeing, I'm sure even these last few days, you've been seeing so many talent. How do we harness that talent here on the continent? How do we use our talent well?
I love that. I think awareness is key, and visibility. And we are an ocean apart from each other. And while Michael and I are here, and we had the honor of bringing our friend Cam, Mr. Tremble, who is also with us, there are so many more across the ocean that really just need to know, first and foremost, that they're a part of the diaspora, or the African American community is a part of the diaspora. Believe it or not, there are still many millions who do not see themselves as a part of this community. And so if we start with community, we start there, and continue to spread the word and continue. I mean, I love Ghana because you are so welcoming. Spread that. And I love the unity at RF. And really, I'm grateful that we get to be here to share kind of what and how it looks to us on the other side of the fence. We're seen as leaders of this, and you can see where we are in our journey. It's my third time. It's Michael's second. Our girls first. They're 3. They are twins. So they will actually grow up having a very different relationship with Africa than we have because of the intentionality that we have placed behind ensuring they're introduced to this country and the continent so early on and really receiving such a rich history. So
I think you've done a good start for the twins, for sure. Now, let's talk about mindset shifts. What's one mindset shift that you think that leaders across development, across capital policy should be making right now as we sit here? Because as you mentioned, there's so many things that are happening in this world. What's one mindset shift that you think that we should be doing?
Yeah, and this is a big one, and shout out to our dear friend Miriam. We kind of spoke about this earlier in the week. It's one of the most common ways people sabotage their future success is when they unconsciously start competing with the same people they were meant to collaborate with. Right. Collaboration is a powerful vehicle for driving forward the sort of progress you want to realize in your life, your family's life, your finances, your community, and yes, even your country. And so, this business of real estate is a contact sport. And you can unconsciously start competing with someone that can actually accelerate where you're trying to get on your bottom line. And one other thing I would throw in there just to add on is to get out of the transactional mindset and to get to the ecosystem mindset, right? Not just how can we close the next deal, but how can we put in systems to make the next 10 deals easier, right? Because just to be truthful, you can set a goal all day long, but we don't rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems, right? And sustainable growth doesn't come from isolated wins. It comes from repeatable systems for people that you're working with. And that's when things get less incremental and more consistent and compounding. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Now, we set up Gooba Diaspora Network to help diasporans transition and do business in Ghana. Now, one of the things that keeps coming up, which I think was mentioned by one of the speakers, is trust. How do we trust that we're coming back on the continent, we're going to buy a property, or a lot of people have been sending money to family members to build properties, and they come and there's no property. And so the trust of doing business in Africa is always a mist, right? But then a lot of us can go outside and do business there, right? So how do we get trust? What do we need to do the right things for us to be able to get people here?
Yeah, I love that question. And trust has been a through line for this conference. Yesterday, it came up over and over again. Confidence was mentioned. I think that, in the States, things are done differently. Websites, as an example, exist for almost, if you're a business, you would be remiss not to have one. That's just an example of one way that you garner a buyer or consumer's trust in America. And I've quickly noticed here that is not the same. And so we have to think about the impact of that and what that looks like when people are coming over here. I think that you have to either tell them proactively, like, this is how it's done, this is how we do it, or meet them where they are. And in meeting them where they are, that could look like ensuring repeatable businesses, investors, investment communities that are being built for the diaspora have that same kind of welcome to learn about the company. And I also think that platforms are huge in America. And so platforms are really great for aggregating data and then presenting it to a consumer in a way that's easy for them to understand. And I've done this with Mama Voyage, which was mentioned earlier. Essentially, what that does is allows families to search for and find hotels that have childcare. And they're trusted hotels, they're trusted resorts, and the childcare is complimentary. Believe it or not, this is a database that did not exist and was not searchable before Mama Voyage. So again, if you're looking at whether you're a real estate agent, a developer, or an investor, figuring out a way to distill this information so that it travels far beyond the local community and travels globally and meets everyone where they are.
Just to add on to trust, just put some jollof rice and a rum punch in front of me and tell me it's free, and I will trust you, okay? Let's just start there. No, I think honestly, like, you know, I say this often, and you've probably heard me say this. Everyone communicates, but few connect. And I think, you know, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And, you know, they don't invest in projects, they invest in people. Yep. And so, you know, really getting beyond just trying to showcase a project, but actually creating environments where people can build relationships, gain proximity, and actually see the opportunity up close. And I'm willing to bet some of you all have really significant budgets or commitments with brochures and pamphlets, which is great, but perhaps getting non-traditional and thinking outside the box and investing that money to bring them here to you, to actually get proximity. Access gives you awareness, but I think proximity gives you conviction. And that's when they send a wire. That's when they commit. And that's how you scale. Yeah.
Yep, round of applause, absolutely. You spoke a bit about collaboration. Now, in this room, we have developers, we have policymakers, we have government, we have people that have capital in this room. Now, how do we move from collaboration from just talking to collaboration that actually produces results?
Yeah, that's a great one. I can jump in and you go, maybe. So I would say, because I was raving about collaboration, I think collaboration often fails when it's based on proximity alone and not alignment. Okay. And what often happens, you have people in the same room, but solving a different problem. Right. You have developers who only focus on timelines and delivery. Government folks focus on permitting and approvals. Stewards of capital just focused on returns. And if you're not aligned, right, on the front end before the execution starts, that's when friction shows up later. And so as a developer, really going into this, aligning around not just your assumptions, but the realities on the ground. If you're drafting solutions as a government or policymaker, being very clear on the timelines and having accountability checks in place to make sure you stay true to that timeline. And if you're a steward of capital, again, not just fixating on the returns, they're all valid, but make sure you're structuring the deal in a way that is not solely based on assumptions, but the realities. Because I say it often, distance creates distortion. The more distant you are from a person, a place, or a thing, the more distorted your view will be of that thing. Alignment before execution, not during execution, and you'll have a better time getting some collaboration that actually works. Yeah.
Yes, so keep clapping, keep clapping.
Yeah.
So many gems. Now let's talk about who are developer actually building for? How do you define whether you're building for a family, you're building for a community? Who are you actually building for? How do you define that as a developer?
Yeah, want to take? Go ahead, go for it.
How do you find who you are developing for as a developer? I think it really starts with, there's a concept, it's called why, what, how. And when you come together with all of the relevant parties and you have a project, you have something you want to accomplish, you first start with why. That why will lead you into what? And that can look like building for the diaspora, that can look like building for middle income earners in Ghana. And I'm still learning the different markets in Ghana for which developers build, but you will be able to define that if you go through this process. And the how is the last step. And again, alignment, I agree with Michael, alignment is everything. Without alignments, we're all on different train tracks moving in different directions. You will not achieve what you set out to. But if you ensure you're aligned and how you're going to get to each milestone along the way, defining those, understanding how you're going to arrive collectively, because again, community is everything, and working together, learning how to work with people. No man achieved anything great on his own. And so as long as you're moving towards how and defining that, then you will land at who you're developing for.
Yeah, it comes back to people. You know, just if you look at the person to your left really quickly. Go ahead and do it. Don't be shy. Look at the person to your right. I'm willing to bet 9 times out of 10 they are facing a great deal of uncertainty right now. What people project publicly isn't always what they're battling with privately. And I think it has to come back to it being about the people. And so the question then becomes, are you building for people or just building around people? Right. And really closing the gap between knowing and doing and positioning them for the right opportunity. I think one of the worst things we can do in life is choose the right thing at the wrong time. Yep. And I heard this analogy about climbing a ladder, right? What good does it profit you to climb the ladder of success or whatever you're working on, year after year, meeting after meeting, only to get to the top of the ladder and realize it's leaning against the wrong building. The wrong building could be a city you're in, a relationship, an identity, or even a mindset. And so I think a big part of this is really humanizing the spreadsheets and the emails and keeping it 100, as they say in America, and positioning people for the right opportunity at the right time.
At the right time. Now let's go to Brittany. Let's talk about finance, because that's your background. How can financiers use smarter systems to mobilize diaspora capital into scalable real estate opportunities?
Yeah. It's funny, a couple days ago, we were on a tour and I asked the tour guide, do you start with vision first? So essentially build a budget and then develop what you are wanting to develop from there. And basically, you know, the notion of if you build it, they will come is a very American mindset. And he told me, no, it's a little bit different here. And he told me that it's more like if something breaks or if we have an idea, then we'll address it, we'll build it. And I think along those lines, and from a financial perspective, it starts by writing it down. Truly, honestly, understanding what the true costs of what you're setting out to achieve are going to be. Having a conversation about that with your partners, and oftentimes then understanding what the strategy behind the fundraising or the funds that you need is going to be. There was a person from Deloitte yesterday that said if you have a vision and if you want to help with affordable housing, as an example, there's a way to get that funded. So I think there's a balance between faith and fear, honestly. When you write the numbers down, oftentimes budgets look intimidating and you may not know how you're going to meet that. But I think that God has a way of equipping those who he's called to build. And if you say yes and you set out to start walking towards achieving that vision, the resources will come. They will come. And so it starts with budgeting first, and then from there, management, financial management.
Talk that talk.
Could talk a long time about that.
Yeah, financial management is a big one.
Yeah.
It's a huge one. Yeah. Now, as things scale, how do developers and financiers use innovation to better engage the diaspora?
Yeah. I'll go back to Mama Voyage because it is the most recent project I've done. But HRTLY, which was mentioned earlier as well, is actually a healthcare platform. I think these were relatable to what developers are setting out to accomplish because it's technology, and technology right now in today's day and age intersects with every industry. If you're building without it, you're not building something that's going to be able to scale. We're talking about a global population. The diaspora is huge. What you build has to be able to grow with the users that are using it. We live in a day where people receive information in real time. They're expecting that. If policies change, these things are pushed to you almost immediately. There's no downtime. So network connectivity is crucial. And thinking about as diasporas, when we come here, what do we need to connect to the internet? Proactively. Michael and I have been struggling with connection these last couple of days. But these are the things that you really have to think about if you're going to scale and we're going to bring tours and groups of people over here. I think the welcome is incredible. I think what can take it to that next level is really thinking about the practical day-to-day items that we need, that connection. You all have connection. And I think that's great. I've been using some of your phones to help me get through the day. But that as a first step, and understanding that you can order food on WhatsApp, which I think is amazing. But tell me that on the front end.
And just to add on, I would just say you, in life, in business, whatever you are not changing, you are choosing. Whatever mindset you're not changing, you're choosing. Whatever platform or system you're not changing, you're choosing. And it's one thing to recognize that the change is here, but you can't really innovate or scale if you're not willing to acknowledge that the fear is there in the first place. And I think that's the first step, is just to acknowledge that it's there. But then once you acknowledge, I think storytelling, that's another big thing around what's available. I think storytelling is a powerful vehicle and tool in moments of pain, confusion, division. It's the telling of our stories that allow us to see one another, not as abstract ideas or figures, but real people with real fears and real hopes. And I think that has a lot to do with the mindset around innovation too. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Now, closing, action and mindset.
Yeah.
If there's one action or decision you would challenge this room to make differently starting tomorrow, what would it be?
Do you want me to go first and you can close?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go for it.
I think for me, it would start with honestly, anything is possible if you set your mind to it. And don't be afraid to learn and grow with technology. I think with the platform I've built, I've had over 15,000 users in the last 3 weeks. It's not even been announced that it's available yet. And that's just a testament to the resources that we have available to us today. You don't need big budgets anymore. I think technology and AI has really democratized what you're able to achieve. And the budget doesn't have to be as big anymore. You can build faster, you can build stronger, you can build better. That's what I'd leave you with.
Yeah, I love that. What I would say, you should never stop learning because life never stops teaching. And if it's one thing life has been teaching us these past several years, it's this fundamental principle that no matter which area in the real estate industry you're in, if you're here as a prospective buyer, progress is not permanent, and neither is the time we're given here on earth to create it. And so I think we can get so caught up, if we're not careful, and spend too much time trying to change policies, but not enough on changing minds. That is the hearts and the minds of people. And so what I would encourage you and give you all a call of action to lean into, leave here with at least 3 people that you never met before and actually engage with them when you leave here. You'd be amazed. Again, going back to this idea around everyone communicating, but few connecting. We are not promised tomorrow. And every decision we've made in our life up to this point has led us to this room on this day at this place. That's a powerful thing when you think about it. We're not here by coincidence. I think I heard my brother Desmond mention it. We're not here by coincidence, but by God's providence. And that is choosing faith over fear in action, right? It's one thing to understand it, but understanding may change minds. It's action that changes lives. And so I would add that for you to get some action behind it. Yeah.
Give them a round of applause, both of them. And I think if you haven't got the book, please go on Amazon, get the book. It will change your life. And to Desmond, thank you for choosing faith over fear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Love you,
Thank
brother.
you very much, Lady Denta, Michael Leach, and Brittany. Thank you so much. Please come forward. Where are my photographers? Yes, thank you. Let's take a beautiful photo. Amazing conversation. Faith over fear. Are we celebrating them? Oh, please. Lady Denta Martin, MBE, Brittany and Michael Leach, thank you so much for that very eye-opening conversation, choosing faith over fear. Well, the conversation continues right here at the RF 2026 African Real Estate Festival. Are you excited to be here? Are you excited to be here? Are you ready for the next conversation? Oh, okay. So, yeah, now I have a problem. I cannot hear you. The lights are out. I cannot see you. It feels like I'm here by myself. Are you ready for the next conversation? I know you all are diplomats, bosses and all, and so you don't do a lot of shouting. It's Sunday. Can we just give it up for Jesus then? Thank you. All right, so our next panel will be discussing prop tech and innovation in Africa. Is Africa ready? Do we think Africa is ready for the next evolution in tech? No, I don't think you will even believe Africa is ready. Is Africa ready? Well, we're going to find out today. We'll examine how technology is reshaping real estate through data platform, automation, and transparency. And to moderate this session, I want to invite on stage, who he in turn will invite his panelists, Andrew Marcel Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Andrew Marcel Edwards.
Hi everyone. So, quick one. I spoke with Desmond a couple of weeks ago and I said to him, look, this is not my forte. I don't do public events, and for some funny reason, he didn't hear that. All he heard was, Andrew should be on stage today. So, I'm here now, and I want to say a big thank you, Desmond. I really appreciate the opportunity. So we're basically going to be talking about prop tech, and I want to introduce our panelists. So for the first, we have Isaac Chris Quay, and he's from New Era Homes. Chris? Give a round of applause for Chris. Next, we have Mohammed Fatal from Sky Suites. Mohammed? I think Mohammed will be joining us shortly. And our third panelist, we have Sharif Ali from Psy Technologies. And then for the fourth, we have Arnold Sylvian from IoT, and he's basically an IoT and application engineer. Arnold? Ah, nice. Okay. So for today's discussion, right, we're basically talking about prop tech and how that's been in real estate and how that's impacting the real estate industry in Ghana. So for years, our buildings have been silent. We only knew something was wrong with them when a pipe broke or a transformer blew out, but that's changing right now. Through prop tech, smart building technology, and integrating building management systems, these buildings are starting to talk. So without further ado, we're basically going to move into the first segment of this discussion, and that is the current state of prop tech in the real estate industry. So, Chris, I think this question suits you a lot more. Now, we've moved from smart locks to full BMS systems. Is this shift being driven by a more sophisticated Ghanaian buyer, or it's just developers pushing an envelope to survive in a crowded market?
I think that's a real good question. Just before I answer, let me give a quick one to everyone here. Have you ever left your home and asked yourself, halfway through your journey, did I really lock my door? If you have, just raise your hands up. Right, you see, almost everyone basically has done that, right? And the shift is very intentional. Okay, back in the days, we just installed gadgets into homes. But more than ever before, there's been a tremendous need to make homes smart and responsive. And this just goes beyond just the gadgets. Right? We see the high need and high demand of property owners, real estate investors wanting this tech. And here's the real catch. The real catch is it's not because it's fancy, right? It's because it's very much needed. For example, as a developer, you can now than ever control your properties, or let's say you have an Airbnb real estate. You can now unlock your doors remotely just by giving your guests pins. You don't really have to go to each rooms and try to unlock the doors. That is leverage, right? And we see the real thing here is initially, I'll be honest with you, brutally honest with you, it was an initial push. But then we rolled out to a couple of, developers, property owners, and the demand is real. When their clients does try the smart homes, they feel like they can do it out there. And I would say, honestly, your question just goes straight right there. It's moved from a push to a pull because there's a lot of advantages when it comes to smart home. When it comes to security, energy convenience, you just can't do it out there. Exactly. And that is why you need to have a secured space, pretty much. And then just to add to it as well, we've seen a tremendous rate in properties being able to scale. So for example, we had a developer who was trying to sell a home, right, to one of his clients. And initially the price was just supposed to be like 100K USD. But spending just little above 10K, guess how much he sold the property? 150. And you could have done even more. We have a similar cases whereby. So I say we do not sell gadgets, or we do not sell just we're selling infrastructure, because the clients don't just want devices that you can say, hey Siri, turn on my lights, or hey Alexa, open my door. Clients are buying because they want peace of mind. And I think that is a paradigm shift here. We're moving from a gadget mindset, tech mindset, to infrastructure. So my point is, it is now a pool. It's honestly a pool, because more than ever before, there's a strong demand for smart homes. You go to China, everything is smart. You go to US, everything is smart. And I think it's a very good discussion here. We have various stakeholders in the space. And I would say, now than ever before is the right time to pull up a smart apartment.
Amazing. So just a follow-up question, and I'm probably going to let Sharif take care of this. Now, with regard to PropTech, now, do you think this is a situation where you basically have to show the client that this is a doable, scalable technology? Like you have to show the proof of concept before they jump onto it, or it's something that speaks for itself?
All right, so I think this is pretty much the best time to be in PropTech. We have a lot of developers who are building very quickly, and that leaves a gap in the market for property technology. Property maintenance is quite a difficult job. I'm sure some of you who have had experience with that know. I myself have had a bit of experience with property management, and it's a very complicated job. Depending on your scale, that also adds a bit of complexity. Now, in terms of demoing products, right, I think now a lot of developers are almost desperate for solutions to solve their problems. From my experience anyway, a lot of these developers are using different tools to manage their operation. So you have your finance team on one product, you have your maintenance team on another product. So I think they are almost desperate for a solution that works. So we've built a product, Casa 360, which is streamlining the entire operation. Finance, maintenance, tenants, landlords, you name it. Every single stakeholder is on the same platform. And of course, because they are desperate for these kinds of solutions, once you give them a demo, it's almost immediately, you almost convert them immediately because they need these kinds of solutions. So yeah, I think demoing definitely helps, but because we are at a point in time where they see how difficult it is to manage properties. Once you have a solution that works and solves their problem, it's a no-brainer for them.
Great answer. So we're going to move on to segment 2 of this discussion. And this is basically going to have to deal with the challenges that we face in the prop tech industry now with Ghana. So for the technical gaps, right? The difficulty in finding local technicians who can maintain complex architecture of some of these high-end buildings, right? And the reliance on overseas support becomes expensive. Sharif, how do you think you're solving this problem now?
Right. So there's a lot of local talent in technology, and I feel, these kinds of events is what brings that kind of talent together, right? What we are trying to do is to try and encourage these sorts of discussions to get more stakeholders involved. Now, with regards to the products, a lot of these global products that property managers use, for instance, they are quite expensive, right? The average property manager in Ghana isn't going to be paying that much money for a solution, right? We have one on our panel. I'm sure he can speak a bit about his experience. But we are trying to change that narrative. There's a lot of local talent here. We are trying to build solutions that stand the test of time. And we are more than capable. Look at all the people here. There's a lot of talent in this room. And I think by having more of these discussions, we can bring that talent together to solve these problems.
Well, thank you for that. Now, Mohammed, I know you're in the same industry, so would you mind sharing a bit on this topic?
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction, and it's wonderful to be with everyone here. We love what is going on, and all the industries meeting to collaborate. So about what you were saying, I'll just touch on that. So the properties softwares that we are using, yes, we pay huge amounts every month, and they're going to all these Western companies. So definitely having local developers build systems built for the local market would be more beneficial. So collaborating, all of us in this industry should help bring that forward. You can go ahead with your first question for me, or was it general?
So now on these fragmented systems, this question is more for Chris. Now, with home automation, I know there are different manufacturers that make different products, and each manufacturer is skilled in what they know how to make. For example, Samsung makes air conditioners. They're not going to make a smart speaker, or even if they do, they're not probably going to be as good at it as other manufacturers, right? So buying different tech for security, lighting, HVAC, how do you integrate all of these systems that are from different manufacturers?
That's a real pain point. I'm believing for some of us who have a smart home, you probably need a different app to turn on your lights and a different app to unlock your doors. And it's a real hustle, honestly. So what we did at Neuro Homes was to create a platform that literally integrates all these various gadgets into one simple ecosystem. So my advice for developers, if you're going into IoT, if you're going into smart homes, if you already have a smart home company, or if you're real estate, try as much as possible to make it convenient for your residents, for your clients, to adapt some technologies. And it's that easy because there are a lot of flux in the market, but then you need to sieve through the various dimensions and work with an open source model. Or better still, you can come to Neuro Homes and we already have these solutions for you. But that is a real trick here, right? So finding a way to integrate all this technology into one has been done by us. But alternatively, if you're doing some yourself, I would advise you work with open source. There's a lot of them, I think, Sylvian, you can throw more light on that as well.
Yeah. So concerning the fragmentation, where there are lots of different manufacturers on the market, and developers out of desperation want a solution. So they go and then they buy all the different parts, trying to put them together. Not forgetting that they are creating something we call the silo effect, where devices cannot communicate to each other to make the house fully automated. So what you can advise these developers to do is they should look for device manufacturers that are moving towards a protocol called Matter, right? So this allows devices from the various manufacturers to communicate together. and this should be able to make your HVAC system communicate with your lighting system, and then you have a smooth automation setup. And then the next is to make sure that they have a unified building management system, just like newer homes has, where even if you have devices from different manufacturers, you're able to let them communicate because of that layer of software that we have that links the different manufacturers together and gives you a single dashboard, a glass pane dashboard, where you can also control the different manufacturing systems from. So these are two solutions that these developers can look at to solve fragmentation issues.
Great. Thanks for that. I think that's very helpful. Now we're going to move on to our third segment, which is on return on investment and rentals. But this next question is heavily geared towards Mohammed. So, Mohammed, short-term rentals are high yield but high impact. I'm sure we all know that. How does AI-driven FM protect the building while optimizing those yields in real time?
Super. So to answer your question, I can see there's a lot of developers here and investors, people looking to buy units. It's important you look at the data and see which of these units is going to bring you the highest return on investment. Is it better for you to invest in Laboni, Cantonments, East Legon? Should you get a studio, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom? So that is what we do at Sky Suites. We analyze all the market data. We see which units are performing the best in Ghana. And currently, what is performing, I'm sure a lot of people have that question in the back of their minds, is probably studios in the high-end locations close to airport. So airport residential, Laboni, Cantonments, East Legon. These at the moment have the highest return on investment. Maybe within 6 years, you can make your investment back. And talking about data, how our system works is every 3 to 6 hours, we're analyzing the whole market, seeing, okay, there's 60 properties maybe in this location within Laboni, and they're all pricing at between $90 to $110 per night. So we would help you, the owners, maximize your income. We don't want to price too high where your unit will be unoccupied. And at the same time, we don't want to price too low where your unit is fully occupied and you're missing out on extra income. So we help you maximize your income, and you should just pass by our booth. Let's talk if you have any units. Let's see how we can get you guys generating the most profit and take good care of your units. On the management side also, we use a lot of AI tools to help us maximize and enhance the operations, from guest communication to task management. When you hand over your unit to a property manager, it's a big investment. You've invested your life into this unit, all that time, resources you've put. So you want to make sure it's also maintained to the best standards. And we are here to partner with you guys to make sure that happens. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just to touch on the data and AI conversation. A lot of the data we have now, we are storing it overseas, right? So there's this whole discussion on data sovereignty. And I think these kind of discussions are very important so that we keep our own data here in Ghana. Just in this paddock, we have a competitor, basically. They're doing the same thing or very similar to what we are trying to do. And I just went to have a conversation with them, and I'm like, look, there's an avenue for collaboration, right? I like how our previous panelists spoke about collaboration, and I think we need to have more of these discussions to see how best we can keep the data here on our own shores. Because why should we give our data to these Americans to do God knows what, right? We need to start thinking about these things. How do we protect ourselves? How do we have the right data here locally on our shores, right? Because without the right data, all these AI platforms and AI tools are meaningless, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So I think having more of these discussions about data sovereignty, specifically with property technology, is very important. Because think about it. A lot of these developers, they know who owns the properties, they know who's staying in the properties. Why should that data be stored on the shores of a different country, right? We need to think about how we can protect our information and keep things localized.
So based on just this discussion we've had right now, something just struck me. Now, when you look at a platform like Airbnb, I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Now, why don't we have anything of that local quality to use in our industry? Now, is it a question? Do we need to build that? What is the way forward, and how do we retain all of that information here? Because I'm pretty sure once you use the Airbnb platform, that money goes out to them. It's just a bit of it that stays here. Now, how do we keep everything here?
Well, so I think with Airbnb in particular, what differentiates them is their brand, right? Airbnb is a global brand. Everywhere you go, they are operating. There are a few people in Ghana who have built stuff like Airbnb, right? But there's very little awareness for these products. And again, which is why we need to have more of these kinds of conversations. Just by show of hand, can you raise your hand if you've heard of Loop Ghana, L-O-O-P? There's one gentleman there. So again, Loop is Ghana's first MLS, multiple listing system. Loop is integrated with Realtor.com and other providers over the world, but nobody even knows about that, right? So we have an awareness issue here that we need to tackle. To compete with brands like Airbnb will be very difficult because, again, their brand is very powerful. But that doesn't mean we cannot build our own local alternatives. And again, there are people who are attempting to solve this problem.
Now to Fatal, and maybe Arnold, you might be able to chip in here. With all of the data that you've collected, right, is there a way to improve what Sharif has spoken about?
Yes. So, first of all, investors or people who are or developers actually do not trust a lot of data collected because the fear of that the dark effects where they think it's not transparent enough, we're not collecting it very well, it may be forged. So where if you want to invest in a business or you want to invest in a property or much like a house, what they want to do is maybe if you have a 5-year data of energy consumption in that place, if you have a 5-year data of maintenance information, that can actually inform the investor of the life cycle of that property and how the building is breathing and all those things. So if we're able to get those information, it's practically important for the investor to come in and say, okay, I want to invest this amount of money in there. Because, I mean, you're not going to buy an aircraft for $50 million if you don't know the flight data record of that aircraft. So if an investor is going into an opportunity like that, they want to know how the building is faring and what exactly went into it and how it's looking like at that point. Yeah. So it creates the layer for trust for the investor, between the investor and then the project manager. Yeah.
Okay, so you asked a very interesting question is how come Airbnb is so popular and no one is able to do a local alternative here? I think the main reason is because of Airbnb's transparency, simplicity, and their brand. Now, as a consumer, if you go onto Airbnb, you have over 4,000 Airbnbs to choose in Ghana. So it creates more variety, more options, more competition. So this creates a sort of competition where now listings have to raise their quality. They need to raise their standards so that people will book them and not other units. And also they've made the payment simple to do, and the communication is simple. In case you have any issue, Airbnb will refund you and stand with the guest. So if someone is able to create something locally here and compete at that level, it can be gradual, of course. I think there is serious money to be made because Airbnb takes about 18% of each booking. And if you have 4,000 Airbnbs in Ghana, that's a crazy amount of money. So whoever is able to solve that problem, you'll be set for generations.
Amazing. So since we're running out of time, I just wanted to wrap up with the last segment. And this has to do with operational reality, right? So the final question to the group, I want everyone to say something about this. How do we convince an investor that this tech in capital preservation, preventing that 20% depreciation rather than it just being a sunk cost?
A good one. So honestly, the question is rather how do we invest, or basically speaking, how do we sort of like pitch to an investor, okay, to invest in smart home as opposed to investing in a traditional house and where you probably have your buildings deteriorate due to lack of surveillance or due to lack of security or due to lack of energy efficiency. Because would you rather want to invest the bare minimum in a smart tech that can even help you detect leakages before it escalates, or you want to probably just go in and invest with a traditional system? So I think the conversation here is to really open us to the idea of smart home, because I know everyone right now probably is scared. What if I get a smart door lock and I get locked out of my house? I've heard that a couple of times, honestly, right? I've had different conversations regarding the cost of a smart home. It's so expensive. But the truth is, you can really start with just a few devices. You want a smart house, you don't need to start with like 100K budget. You can start modular, right? And the good thing about our devices is that it's cost effective, and not just that, also it works without internet connectivity, because we have to be honest with ourselves. There's issues of internet connectivity in Africa, right? So are we building for developers? Are we building for investors? Or we are building with them? And I stand to say that it's all about collaboration. We should build with them and not for them. And just to chip in quickly, you spoke about the Airbnb, which is very solid. We already have a platform that can literally help you own a house with just less than 2.5K Ghana cedis. I know that's surprising. We'll talk about that. That's Tosi. Probably heard of Tosi, but we'll talk about that more in details. So yeah, so that's my personal perspective. That's what I personally think about the investors. They should see it as a point of advantage and gain, basically speaking, yeah. And smart home is human dignity. That is the key caption there.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you please repeat it?
So basically, you're trying to justify whether investing in smart home technology is worth it for the investor, considering the premium you have to pay for it.
Right, okay. So ultimately, the investor wants to save costs, right? And smart technology allows them to potentially save that cost. So to give a few examples, so one of our clients is a university, and one of their issues is the students always leave their lights on, right? Putting in some smart lights that are able to detect your presence and automatically turning them off is going to save you a lot of money. So I think now there are a lot more affordable products that have come onto the market, and these products also have a lot of quality these days. So I think developers shouldn't really be worried about spending that premium. If you invest in the right products, if you get the right guidance and have systems that can integrate with each other so you have the right visibility, it will definitely save you money. So I think from that perspective, for sure, investing in these kind of products is a net positive.
Okay, so we need to wrap this up now. So I think we have room for just one more response, and then we can call this done.
So, yes, so when it comes to the investment or investors putting into money into development, what they need to understand is, again, like Sharif mentioned, if you have the right systems, if you have the right tools and devices you're using in your system, then you should save up on cost. One of the main issues with cost and setting up smart systems, or even in the long run using them, is the energy consumption aspect of it, and then the utility transparency. Now, assuming you are in a house which has about 10 tenants, and you don't know how much water each tenant consumes, it's going to cause a lot of issues, especially when it comes to splitting the bills. So if you have smart systems that allows you to monitor how much water each tenant is consuming, then you can effectively spread the energy consumption bills or water bills across them, and then that should actually solve much problem for you as an investor.
Great answers. Thank you guys for sharing all the knowledge on this. This has been a great discussion, and we look forward to doing this again sometime soon. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Put your hands together for them for doing justice to the conversation on prop tech and innovation. Is Africa ready? Please stay on stage. Please stay on stage. Group pictures. Please stay on stage. As tradition demands a group picture. And this is still day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival. A big thank you to our lead sponsor, Nilex Properties, our visionary sponsor, Gold Key Properties, and of course to all our exhibitors and partners. We say merci beaucoup. Excellent. Thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, still to come at this Africa Real Estate Festival Day 2, we have 2 more panel discussions. And then at some point, you'll be hearing from Nana Kwame Bediako, the man behind Qualis Group. And of course, #1 global renowned speaker will be here very soon on the stage as well, Vusi Tembe Kwayo. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be getting ready for our lunch break. But permit me to introduce a very important personality to give us a very exciting performance, and then we can take our lunch break. He's a young Ghanaian gospel recording artist. He's a songwriter. He's a youth pastor. He's a creative director. He's a conference speaker, and he's a youth advocate who has the calling of bringing God's message and hope, love, peace, transformation, and care to humanity upon him. Gracing our stage on day 2 at the Africa Real Estate Festival. Let's make welcome with a thunderous round of applause, Pastor Kwesi Oting.
Thank you. Make you down to the center. You bring so good, bring so good, bring so good. I'm a blessing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Everywhere I go, everywhere I am, you build my side, you build my side, you build my side. See the things you do, they blow my mind. The way you do, the things you do, I don't wonder why you love me so. Take the time to do it. My life, name everyone by one. It's been so good, I will not forget, not forget, not forget. You've been my lawyer. You are all I need, you are all I want, my Jehovah. I depend on you, I depend on you. Everything I have, everything I want is you. You are all I need, you are all I want, oh God. Just because of you. See the things you do, they'll blow my mind. And the way you do them things you do, I wonder why you love me so. Count my blessings, name them one by one. You've been so good, I will not forget. I many of you believe that God is the one blessing you? It's not by your might, it's not by might or power. If you can bless, can I get some volumes up here, please? See the grace on you, favor on you, the mercies you see. There's a love you have, peace you have, joy you have. That is not by might, not by power, just by the Holy Ghost. Not ashamed to tell the world, if you God to bless you, if you who to bless you, if you God to bless, if you God to bless me. 2026, come on. From the place you fly, cars you drive, and the money you have, and the food on your table, house you build, family you got. Not by might, not by power, choose by the Holy Ghost. Not ashamed to tell the world, if you got it, bless me. God will bless me. If you God will bless me. Not the might or power. God will bless. If you God will bless me. If you God will bless me. God will bless. If you God will bless me. God bless me, God bless me. If you God bless, it's not by might or power. God bless. Let's go, bro. Every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, every Thursday, every Friday, every Saturday, every Sunday, you bless me. For coming home, I'm bringing now, but doing me too. I do, you are holding, and Shiva, I'm gonna show. Said if you got it, bless me. If you who at the clock, bless me. If you got it, bless me. Come on, lift your voice and declare it like you mean it. If he God to bless, if he God to bless me. God to bless me. If he God to bless me. If he God to bless me. Break it down for me. Yo, listen, I don't do this song, yeah? It says I'm walking in favor. And I actually want to dedicate it to every real estate marketing person. You know, I was a marketing manager for a company, T-Beggar Properties, you know, and then 2011, the music demands make sure that I like, because when I entered offices, then I was getting fans plenty. My boss then said, actually, they'll take me off. But otherwise, I'm still in real estate through my brother, you know, like we partner and do stuff, you know. So, yeah. So, listen, I know what favor can do for companies. I know what favor can do for managers, sales representatives, brokers, and everybody. So I actually want to do this song for you. I wanted to do something else that everybody knew, but I want to be prophetic right now. Can I be prophetic? All right, let's do favor. And push the volumes for me, please. I won't be long. Turn it up in the house, please. Come on. Say it loud, say it loud. I believe I will see favor all over me. Like a shield Happy friends, angels of favor are with me. Favor lines are drawn for me in pleasant places on the earth. Peace like a river, joy like a fountain all around me. I'm walking in favor. I'm covered in favor. I'm walking in favor. Favor all over. Favor. Come on, let's say, let me hear you. Come on. I'm walking in favor. I'm covered in favor. Come on. Covered in favor. Walking in favor. Favor all over. Listen to this part. Listen. Lead me out, spell my name, pull me down, cancel me. In your face I will rise. With my eyes I will see victories everywhere. Vindications, elevations, restitutions, manifestations. Peace like a river. I'm walking in favor, everybody. Come on, church, come on. I'm walking in favor. I'm covered in favor. Favor. I'm walking in favor. Covered in favor. Walking in favor. Simple process. It's raining, 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 raining all over me. It's raining, 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 raining. Let me hear everybody say. Show them.
Yes, raining, 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 raining.
So walking in favor. Come on, say. I'm walking in favor. God bless you, love you. See you next year. Walking in all over.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate God's gift to the world. Kwesi Oting, thank you for gracing our stage and making sure everybody is having a good time. We truly appreciate you. And so right now, I'm happy to announce that officially we're about to take our lunch break. But before that, let's acknowledge our sponsors one more time. Let's do a big round of applause for our lead sponsor, Nilex Properties. Round of applause for them. And of course, our visionary sponsors, Gold Key Properties. We appreciate you. A big round of applause for them as well. Thank you. And to all our exhibitors, we say merci beaucoup. Now, just as I announced lunch, I would like to let you know that it is your duty to visit at least 5 exhibition booths before you step out for lunch. And so please make sure that you are networking, you are collaborating, you are educating yourself, you are seeing all the wonderful projects, you are talking to service providers, amongst others, right here at day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival. Now, to also let you know, to my right-hand side, we have food vendors over here. So if you like something to eat, feel free. You can go and buy some water, some drinks, or some food for lunch. Now, to my left-hand side, we have our washrooms there as well. If you need to visit it at any point in time, it is open 24/7, 365. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch break is exactly 30 minutes. So at 3:30, we'll come back. We'll do a second panel discussion. We'll hear from the man behind Qualis Group, Nana Kwame Bediako. And of course, we'll do a final panel discussion. Then, the man that made the inspiration will take the stage, Vusi Tembekwayo. Don't go nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the day that history is already made, but we continue to make it right here at day 2 of the Africa Real Estate Festival. And so lunch time begins. As your MC for this afternoon, I say bon appetit. We'll see you in 30 minutes to continue the show. Thank you so much, Mr. DJ. Let the music flow.
want today. I want the day where you day. Kilo base. You want the wound, follow my sexy. We see the ball on a daily. We define where we go, we stick back. Shy your day all night. We don't get the problem, we just fight. Even if I dey shy, plenty kele go still dey fool my side. Matter don't dey scatter my eye. Fine girls don't they enter my eye. Mini skirt don't they enter my eye. Big boom that don't they enter my eye. Now one pop where I try, it dey do me like I dey for trance. I will so be like, you know say me I no go be quiet. Me I put down now to bend down. Me I like the bunda, make it soft the bunda. Me I put down now to bend down. Me I like the bunda, make it soft the bunda. Me I put down now to bend down. Me I like the bunda, make it soft the bunda. Me I put down now to bend down. Me I like the bunda, make it soft the bunda. She do me really wanna till it I'm a fan of this one, no big girl alone. She know they give me wahala. She love me steady, they drop me when I know. Really wanna till it I'm a fan of this one, no big girl alone. She know they give me wahala. She love me steady, they drop me when I know. What is this? What is the size of your backside? Oh my God, I know if it was right. Should make you back down to backslide. Baby, what?
I want to tell it in son. It's about to ban a link. I want to tell it. I want it sharp.
Nigga platinum me way. I pushing canting, keeping number. And don't you see the money shine number? It's shine number, busa busa. I push it bare fresh to la gala. I chigu pegele kotoza. I funny ninja sebaniga. I keep it diamond to la gala. Seba nigga platinum me way. I pushing canting, keeping number. And don't you see the money shine number? It's shine number, busa busa. I keep it bare fresh to la gala. I chigu pegele kotoza. I funny ninja sebaniga.
Dream of the who said that you was that. Go down low for the last killer. I want the woman through me a chinchilla. You be the groovy you pimpina. Shammy Van Dam way, more villa. Oh, yo, ya, made that little painkiller. Oh, you fresh man, yo, who a chinchilla. Send me your docuna, on inchinam, pududum, padada, yenano, you will crum, you will tum, I am a otunku, only bitigos in the near, forgetting on Naganante, flow kinaba, washing me, mechi me gaga naba, me said I could be a nipa on a high naba, me coca cara, me jina, semi kata in a pie, Jimmy still on the ride. Go low, go low, go low, go low, baby girl, go low, go low, go low, go low, baby girl, go low, go low, go low, go low, baby girl, go low, go low. She go low. Baby, you know what he did. Bring out the baby. Down, girl. Go down, down. Yeah, the sound, girl. Down. I'm in love. I said I'm in love. Baby, let me cover you. When you stand, I'm under you. Oh, na 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 na. Uncle, stop touching. Sorry, madam, sorry.
What else?
Body.
Huh?
Obiantone Coalition. Biantone Coalition. Obiantone Coalition. Body.
Yeah, member when they pay and bua bonfia. I hope a promo yen nabu huntia. Or ya what time for Jano Manivia. Yambuamu Amusina Bumpia.
Saupe Muano Menina Edi. Nana Yamini Awakano Nebebe Mo. Tawuma Usa Swabi Ponina Tutu. So my party don't lose God. Can't walk home out of everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Make me sing, oh. Oh, yeah. I say, help me sing, oh. Oh, yeah.
Namufisa Meshiasi. The choir Masamba. I hope you can cram the fair muntin and woman say my wife mini dama. We need a wono. Namufisa Maya Sanseni. Uhumiana will yama show after the winning bomb so penna was a wine pony. Nananya men and Sano. After the woman too. Man, I must say me a junkie and Sabusu KB. Shame on you too. After the men who said me Macabole Yonki. Channel. Killing was a monkey. If I check, I just say you the hungry. Why a yak about that social busky? Me who ya the Nana Metiasi. What they make a would be an Indiasi. Man, I made a bet so I flower will be a
problem there. Better call Jesus. I'm only big man, not a ball on me. I watch your face. I seen the hope and it dawned on me. Everything could have been lovely, but I'm just another guy. I'm just another guy. Obsessed to my morals, concerned to my liberty. Options overflow, I'm not gonna lie, there's a change in my energy. Praying I never go down. If I step on toes, my apologies. Everything could have been lovely, but I'm just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. But I'm just another guy, just another guy. I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. But I'm just another guy, just another money I want. Give me day one, get your crypto, dollar city safer. Call me, let's talk, and I'll go see you later. Lucky champion, then no fit to bring down. Down with them now, I'm in the final boss. 1,000 bullets to my body on form. Samurai swings, what a situation. But when the money long, you know fit to take them with the party day long. Obsessed to my boyfriend, concerned with my liberty. Options overflow, I'm not gonna lie, there's a change in my energy. Praying I never go down, never stepped on toes, my apology. Everything would have been lovely, just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. But I'm just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. And when the money high like most high, the shorty I go buy you from mommy. Hey, the reason I hustle, so many girls, but I can fit die for you, babe. I promise to be giving you a good life, so long as you wait on me. Hey, the reason I hustle, so many girls, but I can fit die for you, babe. Do you know, I need you now.
The Bex. The Bex.
Let's all get seated. The show goes on. If you're outside, let's get seated. The show goes on. All our guests, all our delegates, all our VIPs, all our speakers, let's all get seated right now. Thank you so much.
Dane bangana sikanti. Sikanti.
Thank you very much. And so I'd like to make a very important announcement. If you find yourself outside and you are not seated right now, I believe that everyone should get seated. In a few minutes, we're going to enjoy our second panel discussion on sustainability, ESG, and climate resilient real estate. But before that, we'll take some remarks from the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, and they will be represented by one of the industry players. He's been in real estate for a long time, and he's got a lot of experience. So help me welcome on stage Reverend Daniel Hammond. Round of applause. I think we can do it better for him. Help me welcome on stage Reverend Daniel Hammond with a big, big, big round of applause right now. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Good afternoon. Standing on existing protocols, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Ghana Institute of Surveyors. It is a privilege to join you at the Africa Real Estate Festival in Accra. My message today is straightforward. The opportunity within Africa's real estate sector is significant, but execution remains the constraint. In Ghana, the fundamentals are clear. Sustained demand across office, retail, industrial, and residential sectors, a housing deficit of approximately 1.8 to 2 million units, growing investor interest, particularly in income-generating assets, increasing demand for quality, well-managed development. At the same time, the market continues to face structural constraints, land tenure and title challenges, limited access to long-term financing, rising construction and development costs, inconsistent market data, and transparency. These issues are not new. However, they now require decisive, coordinated action. From a professional standpoint, 3 priorities should guide the way forward. First, we need discipline in the market. The market must be driven by credible data, standardized rules, and ethical practice. Secondly, we have to look at our structures. Our processes must be clear. Laws regulating the sector must be enforced. Thus, political will is crucial for enforcement. Further, we must aim to provide bankable developments. We must move towards institutional grade real estate of high quality, large-scale, income-producing properties sought by major investors like pension funds, insurance companies, and REITs. Thirdly, we have to look at the scale of our development. Particularly in the housing sector, delivery must shift from fragmented projects to structured, large-scale solutions supported by public and private capital. The role of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors remains central in this transition. We are committed to strengthening standards, improving market transparency, and supporting policy direction that enhances investor confidence. On behalf of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, I would like to commend the organizers of the Africa Real Estate Festival, Mr. Desmond Kwesi Otin and his team. Can we clap for them, please? For this important platform. We look forward to continued collaboration. Colleagues, capital will continue to flow to markets that demonstrate structure, transparency, and reliability. It is our responsibility as professionals and real estate practitioners to ensure that Africa remains a competitive destination for that capital. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Put your hands together for Reverend. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. I think one word that has gone around since day one is collaboration. And so I guess we believe that's one word that we'll take home. But we're all welcome back, distinguished ladies, guests, men, all the incredible people, industry players, industry champions. Thank you so much for being a part of day 2 of the African Real Estate Festival. The conversations continue to shape the narrative when it comes to real estate in Africa. My name is Miriam Uduak-Mensah, and we're moving into the next phase of day 2 of the African Real Estate Festival. Now we're going to get into our third panel for today, and we're looking at sustainability, ESG, and climate resilient real estate. Discussion will be on green building, ESG expectation, climate risk, and sustainable investment decisions. And to moderate this will be Cyril Aite Tete, Mr. Cyril Aite Tete, and he would invite on stage his panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Cyril, Mr. Cyril Ni Aite Tete.
Thank you very much. Cyril Ni Aite Tete is my name. I convene the Ghana Green Building Summit and also founder of the Ghana Green Building Alliance. So I'm quite used to organizing events like this. And one of the greatest fears of an organizer is that after lunch, people just run away. So thank you for coming back. Clap for yourselves is what I mean. Okay, all right. So I'm going to call those who are going to assist me to do the discussion. A lot of the times in this particular advocacy, you hear that, oh, as for green buildings, it's a luxury, it's a nice to have. A lot of people don't really pay attention to it. They think it's a marketing gimmick, it's a fad, and all of that. But it would interest you to know that the population of Africa is going to grow to about 2.5 billion by 2050. And when that happens, it shows that there's an opportunity in there. And that opportunity is that there's going to be urbanization. There's going to be a lot of housing required. So that's where the opportunity is. And contained within that opportunity is as much as 345 billion worth of investments. And when we narrow it down to the green investments, there's about 10% of that, which is 30 million. So this is the opportunity that lies before us. And I'm going to call on my panelists to join me here on stage so that we can dissect that particular opportunity and investment required. So first, I'm going to call Mr. Paul Okran. He's with the IFC. Paul, please join me on stage. And for investments to work, we need a particular sort of government support, policy support. And I have with me also Cedric Jelu. He is the technical advisor to the Minister of Climate Change. Thank you, Cedric. And we have the practitioners on the ground, those who have been developing such properties in the commercial space. So I'm going to call on Justine Koblavi of Gold Key to also join us. And then there's also another interesting aspect, which is the ESG aspect. I'm going to call Enoch Yeboah to also join us on stage. And then another critical aspect of this is those who design such properties. Design is key. Design is very important. When you want to design or build green, you need to speak to the right architect. So Agnes Ufosuapia, please also join us on stage. Okay, thank you very much for joining us once again. For the uninitiated, a lot of people hear about green buildings, and what a lot of people think about is usually the add-ons. They think about the solar, they think about landscaping, and that sort. But green buildings really begins from design. So there are a few people here who may not really know what green buildings are. So Agnes, I'll hand it over to you. Just quickly let the audience have a fair idea of what green buildings are. And before I even get into that, it would interest a lot of people to know that when you're doing a life cycle analysis of a life cycle cost analysis of a building, the upfront cost, which is what is on a lot of people's mind, is actually just the construction cost. Where the real cost is in the operations and the maintenance. And that actually forms a chunk of the cost. So you could have a building that you probably bought for, let's say, 100,000. But if you do a life cycle analysis, buildings actually are expected to last 40 to 50 years. But if you do that, you realize that a large chunk is in the 80%. So I'd like you to break down the various aspects of what a green building is, considering design, energy, water, and then also material.
All right. Thank you, Cyril. So I will define a green building as a sustainable building, a building that performs well now, but will also perform well in the future. So in our practice, for instance, we always start a design looking at the site context and looking at the passive things that you will do to ensure that the building on its own can perform well without you adding any bells and whistles. So a simple thing like, how is the building placed on the site? Particularly in this part of the world where we are so close to the equator, just the way you position the building alone can reduce your air conditioning cost for the 50 years that Cyril has talked about, to ensure that you are not spending a lot on energy when the building itself could have cooled on its own. So these passive interventions that we put into the building or we use to design the building ensure that the cost, your running cost of the building, particularly with energy, already is lowered. And then that way, when you add the active measures, like for instance, including solar panels for power or drilling a borehole for water, etc., they become add-ons. The building itself is performing well enough for you to be able to enjoy the building. And in particular for the 58% of people in Ghana who are building informally, if you have these things behind your mind when you are building or you are selecting a building type, it already saves you a lot. So I hope I've answered it well enough.
Yes, you have. Thank you. I'm going to come to you, Paul. In terms of design, I mentioned the life cycle cost analysis. Someone would ask, how are you able to anticipate the kind of costing you're going to incur in terms of energy usage, water usage, and all of that? But I know that you have a platform, so if you could expand on that platform, the IFC Edge platform, which is very useful for both private developers and commercial developers who want to design and build green.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ne. And we basically get this question all the time, right? Maybe I start. IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, basically supporting the private sector and expanding their business and direct investment. For the real estate sector, there's always been this notion that green buildings are expensive, they cost way more. So we needed to sit back and develop a system to really test the market to see if these ideas are real. And we did a research and deployed a tool called Edge. Edge is a software which is free to use for everybody. You can use it to design your building, and it tells you how sustainable your building is going to be under 3 thematic areas: under energy, water, and materials. Agnes has already mentioned the passive design elements. The real cost of going green is actually between 1% and 3%, not the 50, not the 70%, not the 100% that we see, right? And the idea is to make sure that we are already implementing these green measures at the design stage, right? So if you are implementing these at the concept stage, you tend to save way more, right? So what do we even, Agnes had mentioned a couple of things about the building orientation, which it doesn't cost you anything just to get a good architect that understand this concept to design your project. Another thing can be a simple thing as the color of your roof, right? Darker colors, that's what? They absorb heat, right? And lighter shades do what? They reflect it, right? So just the color of your roof, the color of your building, the size of your windows, these little elements can go a long way to ensure that you are reducing your operational cost over the 25 to 50 years operational life of your project.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come to you, Enoch, because of energy. I know that's your particular sector. So for most of these buildings, buildings generally in the world account for about 40% of energy usage. So what are some of the interventions that can be done? Like he mentioned, the low-hanging measures. What are some of the particular interventions that can be done, which doesn't really cost extra money, but actually can save you money? Because the data shows that if you implement such green measures, you can reduce your utility bills by about 30 to 40%. So if you can expatiate a little bit on that.
Right, thank you very much, Cyril. Let me greet everybody and crave your indulgence for the next couple of minutes as we all talk practical sustainability. And like Cyril said earlier, after lunch is pretty hard. So my first point will be to crave your indulgence that if your phone is not being used for an urgent email or anything, please just have your attention on us, right? My wife tells me one thing: when you are present, you have to be available, or available but present. So I'll state that and move on further, because I think we need to have a lot of energy amongst us as we engage on this topic particularly. So first things first, it's true that when buildings are being used, the energy cost is the highest. And I think just like Agnes said, from the very beginning, before you even start constructing the building, the orientation for where you'd have light come in is important, because you think about it and you realize that the electricity you use would come from either the lighting you have in the room, which is too dark sometimes and you need to have electricity in to use for those lights, or nowadays even, just like we talked about earlier, the data centers, the AI that we're talking about, actually also drives power from your data centers. It's a huge cost, right, that you have to think of. So if you'd want to think of it in that way, and you're thinking of solar solutions as an example, which is common because we are in a very tropical environment, then you want to already think about it before you start constructing. So that might be seen in some instances as an expensive one, but it's not so much if you think of what you can get in terms of either subsidies that are out there, which you should be go grabbing for. And I think we talked about it a while back where we're saying bankability of projects. If your house that you're building is one of those that you can put up as a bankable project, you can go for it and have better energy saving, right? So again, the issue of materials If you're using sunquake blocks all through, then you should know that truly and really you're going to have a lot of heat coming to the building and you have to exchange it, i.e. air conditioning. So if you're looking at rammed earth, and for this, I'd like to take your minds back, for those of you who were here yesterday or those who would have watched it, that somewhere in Peru, Chile, etc., when the architect Richardson was showing, they have rammed earth, and that's what they're using. So let me bring us back home. Here in Ghana and in other parts of Africa, we have rammed earth we're using for those old buildings. But nowadays, we're not using it as much, right? Because we're not sure exactly how strong those materials are and things like that. But that's where you always have to talk to the competent people, the architects and others. So energy, you'd want to think of the materials you're using, the orientation of the building to allow for ventilation, because then you can save on those gadgets and equipment. So I'll pause now and then you take it on.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to you now, Justine. For a commercial inclined developer like you, what is the motivation? What has been the motivation over the years to adopt such green building measures? And has it impacted your business in any way in terms of increasing rentals, occupancy rates, and as well as purchases for your developments?
Yes, it definitely has increased that. Let me speak on occupancy and premium rentals. So in regards to occupancy, we've had a lot of the multinationals and diasporan-based businesses looking for green buildings. And I think this is where we have an advantage in the market, because when it comes to the commercial industry, you actually do find very few of these buildings. So we leverage on that. So if you look at our portfolio, we have quite a number of the large multinationals. So this is very attractive to them because it aligns with their ESG policies, because they are prioritizing sustainability now. So it actually has boosted our occupancy. And I would say it also helps with client retention. Client retention, because you realize that your operational cost, once you take up a space, the next thing you are concerned about is the operational cost. And once that is significantly reduced, you'll be comfortable in a space like that. So it helps us to also retain our clients. So it translates both in terms of occupancy and rentals. I would say we don't target necessarily as premium rental because it's a green building. We don't charge too much. We don't charge excess rents because you're in a green building, but you get value for your money. You're getting value for being in a green building. So the motivation behind this is we actually edge champions with IFC, pioneering this all through. I think beyond the operational perspective, we are looking at how we can also contribute to society, what we can give back. And this is one of the motivations behind it.
Thank you. So you might make all these efforts in your private and your commercial capacities, but sometimes if the external environment is not right or doesn't facilitate what you're doing, you might encounter challenges. And this is where I am going to bring Cedric in. Cedric, as advisor to the Minister of Climate Change, what are some of the key initiatives, policy initiatives that you're instituting to drive growth in the sector?
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Cyril. Cyril, let me start off by saying that on my way here, a friend of mine asked me, Cedric, I hear you speaking at the RF 2026 festival. How does climate change concern itself with real estate?
Right.
I told you guys are talking about weather, floods, and stuff. So what is it about real estate that you're going to talk about?
What has climate change got to do with it?
That is it. Yes. So, I mean, given this question by my friend, I think it is a duty to actually establish the nexus between climate change and real estate. So, friends, when we talk about climate change and real estate, we are talking about how environment factors or environment forces affect or impact properties or infrastructure. And when you flip that, it is also about how properties, the operations of properties or infrastructure affect the environment. Now, that is theory. Let me bring you to the practical. The practical is that in terms of the environment, you are putting up a real estate which will be impacted by heat. So it is going to dictate your cooling system. Some of you have 2-3 air conditioners in your house. Is that green? Is that sustainable? Some of you have put up properties, and I see a lot of organizations here exhibiting. I tell you that I know some companies who have built estates in places that are no longer inhabitable. People can no longer, stay there because it is flooded. I'm coming from a city, Keta, that is almost getting washed away by what? The sea level rise. Now, from heat to floods to sea level rise, that is a question for climate change. So if today you are an investor, you want to invest, would you want to go to Keta or Glefe or come to Choco to invest? The question will be no. Why? Because the environmental forces will impact that property. Now, when you flip that also in practice, we are saying that when you are putting up that property, the extent to which you are going to build is going to affect the environment. You are going to use cement. You are going to use steel. All those materials are high level emitting impact. They are going to emit carbon dioxide and heat equivalent into the atmosphere. And so climate change is concerned with real estate in this sense, so that for you, the investor, for you, the developer, for you, the architect, and all the players in the fields, you must be cognizant of these realities and how to fit into this. So when you bring that in terms of governance, what we are doing is that all of these is captured in what we call the NDCs. So the NDCs is what we know as the nationally determined contribution. Now, this is the promise of every government to say that I want to reduce my emission. And so, whilst real estate is not explicitly captured in the NDCs, the tenet of the NDCs, like my colleagues on the panel spoke about, from energy use, from reduction of emissions, waste, recycling, all of these have been captured. And so when you ask the question, what is green? Green is sustainable. And when we speak of sustainable, we are saying that your ability to use today's needs without compromising on the ability of future generation to use that same need. And so when you say that you need to reduce your waste, when we say that you need to be energy efficient, this should be a lifestyle, because this green is sustainable. Because who doesn't like to reduce the cost of electricity? So all of these is captured in the sense that going green is a lifestyle. Going green should be a culture.
Yeah, but are there any key particular initiatives, even if it's on the drawing board, as we say in Ghana all the time, that would inspire some confidence? Is there anything that would support the external environment to push and drive the agenda?
Yes, sir. I like to confess that policy is more of a value-driven approach. And so as we speak, we may not have directly policies that are captured climate change, sustainable in real estate. But there's an emerging discussion in this field where my boss, the Honorable Minister of State for Climate Change, is actually pioneering an idea that, to start with, every ministry, agency, department should have a climate change and sustainability desk. What it's going to do is that they are going to ensure that all of these discussions are inculcated right from the ideation stage to the implementation stage. Government is also looking forward to the housing project that concerns itself with energy efficiency, waste reduction, and then low carbon, impact.
Okay. Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, so just to add a few initiatives I know, working with the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, there are 2 or 3 initiatives that I know that everyone can sort of tap into. There's the National Clean Energy Program, which is being run by the Click Foundation from Switzerland, and then also Econolo, and then KITE, Kumasi Institute for Technology and Environment, which particularly allows building owners or residents to actually be able to apply for some grants and subsidies to be able to have solar on the top of your roof, up to 1 megawatt and then 2 megawatts. So that's one initiative.
We do not have much time, so I'll just do another quick round of questioning. I'll start again with Justine. You are in the commercial sector. There are a few of them here, I'm sure there are a few investors here who have been thinking or mulling over the idea to go green. Do you think the measures in which you've taken has a direct impact on your bottom line or your net profits?
Sorry, repeat that again. Has direct impact on? Oh. Yes, it has. It has. I'll speak from the asset value perspective, which is priority for most developers. And maybe, so I don't know if a lot of people are aware that actually having a green building actually boosts your valuation of your building. So your assets is more valuable as compared to a regular building. Beyond that, valuation is not just about the premium rentals that you charge for the building. There's other factors are considered like low risk in association to the building because there's higher client retention. Green buildings are more attractive to a lot of multinationals who have longer tenures. So that would also be factored into the valuation of your building, coupled with other things. So yes, bottom line actually has improved our assets overall.
All right. I'm sure a few people will consult you when we are done. Quick one. We are out of time, so if you could wrap it up within 30 seconds to 1 minute. Paul, let me come to you. A lot of the times, people have the interest to go green, either at the individual or on the commercial level. But then sometimes when they present their projects to funders to support them, there's always a case of this project is not bankable. In your particular experience, just 1 or 2 points that could make a project bankable so that such projects can secure the funding and the support that they need.
Yeah, I think one of the key thing is there are a lot of funds chasing green projects, whether it's green building or any other building that can be tagged green, right? So the first strategy is to make sure that your project you are doing speaks to the elements of green, right? And the other aspect of bankability is the various impacts that this project can translate into. And the easy solution to have that in place is to make sure that your project is addressing a couple of the SDGs, right? So these critical aspects, and in addition to all the benefits Justin has spoke about, they actually are champions, right? So in Ghana, we have over 50 projects and over 1 million square meters of projects that are certified green with EDGE, right? So all these projects are using and leveraging the definition of green, and also you can see a clear alignment with the various SDGs, right?
All right. I
Sorry,
think
Cyril, if I can just add a
Sure.
quick line. Just to add on to what he said, I don't think a lot of people are aware that there are lots of DFIs and institutional investors who are open to funding green projects. So if most people do not know, those opportunities are there. It's an opportunity for you to take advantage of funding from any of them. It could be residential, commercial, mixed use, residential that has that makes a huge impact on the society. IFC is willing to sponsor such projects. So you can take advantage of that as a way to fund your business.
Okay. We almost skipped the subject of ESG. What has, just in 1 minute, I know it's a difficult job, but Enoch, in 1 minute, what has ESG got to do with real estate development?
ESG simply stands for environment, social, and governance. So environmental, social, governance, which primarily means that if you have any particular need for concerns with your environment where you're building, you need to focus on it to make sure that that impact that would come is more positive than negative. So any form of degradation must be catered for. The social element, which is often forgotten, is one example that was made, that if you have people, you want to move to Saglame, and you think that their livelihood and their lifestyle does not matter as much, then you're making a big, important mistake. So you have to think about the social needs, how to ensure that if people are moving from one level to the other, they're able to appreciate it. And it comes again with the issue of affordability. Affordability does not mean low quality, right? It means that it's supposed to be important. And the governance aspect also means that putting all of these in place such that you can report, you can have conversations around it, just like he did, to have the key matrices to say that these and these are the things we are doing to make more impact. Thanks.
Okay. Quick one, 1 minute. If someone comes to you to design their building, how do you sell sustainability or green to them? Just 30 seconds, there we go.
Okay, so we have very little time and I see my lady coming up the stairs, so I'm going to speak really fast. So So, as you mentioned, Africa is growing and there's going to be a huge population of explosion. We are building, but are we building right? Because whatever you are putting your money into build now may not be useful in 25 years, which means it will be demolished. And so your investment will be lost. And so you have to critically think about what your money is going into, what you are investing, whether it's a personal house or it's a development. Has it been designed well enough that it's resilient, it's accessible, and it will last the test of time? Because 25 years from now, in 2050, let's hope that what you build still stands. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your attention. It's put your hands together for yourselves. My village people, I'll send a mumu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nee. We appreciate that. Please put your hands together for them. Oh, please come back. I'm sorry. I'm not a picture person, so I'm always forgetting. Please come back. I'm so sorry. Let's take our pictures together. Beautiful one. Thank you so much, all panelists. We did a great job. This conversation was very important when we talk about sustainability. We're strong on that on the continent because we're beginning to appreciate the entire conversation. And so thank you very much for doing justice to that. I think the next panel should just get ready so we get into that. We do not want to spend any more time here. There's so much going to happen today. A big thank you to our sponsors, Nelix Properties and Gold Key Properties. We really appreciate your support. Now, later this evening, we're going to have an exciting experience. Now, this entire festival is not going to end without some connection. Part of this festival is to create network for businesses, for individuals who are wanting to venture into the real estate industry. You get to know people. And so we have the RF Connect later at Estilo. Estilo is spelled Estilo. Just put it on the Google map, it will take you right. They're just around Chado, yes. So Estilo at 7 p.m., we have RF Connect. We're going to be networking. That's not going to be big conversation. So please don't bore people with business, okay? Just get to know people. We'll continue business on Monday. Is that okay? Is that okay? All right, please put your hands together for yourselves. Who is ready to hear from Mr. Kwame Bediako? Cheddar, by the way. I mean, most of you know him as Cheddar. Who wants to hear from him? Well, very soon. Who wants to hear from Vuzi? Oh, are you ready? Our next panel is up. Gentlemen. I need my seat right back there. Yes, the next panel is up. DJ, please give us one song and we'll settle this. The next panel is getting ready because I'm missing somebody right now. So we're going to put it together and we'll get into our next panel for this evening.
You got the notion, said I'd like to know where you got the notion. Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat, I don't tip the boat over. Rock the boat, I don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat. Ever since our voyage of love began, your touch has thrilled me like the rush of the wind, and your arms have held me safe from a rolling sea. There's always been a quiet place to harbor you and me. Our love is like a ship on the ocean. We've been sailing with a cargo full of love and devotion. So I'd like to know where you got the notion. Said I'd like to know where you got the notion. Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat, don't tip the boat over. Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat.
Thank you very much, DJ. He's an esteemed luxury realtor, property consultant, and developer. He has made a profound impact on the global real estate scene with over 8 years of international experience across Europe, America, and Africa. He embodies passion, expertise, and unwavering dedication Who do you think I'm talking about? Oh, don't do that. It's not him, you are wrong. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Mr. Desmond Kwesi Otin, our very esteemed festival convener. Ladies and gentlemen, he's speaking for the very first time on the second day of RF 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate him.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my keynote for today, I want to say a big thank you to everybody for showing up for myself and showing up for the entire RF family. Please put your hands together for yourself. Now, for me, I put this event together and I put this platform together with myself and the team so we could solve a very simple problem. And this is a problem identified from a conversation I had with my friend sometime in the year 2010. In 2010, I had a conversation with a friend, and since that conversation, I've been asking myself a lot of questions, and I've always looked up for the opportunity to build up solutions for this problem. So in the year 2010, I had a conversation with a friend, and his name was Kofi. How many Kofis do we have in the building today? If you're Kofi, just give me a wave. Amazing. So I had a conversation with Kofi on the 15th of October, 2010, at exactly 15 minutes past 3. And Kofi was excited because he had just done a gold deal and made about $30,000. And so Kofi was saying and asking me, Desmond, what sort of investment would you advise that I do with this kind of money that I have, especially because I'm so interested in the real estate market? And I told Kofi about how beautiful it is for you to get yourself a land and start off a project. And Kofi decided to do this project. So Kofi moved into the city, got a 3-acre land, developed 12-unit townhomes in a mini-gated estate, and he decided to sell. But one of the major problems Kofi faced was that from the year 2010 up until the year 2024, he had only sold 3 units out of 12. And so I had a conversation with him, and he asked me very simple questions. He was like, where did you think I went wrong? And I said, Kofi, I think you had the right project, you had the right dream, but you built the wrong future, or you built towards the wrong future. And this is why I want to speak to you about who builds the future. Yesterday, in my welcome conversation with you and address, I asked, who builds Africa? Today, I'm back with it again, and I'm asking you, who builds the future? Can you ask your neighbor that for me? Who builds the future? Now, this is very important for me because where Africa is headed as a continent and the beauty of the opportunity that lies before us as the fastest growing region in the world and the region with the most youthful population, and we are not taking advantage of what's happening with us. And this is what is happening in the continent currently. We're seeing the beautiful skyrise come up, the commercial buildings. We're seeing the townhouses come up. But as we are building what we can see, we are ignoring what makes what we can see possible. And that is very, very dangerous. We see the skyscrapers, we see the high-rise buildings, we see the commercial spaces, we see the townhouses. For over 39 developers right in the exhibition booth, amazing projects across the region. but who is paying attention to what lies beneath it, what we can't see? And this is actually what holds what we can see together: the transportation system, the electricity system, the water problem, sanitation, and we are not paying attention to it. Okay, it looks and sound too technical, so let's break it down. Let's break it down. How many of us in the room are developers tonight? How many of us have heard this statement that the foundation is what holds the building? So if we are not paying attention to the foundation that lies right in front of us, which is the horizontal infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, the water, and we are just paying attention to the cities that lie above it, then we know that if the foundation is weak, what happens to the building? Oh, can I have some interaction? If the foundation is weak, the whole building will crash and collapse, right? Now think about it this way. This time around, it's not a building that's going to fail, but a whole city is going to come down, and gradually a whole continent is going to fail if we don't start paying attention to what lies beneath it. In the year 1964, the first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, decided to connect central Accra to the Tema Harbor. And he built a 19-kilometer road right from Accra to Tema. It took us 59 years to move from 1964 to the year 2024 to begin the expansion of the Tema Accra motorway. It took us 59 years. Think about it, 59 years. How many of us in this room are below the age of 50? How many of us still remember the Tom and Jerry movie we watched just a few years ago? And that's how dangerous it is for the continent, because if we don't start paying attention to some of these things, everything we're building will start collapsing. And that's why it's important to start conversations like this today. A whole new city is coming. A whole new continent is coming. Currently, Africa is about 1.4 billion. And in the year 2050, we are going to double that number. Now, I just want to make this practical for us to understand. So you have Africa currently with 1.4 billion people. And in the year 2050, you're going to have a new Africa. A new Africa. Like everybody here is going to have a new sibling. You're going to have a new brother. You're going to have a new friend in the year 2050 already. What are we going through? We're dealing with doomsday. I think we're gathered here. If you go on your phone right now, your internet might not be working as how it does when you're in your bedroom or in your living room, because we are gathered here. So if we don't take these decisions today and we wait for the year 2050, it will become dangerous for us, because when I started my story, I started off with my friend Kofi, and there are about 65 million Kofis coming in the year 2050. These are people who would love to live in the new Africa, and how prepared are we for them? We just have 25 years not to plan. The planning phase is over. The building phase is today. The building phase is now. The problem confronting us needs the now solution. And so it's very, very important for us to look at this. Let's narrow the conversation down into Ghana. And I'll need a volunteer, somebody whose internet is working tonight very well. Anybody would want to join me up here? Let's do something very simple, and then I'll get off. Please come. Your internet works perfect? Your internet works perfect? Because we're going to go on Google. I don't want to speak about things they say I'm conjoining the figures and everything. Oh, please put your hands together for him. Can you put in your search engine the housing deficit in Ghana in the year 2023? And you can kindly turn and face my lovely audience who have honored this great invitation. Thank you once again, guys. Put your hands together for yourself. In the year 2023, what was the housing deficit? Can you give him a microphone? Can we get him a microphone? What's the housing deficit in Ghana? Time is not on my side. Anybody has it? What's the housing deficit? 1.8 million in the year 2023.
Yep, 1.8 million.
1.8 million. Let's check the housing deficit today. What's the housing deficit today?
It's still showing 1.8 million.
The housing deficit is still 1.8 million?
Yes. As of
how many years has that been?
2000, and that's
from 2023 to 2026 is how many years?
3 years.
3 years, and the housing deficit is still the same. But I've sold properties for companies that came 2 years ago, and I've seen developments in Ghana come up. I've seen all the skyscrapers, townhouses. Thank you so much. Please take your seat. And so what is actually happening to the market? If the housing deficit in Ghana in the year 2023 was 1.8 million, and in 2026 the housing deficit remains at 1.8 million, who are we building for? And what are we building as a continent? And what is Ghana gradually becoming? Because the danger that lies ahead of us is also there's a new Ghana coming. The population is going to double. Currently, we're around 32 million. And in the year 2050, when the whole continent doubles, we're also going to be 56 million. And we're still driving through Laboni and Cantonment and Osu in traffic, and everybody still wants to buy the new cars. Everybody wants to get a new home. Everybody wants to add up to what we call development, which is beautiful, which is nice, but where and what is the state of infrastructural development across the country and across the continent? Accra is everybody's dream. For me, myself, I didn't grow up in Accra. So all these years, I've always hoped to live in Accra. And I moved into Accra. It's the same dream that is going to come up in the year 2050, and from now till that year, a lot of people are going to move from other regions and try to live in the small region, Greater Accra region. How do we accommodate them? How do we make sure that they will live, work, play, and still be comfortable and healthy? Today you're sick and you dial the number to call an ambulance, and it takes hours. It takes forever to get them to come. Think about it this way. In the year 2050, in the year 2030, what's going to happen when you're hit by that stroke or you're hit by that fever and we need to get you an ambulance and there's no ambulance when that call falls through? So this is where the reality really is, and this is what we need to pay attention to. We're building all the magnificent projects, and the reason why the housing deficit is still 1.8 million is because we are focused on the luxury end. I love luxury, guys. Look at me now. Yo. No, if you're not clapping, you're a hater. Like, I got you. It's my time and it's my day, so please do it for me again. Please clap for me. 90% of households can actually afford between $10,000 to $30,000. How many people in this room today can show me where I can get a one-bedroom for $30,000? Anybody in this room? Anybody in this room? Anywhere? What's the name of the project? Oh, there's actually no project for $30,000. Okay, for $50,000. For $50,000. So 90% of the demand lies within this funnel. 90% of the household, 90% of the citizens can afford between $10,000 to $30,000. But what are we building? This is the missing middle. So what Africa lacks is not the building. Africa actually lacks the thinking. Africa lacks the strategy, and Africa lacks planning. So, how do we get to put together the solutions as friends gathered at the Africa Real Estate Festival, how do we come up with a plan? How do we move from all these discussions into practical ways that we can solve these problems? Because I tell you what, if it took us 59 years from President Kwame Nkrumah's time to now think about expanding Accra Tema motorway, and it's going to take us another 60 years after maybe some of us in this room wouldn't be around to look at that expansion again, then the future that lies ahead of us is dangerous. And we need to take some solutions and practical steps today. Let's move the conversation away from Ghana. I love Lagos. Any Lagosians in the house? Any Lagosians in the house? Oh, please put your hands together for yourself. So Lagos built the beautiful cities on the island, Victoria Island, Banana Island, everything. And they left out one thing to connect the mainland and the island. And so once you get to the airport, sometimes people tell you, eat before you come. Because you can take up to 3 hours in traffic moving from an international airport to the major cities. As Ghanaians, when we hear things like this, we need to be scared. Because what we are doing is living in the reality of Lagos in 2005. And if we don't take care and solve these problems today, Ghana would fail. Ghana would crash. And all the ROIs as developers we are promising people, they won't see it. And the whole market would have a major challenge. Can I have the slides back, please? Oh, you want to put your hands together for me, please? Let's calm the tension. Do we have the slides back? Okay. So what are the practical solutions? When we started off putting together the Africa Real Estate Festival, I told all the team members that why, as Africans, we can't learn from each other. Because there are countries within the continent that have found the solutions already. There's Rwanda, that's building a 5 billion smart city. Why can't we look at that model and replicate that model in another African country? These models are already in place. These infrastructural developments are already in place. These conversations were not started with the Africa Real Estate Festival. These conversations have started long and far long ago. But today, can we intentionally decide that we are going to motivate ourselves to start looking at the models that are working in different markets? How many of us have been to Cape Town? Cape Town is a lovely place. For me, is the most beautiful place. And I'm not saying that because Fusi is in the house, not at all. Not at all. But if you've been to Cape Town, you can tell that, oh boy, if we can actually make sure that every African country begins to model after how Cape Town was built, then we are headed somewhere. And for me, it's quite interesting that this whole festival, the conversation about the festival decided to happen in Cape Town. It was a small little dream I had in Cape Town, and I said, this conversation needs to start today. I had investors traveling across continents to do a deal with me, and they asked a very simple question, and they said, why are we working in fragmentation, and why is the whole market working in silos? Why are we not coming together? And that's why, for me, this platform is very important, and we have a delegation from Tanzania in the house. Please put your hands together for them. We have a delegation from Rwanda. We have a delegation from Lagos, a delegation from Barbados, delegation from Ghana. If you're from Hawaii, it tells me where we are headed, and it tells me that it's not just starting with me, but every single person in this room today has identified the problem that I have also identified. So today, can we together as a family take up a charge? Are you ready to take up a charge as a family? Are we going to take up a charge as a family? I have my slides back. There's one very important slide I'll have to show you before we take up the charge. I've done. This is where the solution is. when African real estate is being treated this way, that real estate and infrastructure would come together to produce the quality of life and profit. Whatever we think as developers we're enjoying today, whatever we think today as realtors we're enjoying, or as investors we're enjoying today, is nothing compared to if we're able to get the infrastructural development right. Imagine you can travel all the way from Accra Central to Shire Hills, or travel all the way from Tema to Akosombo, and you can come back the same day because the railways are in place, or you can go by the river and you can come back the same day. And that's why I love to applaud the emperor. I call him the emperor. Please put your hands together for Nana Kwame Bediako in the house, the emperor. I think during the campaign season, he made a very wonderful statement on how we're going to use water, connect to water bodies, and it will aid with our transportation system. And a lot of people did not understand him. But when I look at him, I look at the plans and everything he had in there, not being political though. This is not a political platform. This is about development. It's important for us to start some of these conversations because it will be very beneficial to us. It will get us to the place where we multiply our profits and quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with me, let's start today. Can you say that to your neighbor? Say, let's start today. And tell them the planning actually starts today. So what do we need to start doing? We need to map out every investment pipeline. Instead of asking, where is the new location I can buy my land? Can we actually ask, where is the new infrastructural development going? Where is the electricity going? Where is the water going? So that we plan the cities along with where they are actually going. Demand for city plans. I've always had this conversation with my friends. I said, for every good city you go to, there's how the city started, where the city is today, and the future of the city. Everybody knows the office of the Accra mayor, right? Have you seen the city plan for Accra? Have you seen the plan where the drainage system, the electricity transportation system has been drawn out? Oh, have you seen that? So it needs to start with us. And again, this is not about the government and this is not political. We need to start as private people, especially because we are the ones benefiting most out of this. And we will actually benefit more if this infrastructural development is in place. We need to start building for the year 2050 because in the year 2050, there is a new Africa coming. In the year 2050, there is a new Africa coming. The cities of tomorrow are being decided today. The cities of tomorrow are being decided today. So can we take this chart together? Can you tell your neighbor, build right, build for everybody, and build it for 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kwesi Oteng Desmond. Thank you so much for making it for Africa Real Estate 2026, and it's a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can do it one more time for the festival convener himself, Desmond Kwesi Oteng. No matter how young you are in life, you can be a visionary. Let's celebrate him one more time. Thank you so much. And so the stage is set for us to welcome our keynote speaker. But before that, we would like to fix our eyes on the screen for a very important video. Media team, let's go.
Bediako, visionary, industrialist, and philanthropist. From the iconic #1 Oxford Street Hotel and Suites, his work blends global luxury with African identity. To the refined elegance of Porley's residence, his work blends global luxury with African identity. The internationally inspired W Hotel, the sophisticated Vineyard Apartments, crafted for modern urban living, Belgravia townhouses, airport townhouses, graduators, Ritz-Carlton residences alongside the continued evolution of #2 Oxford Street, world-class museum, Ant Hill concept, Eco Park, featuring a zoo water park, safari, conference facilities, and a museum dome, industrial park, with processing plants, recycling systems, and a methanol plant. Petronia City, a bold, master-planned city designed to redefine Africa's industrial and urban future. Quarley's Group, building the new Africa.
Oh, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And so on that note, our keynote speaker is known for his business ventures in real estate and philanthropy. He is the founder and chairman of the Quarley's Group, a real estate company. He is the developer of Wonder World and the proposed Petronia City. He is also the founder of New Africa Foundation, a nonprofit focused on social and economic challenges in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also a mentor and inspiration to many young people across the continent. Africa Real Estate Festival 2026. Would you please make welcome with a massive round of applause to grace the stage, Nana Kwame Bediako.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, people of Ghana and the builders of Africa, real estate is not just about building. And I know a lot of you have been looking at real estate from a microscope. Well, today, I happen to be one of the chosen ones to have had an opportunity to turn nature into an experiment of building something that will shelter humanity. I get to share this with you. But before that, I want to say this. I know you all saw me running for president. I probably look too young, but I'm not promising you. I will be your president sooner than later. And right after that, I will walk through the other borders and we'll go ahead and continue the leadership of this continent, building the people of Africa. That's my aim. That's my vision. That's what I want to do. You know, somebody asked me a question. I was just in Nigeria and I came today for this speech. In fact, it's the first time I'm speaking after the election. And I want to tell you why. So I decided that after the election that I won't speak again. I will not appear on social media again. And not because I'm not going to come there again, but I thought that my voice should either impact or it should be for sale. My face should be for sale. The knowledge and the wisdom that God has given us, we should not use it in a way that people don't value it. And for that reason, I decided to keep my face. And whenever I bring it out, trust me or not, I value you. So this is a great opportunity for me to share some of the things I've learned in 2.5 decades. I grew up partly in Ghana, partly in England, and I moved back here 2001. Unlike Martin Luther, who had a dream, I didn't have a dream. I had a vision. And a vision is an imagination with faith beyond your own control, but you need to find power to turn that vision into reality. I'd like to tell you how it all started and the principles that I created. I took some notes so I can share that with you. This is the 7 rules of real estate. And I'm going to share with you also the 7 principles of real estate. I like to have the microphone as well because I would like to walk like my brother Kwesi sometimes and look at the crowd whilst I'm talking. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to start by the 7 rules of real estate. Rule number 1, location. Rule number 2, location. Rule number 3, location. Well, I'm going to repeat this again. How come there are 7 rules in real estate and 3 of them appear the same? Location, location, location. Well, location 1 means God is pointing a land to you that says, this is where you should develop as a market, as a cemetery, as a hotel, residential, industrial, national, all sort of development. Now, this is the beginning of my inspiration because I realized that to be able to build real estate, you don't only need knowledge, wisdom, and maybe understanding of the business, but you needed courage. To build a skyscraper, it takes more than a heart, and it takes more than riches. It takes more than anything you can imagine, and that's why I'm so pleased to be sharing with you today these principles and these rules, because one might think that all you need is money and a land, and that's it. You become a real estate mogul. No. He who that builds himself builds in vain without God. It starts with wisdom. It starts with that knowledge of you being able to activate your courage and realizing that I am going to close some deficits in this world. I am going to shelter some humans in this world. I am even going to shelter some animals in this world. Don't underestimate the power of sheltering humanity, because that's the beginning of the drive. But now let me move you to the 4th rule. The 4th rule is what I'm already talking about. Your vision. What is our vision for real estate? I mean, a lot of people are doing projects, but I don't know what their vision is about. What inspires you to want you to do real estate? Is it about the profit? Or are you trying to copy somebody because you thought they made profit? Or truly, are you trying to make the difference? A lot of people might fall for one of these things. The vision should be very simple. Making a change to close that gap of deficits. It's the first thing that God will strengthen you to build, because you want to do something, not to leave the world as you came to meet it. That's the first thing that you need to take with you as your 4th rule after you find your 3 locations. Now, the 5th one is timing. You know, Africa has been talking about low-income houses because we feel like there are a lot of poor people and we need to build cheaper homes for them to be able to afford. I can tell you this for sure. You can build 1,000 homes tomorrow and put $10,000 or $20,000 on it, and you will still not get the buyers if it's not integrated. So integration is key, and the timing is a factor that we should not play with at all. People don't understand that 2026 is not about building maybe skyscrapers or building other things, but we look at what society needs. And then we tailor that needs to suit the demands of humanity before we enter the market. It's one of the rules of real estate, timing. If your timing is wrong, you're going to build properties that nobody will touch it. Now, this reminds me of 2018. In 2015, I had a board. And I told the board that I don't want to sell properties anymore, and I don't want to rent properties to people for $5,000 a month and they have to pay me 1 year upfront, and they had to spend $30,000 to furnish the house or the apartment before they move in. So here's my thinking. I asked myself a question. What if this was me and I went to England and this is what I had to do before I can get somewhere to lay my head? And the answer was, we're doing the wrong thing. Because we're overcharging people to give them somewhere to stay, thinking that is the right way to make profit. But when I told my board this, they're all older than me. They didn't agree with me because they thought if I don't sell the properties or rent the properties, then where would I get the money to go ahead and do the development that I was doing? It was the first time that I had to put myself together, build the courage to fire 6 men who were older than me as a board. And from 2016, I want to share my struggles with you. I haven't had any board for real estate, but I want to share with you before I leave here how far I've come with real estate. I took a bold decision and decided that I'm going to find my own niche. And that niche I want to share with you today because we're talking about timing. It was the right time for me to introduce properties that is between a hotel and Airbnb. So I came in the middle and introduced Qualis. I might not have the props and maybe the acknowledgement for introducing that in the market, but I sat back and watched. Today in this room, there is no building here that is not replicating that template of building an apartment full of furniture and making sure that the rent is no more 1 month or 1 year, but it's 1 day. It's called changing the market with timing. So that's what we like to do. We just don't want to build. We want to control the market. So if you're not seeing my buildings or you're not seeing me on billboards, it doesn't mean that I've retired from real estate. No, I've just retired from projects because now I'm building communities, building countries, and building nations. That's where real estate has taken me. I would like to take you on a sit one of this rules. Control. Do we have control of the market? Do we? No. Yes. What is control? Power simply means control. So you need control in everything. Ownership, influence, and land acquisition. That is power in real estate. The 7th one would be the value creation. How do you create value in real estate? People only build projects, but they don't create value. We need to know that if I'm building real estate for a country, for a school, for a particular level of audience who are the middle class of people, I need to find a way to create value amongst these people. Because if not, then how do they pay me? This is a great trick in real estate. You have to find a way for the people that you're targeting to pay you. Some might not have the money, but you need to find a way to make sure that they can afford for what you're selling to them. And this brings me to the end of the rules. But it's not the end of my speech because I'm about to share the principles with you. Are you guys ready? Would you like me to share the principles? Or maybe I can sell it later without speaking about it. What should I do? I should share it? Well, the 7 principles of real estate. Guess who I learned from? I learned from 2 people who are my mentors. And I'm going to share that with you today. One of them has been my mentor since I was 8 years old growing. And you read about him in the Bible. His name is King Solomon. I learned these principles from King Solomon. How did I do that? I was just fascinated by his mind, his wisdom. And the Bible said that he fed 2,000 people every day or every night. And so I wanted to know where the people that he fed, where they were coming from. And I realized that he was housing them as well. And that was a great inspiration for me. So I asked God, how can I become this big? And the answer was, don't let your mind be on the money. Let your mind be on giving and see what giving will bring back to you. So this is how I came up with principle 1. The first principle in real estate is acquisition. I don't know if all of you understand acquisition, but if you want to be a part of this business, please remember, acquisition is key. What do I mean by acquisition? It's ownership. How do you acquire land? I'd like to share a quick story with you, and I know you guys have been seeing Petronia, and I've been talking about it for maybe 14 years. I still haven't built the city. But I want to share this story with you. It took me 3 years to acquire one parcel. 3 years. I had to put 65 families together, 11 chiefs, one subdivisional chief, and the entire commission that controls land in Ghana. That is how I acquired 2,000 acres in Takoradi. Well, guess what? I probably didn't have what it takes to have bought that land. So it took time for me to be paying for it. But I also knew that after 3 years, I will own 2,000 acres, and the value that I would have accumulated by then would not just be money, it will be power. So acquisition is the number one thing that you need to start with in real estate. The second thing, and I know most of you might not take this very serious, but do you guys understand what land policy means? Have any of you decided to go into the land policy of a country? If you dream to be one of the biggest developers, real estate moguls, builders, one of the wealthiest, please, they might not teach you this in school. You might not have a degree to become an entrepreneur. If you answer, you need that wisdom. And that wisdom, for me, I think that is what you use the principle number 2 for. You make sure that you understand the land policy of the country. Because people are not investing in Ghana because of the bureaucracies of our lands. People have pulled out of their investment because they had problems with the land. And all you need to do is to understand the sections and the clauses that forms the stipulations, the conditions of owning a state land. It can be a stool land, a government land, or free land. But you need to understand the policy so you can go forward. Now I'd like to go to 3. Number 3, the principle 3 is my favorite. And I like to, okay, good. I like to get a bit closer to you whilst I tell you about principle 3. It's called landmark. I don't know if you guys understand landmark, but all my developments are landmarks. That's what I choose first. Number 1 is a landmark. When I was introducing Qualis, I made sure it's a landmark. What is a landmark? A landmark is where you advertise yourself, where you market yourself, where you sell your product, and where location shows its finest prevalence. So, see the rules. Rule number 1, location. Rule number 2, location. Rule number 3, location. Without the landmark, you can never expose the code. Now, when I say the landmark, it doesn't mean you go and buy the most expensive land. No. You find a feasible land, and that location has thousands of people patronizing. They don't know why they're walking there, but they walk there every time. And the minute, look, you can even put a dog's cage and tell Ghana that I have a dog school at this location that is a landmark, and within 2 months, you're going to have a queue of people that have dogs in their home, bringing them to the landmark so you can take care of them. So that's the power in landmark, and it's principle number 3. Going to principle number, how many of you are ready to invest in a landmark? How many of you? Because I want to tell you something. I still don't see, like, are you guys here to just listen to real estate, or you're here because you want to be a mogul? I want to know, are you here because you want to become a builder? You want to sell something to the building industry? Are you here because you see yourself better than me and doing better than me because I have inspired you with the little that I've done? Or you're just listening? Any one of those two is still work. So if you are not ready for a landmark, I have a 4th principle for you. And the 4th principle is called footprint. In real estate, footprint is the most powerful thing. And that brings me to what my brother Kwesi was talking about. By the way, I want to congratulate you. Let's give a round of applause to him. This young man, you know, he has it. And it takes a lot of courage to walk through the door. But when you enter the room, it takes a lot of brains to remain in there. You have it, so stay with it. So, footprint is the real marketing power behind real estate. I'm at a level that I am selling footprint real estate. That's what I'm selling now. So, my group is about to build 2 parks. How did I end up here? I thought I was building houses. I thought I was building hotels. No, that was not the interesting part. This is one of my parks showing. Industrial park. You want to know why Africans are not building and they can't build? Why we're running behind schedule with development? This is it. Industrialization. You can never, ever, ever, ever urbanize any country if you don't first industrialize the country. And I'll repeat it again. But I hope that our presidents are listening. I hope that our works and housing ministers are listening. This is not paperwork. Okay? This development is not paperwork. It's a whole lot of things coming together. The greatest minds, the greatest strength, the greatest blueprints, the greatest financial institutions coming back to serve humanity. It's the only one thing that is closest to God's creation, because it takes a lot of planning. So our footprint for these 2 parks, I believe that is what Africans need. Now in Ghana, after maybe 15 years of me being in real estate, I had enough. I wasn't interested in what everybody else was doing anymore. And can you believe in the whole of Accra, 4 million people, I couldn't find one park. Just a common small park with trees and chairs and with dogs walking and cats walking and people sitting with their children and having fresh air. Not one. And so I asked myself, what sort of development is this? This is not going to work. Development needs air. You know, it needs air freedom, air rights. It needs spaces. It needs many things that you're not thinking of, but is needed. So I'm saying today, the whole of West Africa doesn't have an eco park. I want to thank God for this very moment, for giving me this wisdom and knowledge and even capital to start something like this. How did I do that? I bought 2 tigers and everybody was mad at me. They said the tigers are going to eat the whole Ghana. I was introducing tourism to the country. But behind the idea, I was preparing myself to build one of my first dreams in real estate, and that's a zoo. I wanted to shelter animals. I had sheltered human beings. Now it was time to shelter animals. I want God to say, congratulations, my son, when I die. Because you didn't just feed one side of the world. You fed the world across board. So this is what Footprints does. I've realized the 2 missing things in Ghana and West Africa. Now, you might not like me because you might think this kid is too confident. And sometimes when you're too confident, maybe people mistake it for arrogance, which I'm never one. I'm a humble kid. But I'm humble for a purpose. Not for a reason. For a purpose. I'm not kneeling in front of anyone because I need something from them. No, not for a reason. For a purpose. I would make sure I'm humble enough with nature, I'm humble enough with humanity to be able to fulfill the purpose of my vision and my dream. And this footprint is about to happen. Well, we start something that our children will continue. Real estate means the realest state that you created on the land that God gave you. And when you're not there, you'll be remembered for that. They're not going to remember you because you built number 1. No. They're going to remember you because they see communities, they see cities, they see generations, they see parks, they see industrialization coming out of your vision. I learned from some of the greatest people in this world, Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, all of these people, they built America. And I stood back and studied their game. And you know what? I'm not shy to copy. People are. But I want to share this with you. A contract is a copy. And if you're scared to put it together to let somebody sign, somebody is going to put it together and sign you. So for me, I think that footprint is something that I cannot measure the inspiration that I'm trying to share with you in this room, this very moment. I'd like to see my 5th one. Oh, interesting. Blueprint. So we went from landmark, footprint, and now we're talking about blueprint. What is the blueprint in real estate? Well, all of you don't overlook blueprint. When I'm talking about blueprint, I'm talking about architectural and engineering. Kwesi was talking about it, basic infrastructure. You know, this whole country, nobody wants to spend $20 million on the land. They want to spend $20 million in the building, but it can fall without the right basic infrastructure. And basic infrastructure in real estate is integration as well. You can't build a low-income housing somewhere that people have to travel 30 kilometers to work and 30 kilometers back. They will not buy the property. And even if they bought the property, they cannot pay. Because they lose 4 hours in a day in transport. And they lose 15% of their salary every day in transport. And if they're going to spend the rest for their bills, then how would they pay for the mortgage? So this is why I think a lot of real estate, low-income projects that we have started in Africa hasn't worked. Because the people cannot afford it, and it's not integrated, and it won't be worth our while if we invest in such projects. And that's why I'm urging the young people here today that let your voice be part of the governance of your country. Let your strength and your investment be part of Africa's development. Just don't stand and think that one day you're going to buy yourself an apartment or you're going to own a home. It's a dream. I know what it takes just to put an apartment together. It's a lot of components. It's very difficult. So you need more thinking than more working. You have to think smart to become an owner and not work too hard. Don't worry. There are people who build, and they're masons, they're block layers. That's their job. I don't know how to lay a block. I don't even know how to lay a square meter of this carpet. But I have all the people that can do it for me. You need to put a team together. Think hard. The people that will support your vision to become a reality, and use the blueprint, use the architects, use the engineers, use people around you. You know, let them like what you do, but you might not be able to afford for them, but make sure you contribute in what they do, and let that be your capital. I like to say, and some people are not here, I've had some great architects and engineers who have helped me from Portugal, from Italy, from Kenya, from Ghana, from everywhere. Before I could build, I had to put people around the world together. Tomorrow, if you gave me Ghana, I wouldn't take it for granted. I would just bring everybody to build. I would just follow what Dubai did. I would look at the blueprint of Singapore. It's the only country that has been built in Dubai in 1 century. And I will employ people all over the world to come and build. Do you guys realize that the people of Dubai did not build Dubai? They were wearing scarf with things on it and white clothes, so clean. But look, all the skyscrapers came up, all the investment, all the tourism. How do you think they did it? They used the blueprints to create landmarks, to create footprints, to create tourism before revenue started flowing, and it would be residual. When I say residual, I mean royalties. In the next 100 years, they will be collecting money from the world. I like Dubai because the name simply says do or buy. If you don't have the money, don't go. It's all from the development. So if Africa is looking for the world to come here and to put their children in schools to be a part of our business, then they have to remember this: development, and not just social development, but human development. I think I have the last one or two, and anything else would be read my book or find out more about Freedom Jacob Caesar or Nana Kwame Bediako. They're two different people. Today, the two characters are standing in front of you. I just don't know which one you can figure out well. But definitely, my alter ego is also here speaking to you. So my sixth one and the seventh one is, the sixth one is land banking. What is land banking? You know what entrepreneurs do? They save money, right? They put it in a bank, and then they turn it around for business. If you want to be a real estate mogul, that's the same thing you have to do with land. Because everything in this world sits on a space. Whether it's a church, whether it's a mosque, whether it's a hotel, Microsoft, Facebook, it doesn't matter how digital it is, how physical it is. It sits on a space. So the best thing you can do with this sixth principle is to bank the lands. Now, when I say land banking, I don't mean go grab a whole lot of millions and keep buying lands. Just bank the lands with your little capital. It's not every land banking that you have to buy. You can also rent a land and put it in your banking. You can lease a land and put it in your banking, but make sure your capital in land banking is strong. Maybe it's your mom that have the land. Maybe it's your uncle. Maybe it's someone very close to you. Make sure you take advantage of that land banking. Our group today, we really rely on our land banking. And if we're turning around a lot of numbers, it's not because we've been able to achieve so much. It's because we really have some capital in the banking sector and the blueprints and the future and the vision to go with it to quadruple the money. The last one is something that I'm leaving with all of you. As much as I came here to tell you about real estate and all of this, there's one thing that we shouldn't miss in life, and that's respecting nature. Unfortunately, is the seventh principle of real estate. You have to respect nature because you're going to see a development like this. Okay, these are my targets, by the way, and they're living in swimming pools. They have a swimming pool. My house has a swimming pool, but it's not working. Theirs are working, so they're probably even living more comfortable than me. But what do you think I'm doing? I am respecting nature. I'm not trying to differentiate the value for animals, for poor people, for rich people, for government, for no. I'm trying to respect nature. So my third eye can open to see into nature. Because the richest people in this world are not entrepreneurs or industrialists or whatever you see. They are people who just respected nature. They became curious about life. They wanted to do more. They wanted to find out more. They wanted to see what the oil in the sea will become. They wanted to know what will happen when you mix the soil with clinker and limestone, and it became cement. They wanted to know what blocks would do. They created shelter out of it. So you need to respect nature to build your real estate capital. I think I've taken a good 30 minutes of your time. But I'm simply trying to show you how to become a millionaire without charging you $9.99. It's free. I'm serious. All of this speech was not because I want to tell you what I've done to make myself look good or big. No. I am trying to impact you. I am trying to inspire you. I'm trying to motivate you. I'm trying to make you understand that it's important that if you don't become that millionaire, your son should be. If you are not going to become that millionaire, your mother, your sister, your uncle, your friend should be. You should create wealthy people around you so you can become wealthier. Now, I have one principle in life that I would not also change it for anything, and it says that if 5 of my friends are millionaires, I'll be the 6th one. If 5 of my friends are billionaires, I will be the 6th one. If 5 of my friends are foolish people, I will be the 6th one. So you need to choose the people around you properly. And remember that I'm leaving you with 7 rules, 7 principles, and 7 decades. That's all you have as time that God has given you. Your first decade, the first 5 years, you know nothing. The last 5 years, you know everything, but you can't do anything. That's 1 decade gone. Now you have 6 left. We sleep 8 hours to 6 hours every day. So you're going to sleep a third of that time away. And that is 2 decades gone. Now you're left with 4. 4 decades is 40 years. And these 40 years, you want to acquire degrees. You want to get married. You want to build your mansion. You want to become an entrepreneur. You want to become a star. I just want to say that the time is not enough. And that's been my belief from the beginning. I knew I didn't have time. So the most important tool that I've used on this planet Earth is not my life. I've already surrendered my life, but it's my time. If you wonder why I want to be a president so young, because I feel like this is now. The time is now. And I want you to go home remembering that if you're 35 today, life is saying good afternoon. If you were 25 yesterday, life was saying good morning. And if you're 50 tomorrow, life is saying good evening. When you're 70, life will come to you and say good night. Anything left is from God. So use your time right. Use it to build people, to build humanity, to build societies, to build nations, to build communities. This is my strength now. That boy that wanted a bicycle at the age of 7, that's all I wanted in the world. God gave it to me and I gave it back. I gave it away. I don't want to tell you what he has given me from giving, but I also don't want to go into what he has used me with time to do. I just want to tell all of you together, let's remember we're responsible to build Africa, to build the nations, to build a continent that has been taken away from us, a continent that benefits other countries, to build their countries, but not us. And that's one thing that inspires me the most. Looking at 430 years of people struggling. You know, I look at the diaspora. 430 years of us losing our fathers, our mothers to other people, other countries. And that inspiration is what you need to stand on today. And remember, you're responsible to build the new Africa. Let's come together and build a new Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you. This wouldn't be fair. Please be seated. Thank you very much. This is a standing ovation from one of the greatest speakers. In fact, some of the greatest speakers. My dear friends, like, I am inspired, motivated. Thank you very much. But I wouldn't want to leave here without taking one question. I thought that is necessary. My brother, I took some of your time. You know why? You know why? You know what you can do with 5 minutes, 10 minutes? I need 30 minutes to do that. Okay? And so I want to tell you that thank you very much for your patience and for what you're doing with Africa. But can I take a question before? One question.
Yeah, I want to ask one question. And the reason why I want to ask this question is because I got into real estate because of your inspiration.
Thank you.
That was 2008 that I started getting inspiration from you. So I want to ask this question. What is your greatest fear as a real estate developer?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, this is a great question, but it's so simple, right? And very short. Fear. You know, there are so many things to make you get scared. But I think that the greatest fear for a lot of people in real estate is finance. The money. Well, I want to answer your question by saying, I have no fear in my bone or in my soul, because I have replaced it with one thing, and that is hope. I have used hope to come this far. I always knew that my hopes can take me to the next level. And so I want to say to all of you that heard him ask me this question, that your hope is your capital. My dear friend wrote a book that I got today. He said, faith over fear. And I'm saying, predicting the part 2 of the book, that the only thing stronger than fear is hope. So your second book would be hope over fear. Thank you very much. And Africans, Ghanaians, Nigerians, Kenyans, all over Africa, please, let's be hopeful and let's build our continent together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, let's put our
Thank you
hands
so
together
much.
and celebrate.
And so can we have Nana Kwame Bediako still on stage and our festival convener for an important group picture? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very important. For those words of wisdom, encouragement, and impact, we celebrate you, the visionary behind Qualis Group, Nana Kwame Bediako.
All right, thank you very much, Nana Kwame Bediako. And that was a powerful one. Please, let's put our hands together for him one more time and celebrate his wisdom. Like I said earlier, the panel continues, but this is going to be our final panel for today. Can we have the lights back on? I want to say a big thank you to our lead sponsor, Nelix Properties, and our visionary sponsor, Gold Key Properties. Let's put our hands together for them, and thank you so much for being a part of RF 2026. Also, I want to remind you again that after this, we have our RF Connect coming up at 7 p.m. at Estilo. We'll share with you the details for that. Now, to our final panel for today, we're going to be looking at Ghana as a lifestyle and investment destination. Now, this conversation explores how lifestyle, culture, tourism, and quality of life influence real estate development and investment in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this is the very beautiful Lauren White. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Lauren.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, come on. Good evening. Is it evening? It is evening. Thank you so much to our speaker earlier on today and also the convener. Can we give him a round of applause once again for the fantastic festival? My name is Lorraine Wright, MBE, and it has been a fantastic event so far. We've got a stellar lineup of a panel. In fact, I don't believe the chairs are enough, so we might need one more chair, because this panel indeed is going to be exploring Ghana as a lifestyle and investment decision. How many of you remember the first three principles that our keynote speaker spoke about? Location, location, and location. So Ghana indeed has become a location as a lifestyle and an investment decision, and we are going to be exploring that today. So I would like to introduce to the stage my panelists, my very esteemed panelists today. We're going to kick off with Mr. Richie Mensah as he comes to the stage. Please give him a round of applause. Richie Mensah is one of Ghana's most prominent entertainment and business entrepreneurs. As CEO of Lynx Entertainment, home to some of Ghana's biggest music acts, and the founder of the Mastermind podcast. How many of you have seen the Mastermind podcast? Amazing. I'm still hoping that I can one day grace the stage. But Richie sits at the intersection of culture, media, and business. Let's give him a round of applause. Next up to the stage, we have Prophet Prakash. Let's give him a round of applause. He is an internationally recognized thought leader, prophetic voice, and strategic advisor based in Accra. He is known for his work across government advisory, business strategy, real estate development, commodity trading. The list goes on. But welcome, Prophet Prakash, to the stage. Next up, I would like to welcome the beautiful Mrs. Anna Akatu. Come to the stage. Akatu. I can never pronounce your name. Forgive me. Akutu, forgive me. She's a seasoned real estate professional with 20 years of experience guiding the local and international investors through Ghana's dynamic property market. She has successfully facilitated millions of dollars in prime property transactions, helping clients make informed, profitable, and seamless investment decisions. Welcome to the stage, Anna. Next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Nehemiah. Where is he? Nehemiah, to the stage. Mr. Ofori, the founder and Managing Director of Crown Luso Limited. Is he around? One of Ghana's fastest growing design-led real estate platforms and Managing Director of ESP Hotel, a realtor, developer, and hospitality operator as well. He really occupies a very rare position, which is really simultaneously running short-term Airbnbs under Crown Luso and overseeing hotel operations as well. Welcome to the stage, sir. Next up, I'd like to welcome to the stage, if he is here, he's coming, Mr. Neil Oku. Is he around? I can see him coming to the stage. He is a visionary founder. Yes, I think that deserves a round of applause. He is a visionary founder and CEO of Golden Coast Developers as well. How many of you have heard of Golden Coast Developers? A premier real estate development firm reshaping the urban landscapes of Ghana, and under his development, Golden Coast Developers have become synonymous with innovation and excellence in real estate. And last but no means least, I'd like to also welcome to the stage Mrs. Afua Owusu, the head of real estate residential business unit at Gold Key Properties. Welcome her to the stage. She oversees the strategic direction and commercial success of over 150 million US dollars in residential portfolio income. You know, that deserves a round of applause as well. Welcome to the stage. There's no more chairs for me, so I'm going to stand up here. But a fantastic and stellar lineup. Does everybody have a microphone? You have a microphone? I'm going to ask, you don't have a microphone. Could we get a microphone to our panelists, please? And whilst the microphone comes, I'm going to ask a question. Okay. Testing. I'm going to ask an important question. In one word, I'm going to ask you a question just to kick off. Ghana real estate is. Finish the sentence. We're going to start from left to right. Finish the sentence. Ghana real estate is.
Ghana real estate is a growing lifestyle market, which is also design-led, for leading to lots of revenue within the next 5 years.
Okay, I said one word, but I think I'll take that.
Sorry.
You want to go again, or are we going for that? Okay. Ghana real estate
real estate is rich.
It's rich. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mensah, Ghana real estate is?
Ghana real estate is culture.
It's culture. Nice. Prophet, Ghana real estate is?
The future.
The future. Okay. Madame Anna, Ghana real estate is?
It's a gold mine.
A gold mine. How many of you agree? Okay. Well, okay. Mr. Neil, Ghana real estate is?
Ghana real estate is for all of us.
It's for all of us. Okay. And last but no means least?
Ghana real estate is on the map.
On the map, indeed. Thank you very much for indulging me with that. But Ghana has been described as Africa's gateway, especially to real estate, because of the fact that Ghana is highly politically stable comparatively to our neighbors, culturally rich, we heard that word culture there, increasingly on the global radar. And I want to ask our panelists today, from your vantage point, how would you describe the current state of Ghana as a lifestyle and an investment decision? We can start, we'll come back and we'll start with Efwa. First of all, okay, she's giving me that stare, but let's start with yourself, Efwa. I'd like to know, from your perspective, how would you describe the current state of the landscape?
Okay, so from my perspective, I would say in 2019, when we started the Year of a 10 initiative, it created a buzz that has put Ghana on the map. Hence why I said Ghana is on the map. From 2019 till now, or within the last decade, I've seen how we've moved from 2 or 3 main developers, you don't agree with me, to multiple developers. Everyone is trying to build. And they're building because there's an influx of the diasporans. The diasporans are interested in investing in West Africa, particularly Ghana. Why Ghana? People say Ghana is all about the branding, but Ghana has branded itself to be sort of the gateway to Africa. Now we're seeing more and more of diasporans, people that have never even been to Ghana before, purchasing properties from different developers. I knew you'd confirm this. Just because there's a whole buzz. We shouldn't lose the buzz. Yeah. As a lifestyle destination with more tourism, I did a presentation yesterday and I said, Ghana real estate is not just about luxury. There's the middle to low income, which is a conversation on its own, because affordable housing cannot happen without collaboration between the government and private sector. There's student accommodation because of the university springing up. There's hostel facilities. The emergence of e-commerce means more warehousing. So we talk about lifestyle, hospitality, the boom in tourism, but there's a diverse, when you talk about real estate, there's so much each of us can invest in rather than luxury.
Absolutely.
Or, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Neil, I mean, we've all seen your development, Heritage 100, and we've seen how it's been uniquely positioned in the market as well. How would you say that the current state of the market here in Ghana has actually influenced your design aesthetic when it comes to Heritage 100?
Okay, so for us, when we jumped into real estate, we came up with a concerted model where we don't want to build like everybody else. We don't want to just be seeing walls, drop one swimming pool in there, have a little parking, and then call it a luxury development. In my view, I think luxury even is overused in our market, right? So the concept of Heritage 100 was to reimagine what it would look like when you come to Africa, in quotes, and you want to live the experience of the true Africa while still being able to enjoy the efficiency, the aesthetic, the comfort that you are experiencing abroad. So that's why we went very, very painstakingly into designing what the modern Africa would look like. And when you look across the development, you'll see so much symbolism, you'll see the material use, you'll actually pick up the infusion of the vibe that we are now really experiencing. You don't want to come to Ghana and be in Miami or Marbella or some random place in Asia. And that's what we bring to the market.
Indeed. Thank you very much for that. And Anna, I come to you because we both explore and very passionate about the diaspora investing in Ghana. And, you know, over the years, the work that you've built with your company, you know, where have you seen that shift in terms of the buyers and the buyer dynamic when it comes to investing in real estate here at the moment?
Okay, hello, it's good to be here with all of you. So there's a major shift. Where I see the shift is the fact that people really want to stay in Ghana when they come here. So I say attention brings value. Attention is the first point of value. And Ghana has created a lot of attention. And when people come here, so like Nana Bediako had said, you enter the room, but it takes a lot for you to stay there. And that's what's happening. People come here and there's a certain gravitas, there's a certain pull that has so many dynamics that's keeping people here. And that is changing everything. From where we sit as real estate agents, we get a super perspective of what's going on. We are getting the perspective of what's ticking, what's making people make decisions, the areas they want, and we just see the potential. Right now, Ghana is at the stage where you either you look back and say, thank God I got in, or oh my goodness, I should have, because everything is going to change. That is guaranteed. And you just look at all the other countries. I was telling you earlier, when you look at Spain, for example, today a beachfront land in Spain is 400,000, one plot is 400,000 euros. You can Google it. And you have in Ghana, for example, let me say Gomwa Fete, the Ghana city equivalent of $50,000. And some of you may find it ridiculous, but I can guarantee you in the next 5 to 10 years, that will be an unbelievable, you would wish you got in. So that's where we are now. And it's all because of the interest that is coming to the country.
So we're just really exploring profit. I'll come to you. Thank you, Anna. I'll come to you. Just you sit at the very unique intersection of wealth creation, investment, education, and so on and so forth. What do you say Ghana readiness is right now, from your perspective?
How ready Ghana is? Yeah. Ghana is ready with visibility, potential, value. Of course, there's a place for infrastructure, legal clarity. So there has to be a combination. We have the positive side and there are things to improve like everywhere else. But in terms of culture, stability, smooth transitioning of power, Ghana stands number one in Africa. Not because we are in Ghana, but Ghana stands number one. Because people look for safety if they look at shelter. People look at stability if they look at investment. So, and if you look at political stability as well, smooth transition of power, low crime rates, police checkpoints and safety. However, we also need to look at the infrastructure. I think that's what Nana Kwame Bediako, Kwesi, we had a whole presentation because aside the landmarks and all of that, what are the other integration, the community? and of course the legal clarity, developers trust. But we have a great potential, a massive one. Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you. We do have a great potential. And one of the potential areas as well is the entertainment space. And I know, Mr. Richie Mensah, you've really been a pioneer in this space. And, the government has been doing initiatives for the creator economy, really looking at the entertainment space. How do you see the entertainment space and real estate, like that intersection? Where do you see their influence?
I think one thing most people don't realize is that lifestyle and culture, the success of lifestyle and culture in a country is synonymous to the success of the real estate, because lifestyle attracts the right kind of real estate. If you take cities like Miami, when they started to commission murals that were painted all over the city, it's increased the value of the real estate. When you take a city like Gangnam with K-pop, the influx of K-pop globally and Gangnam Style, which went global, shut up the real estate in Gangnam. When you take a city like Paris, everybody knows when you think about France, the first thing you think about is their lifestyle. So Ghana's real estate is on a very fast rise because over the past few years, like you rightfully mentioned, over the past few years since the year of return, the world has come to see the value of Ghana's lifestyle and culture. One thing I say is, I wish every Ghanaian would have the opportunity to travel the world so that they would realize how beautiful and magical Ghana is.
Absolutely. I agree. Yes.
The lifestyle and culture in Ghana is splendid. It's magical. And the more the world starts to see what the lifestyle is like here, the more the right people will understand why real estate development is key, because the community here is where people should want to be. So it's synonymous for me.
Indeed, I agree with you. Thank you for sharing that. And just picking up on that and the lifestyle element, I'll come to you, sir. Especially with lifestyle, we heard earlier on about the positioning of the Airbnb market as well, and, day rates and things like that. But from your perspective of Crown Luso as well as the SP Hotel, you've seen things from very much two different angles. Where do you see things going from here on in, especially from where you sit?
From my experience in Crown Luso over the years, we've been managing properties, all across the prime areas. And then ESP Hotel, I would say that people will definitely pay a price. They'll pay a premium, for wherever they're going to stay. There's been a shift in the lifestyle. And hospitality also has helped us curate the experience that we've been offering these people, so they have an expectation what they want, from when they come to stay in the hotels and the Airbnbs, and they want that reflected or replicated in where they live, So I know that there's a high expectation, and all the developers right now are actually meeting that expectation. So within the next 2 to 3 years, we are going to see properties that are actually going to perform and not just going to be residential. Right. It's going to be a good combination of both. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I want to pick up on that, actually. And I'll come back, actually, to Mr. Neil, because I think you spoke briefly about the hospitality space. And I think hospitality often is the first touch point for investors. So how does the experience of staying somewhere, whether it's a hotel, a short let, shape someone's decision to eventually buy or invest?
Yeah, for me, when you look at the data, it clearly suggests that in the last 5-6 years after the year of return, we've had a huge influx in travelership and diaspora engagement, etc. And generally, hotel rooms above 3-star, I think we have only about under 10,000 rooms in the whole country. So if you have 1.2 million visitors, they must find a place, and we must create locations where people can stay and sprawl and enjoy. So I think that really speaks clearly to why Airbnb has boomed, why it's such a solid revenue stream, and conceptually, a lot of investors are buying for that. But to change that tack, for me, it shouldn't just be about the ROI. Everybody just, our ROI is 10%, 15%, etc. It's what living experience are you creating in that investment opportunity? And that's why we've made sure our projects are fully curated. Like Heritage, we've got on-site vehicles for people coming in from the airport. We've built curated living experiences where if anybody doesn't know Ghana or know where to eat, where to go, there's somebody on site who can guide you through that process. And I think that's what will set every developer who goes a little bit deeper aside from the rest of the market.
I agree with that. And I think talking about going a bit deeper, I'll come to you, Efwa, because quality of life, as part of the topic of this conversation, is something that is innate. And we spoke a lot earlier on that when we heard from our convener speaking about below the line infrastructure and the various elements. I know Gold Key have been in the market for over 30 years, right? And you've built cities. Cantonment City is a lot of Gold Key's properties, and you really had to think about infrastructure. What project successes have Gold Key have that has really been defined and shaped by lifestyle?
Okay, so infrastructure, lifestyle. So 10 years ago, when we moved to our office space, Huawei, which is in Cantonment City, that was the first building. It was completed in 2015. We had Cantonment City apartments springing up. The road was very narrow. And for those of you that know Cantonments very well, especially those that went to Morningstar, you realize that you had one police bungalow on huge land. Very narrow, very dusty, but we had this concept of Cantonment City, and people thought, at that time, we had a project that had failed terribly. It was a mixed-use development. People's money had gone in. So it was difficult to sell, but we pushed through. And the road infrastructure that we had to step in because we couldn't wait for the government to do it. We did the roads, the drainage, everything, because we had the vision of building an entire city. 5 years down the line, when Cantonment City was completed, when you look at Cantonment City Tower, which is the next residential building, we sold, literally, at launch, we sold 75%. It tells you the value of infrastructure, what it does into building cities. And without that, even in prime location like cantonments, you could fail. So it makes us think. So when you have diasporans coming in terms of lifestyle, they all want to be in areas where the infrastructure is in place. And when you look at Ghana, these main areas they're looking at, cantonments, Airport Ridge, and now to some extent, people are choosing Chado because unlike 5 years ago, now you have the infrastructure put in place. It tells you the difference it makes in purchasing property or in selling that lifestyle. And it tells us the homework, how much work we have to do to push it to the other areas, which are not so far from the CBD, that could do extremely well. We don't have to go all the way to the mountains or whatnot. I'm not saying don't go there, please don't go there. But for people that, like Nana Kwame Bediako said, why would I live there if I work in cantonments? That's right. Yeah. That's a commute. People can live there, work in a bank in Adenta, and it works perfectly well. You don't have to live in the luxurious areas, but the whole point is to get the infrastructure right and everything else is going to flow. These businesses are going to move in this area, so people that live closer, they wouldn't have to do a long commute. Yeah. They would be able to get places to live in and work within these communities.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you. You picked up on diaspora buyers, and I'll come to you, Anna, because when it comes to diaspora buyers, and earlier on in our keynote, we heard one of the principles being acquisition, I believe. So what 3 things would you say that Ghana must get right now to convert aspiration into actual purchases, especially when it comes to diaspora buyers? And I'm sure there's a number of diaspora people here as well, and a number of delegations from across Africa. But what would you say the top 3 things that Ghana needs to get right would be?
Okay, thank you. The top 3, first of all, is financing, because we are speaking of diasporans. They are coming from a very sophisticated financial system. And I believe we will sell so much more and even sell in the much more premium price points. You'll find that most properties, the faster ones are going between 90K to 150, 200 tops because of financing issues. If we're able to solve that, you'll see that properties of a higher price point will sell and much more will sell. So number 1 is the financing, and of course, infrastructure. Again, everybody wants to make sure that they are comfortable. So one thing I always say is when you go to the United States, every state is self-fulfilled, as I call it. You have hospitals, schools, entertainment, but everything is pretty much centering around Accra. And of course, the gravitation is shifting. I'm seeing the move. I'm seeing the values increase. And so, for example, when you have some places that people could stay at the beachfront, the problem is when there are no hospitals, when there are no schools. I've seen some developers start to sell commercial lands within a community, and And as those come up, people will invest more, and then the real estate system will start to get much more sophisticated. So I'll say it's financing, infrastructure, and then developers delivering well, quality. We are very particular about developers that we work with. All our developer clients will tell you we are tough on due diligence. We want to know who you are. We are looking at your track record because we want to make sure that we tell our clients your $1 matters to us. So developers delivering quality. Once they do all of that, you'll find that the market will be much more open, and people, because the love is there, the emotion is there, and you can't beat that. But when they get here and we've got all this on lock, we're going to win big.
Indeed, we will win indeed. We are running out of time. Yes, I think that deserves a round of applause. We are running out of time. So I'm going to ask you all one final question. I wish we had more time, but I'm sure we can explore this conversation in another format, another time. But for all of you, if you can change one thing, one policy, one practice, one narrative to drastically accelerate Ghana's rise as a lifestyle and investment decision, what would it be? We'll start from Mr. Richie Mensah, because we haven't heard from you. So go for it.
Okay, that's tough. One policy to fast track everything. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, at first I gave foreign examples. Let me look at Ghana. When you look at certain areas, like let's say when Accra Mall came, suddenly the entire Tetekwashi area became a prime location. If you look at areas like cantonments, like Laboni, like Osu, all these places got what you're talking about first, right? The infrastructure. And then second, they made sure the culture and the lifestyle in the area matched to the people that they wanted to attract. So I would say, especially to all the people here, that when you are thinking about real estate, when you are thinking about the future, make sure you marry those two sentiments, real estate and lifestyle. Because what we're talking about here right now is the future. Yes. And the one goal of every single human being in this world is to fulfill their purpose and be happy.
Indeed.
And as much as we may be chasing wealth, as much as we may be chasing riches, that joy comes from the community and the lifestyle. So if the developers, like I loved hearing Nana Kwambediako talk about the fact that he's building an eco park. It shouldn't just be about the high rises and the apartments. We should also be thinking, what are we adding to the community to make the right people want to be a part of the Ghanaian real estate?
Indeed. Thank you very much. And Prophet, please kindly contribute to that as well.
I think I totally agree. I'll say the same thing. Integration, infrastructure. If you are doing a high rise and your road networks are bad, and there are potholes, or there's a shortage of water supply, what is the point of buying a $1 million or $400,000 apartment in a prime location and have a problem with water? So we should look at the infrastructure and the integration, like the community. If the legal side is clear, there's stability, there is safety, there is hospitals, there are schools. So every developer should look at things from an integrated level than just trying to sell a house. And we should go beyond just a shelter and understand that this is legacy. This is a future. This is a community. This is a nation you are building instead of an individual or just a profit-making machine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are wrapping up, but in the spirit of the future, as you've just mentioned, in one word, I started earlier on with asking you what Ghana is. But we're going to speak about next 10 years. What will Ghana be? So one word just to wrap up as we close up today's panel. So we start with Mr. Nehemiah, please. In one word, in 10 years' time, Ghana will be?
In one word, Ghana will be easy.
Easy. Okay, indeed. Thank you. Mr. Richie Mensah?
Black star of the world.
The black star of the world. Prophet?
Ghana will be the present.
Will be the present.
Now is the future, then it will be the present.
Okay, thank you. He's prophesying here. Anna?
Yes, so for those of you who know my company, we say Ghana is golden, and golden means something that is rewarding or likely to be the best. And Ghana will be golden in 10 years.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Mr. Neil?
As you can see, my company is called Golden Coast, you see. So I think that spoke I thought ahead. Thank you. But for me, I think Ghana will be the only option.
Only option. Wow. 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 F1.
Ghana will be the best coastal destination. Yes, we're taking it from Cape Town. It will be Ghana.
We'll take it from Cape Town. Did you hear that? Our South Africans in the house.
Vuzi didn't hear that. He didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that? We'll be the #1 destination, she said.
Ghana is going to be the best coastal destination. We're going to change the entire coastal line in a decade or two.
Brilliant.
That's the place to be.
And on that note, thank you so much to my panelists. I know it's been a very, very rapid panel, quick fire one, but thank you so much for your time. We will do a very quick picture, so if you can kindly come to the front and we'll take a group picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for our wonderful panelist and our esteemed moderator for doing justice to the conversation. Ghana as a lifestyle investment destination. That was truly educative and insightful. Thank you.
The sun is up, spirits high, people everywhere. The food is good, the wine is fine.
Thank you so much. As they take their seats, I believe we can do one more round of applause for them. And so the big moment is here, but before that, a bit of vibe check. Team Nigeria, are you still in the house? Make some noise if you're Nigerian. South Africa, are you still in the house? Make some noise right now. Do we have our friends and family from Zambia? Make some noise. I know we have some friends and family from Tanzania. Make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are from Ghana, make some noise. If you are from Rwanda, make some noise. And I know we still have our Barbados High Commissioner here. So if you are from Barbados, make some noise. And all together, if you believe that real estate is not the future, but the future is now. And it's at the Africa Real Estate Festival 2026. I beg your pardon. Then all together, put your hands together. Round of applause for yourselves right now. Lights. Thank you. All right. I love the stage already. Okay. Are we ready for this one?
I'm ready.
Are we ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Are we
I'm
ready for this one?
Okay, Ghana, are you ready? Ghana, are you ready? Nigeria, are you ready? Nigeria, I want to hear you. Are you ready? How about South Africa?
I think they're ready.
South Africa, are you ready? Okay. No,
Hi,
let me see
Bo.
South Africa over there.
Hi,
Oh,
Bo.
I love
Talk
you.
to me.
Awesome. We're ready.
Let's get to it.
We're ready.
And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our final keynote speaker is one of the world's most in-demand business speakers, a venture capitalist with a Pan-African investment thesis, and the host of the Ideas That Matter podcast. He has worked across 43 countries, helping companies and leaders navigate disruption, rethink strategy, and lead with courage. Named one of the top 12 speakers in the entire world, he has graced global stages alongside Angela Bassett, Emmanuel Macron, Malcolm Gladwell, and Mo Ibrahim, earning praise for his clarity, humor, and commanding presence.
Ladies and gentlemen, since 2016, this force of nature has delivered over 480 keynotes across 6 continents, from sold-out arenas in New York, London, Atlanta, and Texas, of course, packed auditoriums as well in Dubai, Lagos, and Johannesburg. When Fortune 500 CEOs need their thinking elevated and their strategies disrupted, and of course, when Africa Real Estate Festival needed a voice that will not only theorize the real estate conversation, but also one that has lived it, there's only one name that comes to mind.
The man.
The myth.
The inspiration.
Inspiration, ladies and gentlemen.
Vuzi Tembe
Please sit. Please sit. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's try that again. Good afternoon, everybody. We're thin on time, and I'm well aware that we've run well into what is now the evening. Before we get started, let me just acknowledge every single one of the contributors, speakers, panelists who have graced the stage over the past 2 days. Can we give them a round of applause? Maybe let's give them a round of applause like we mean it. How does that sound? Desmond, I want to, before we get started, tell you how immensely proud I am of what you've been able to put together here. You know, sometimes we can mark time by moments that make time stop. Wow. And it takes a big heart and a courageous man to allow God to use them to stop a moment so that we can all mark that moment in time. And that you had the wisdom, the grace, and the heart to allow God to use you for this moment. I want to tell you that this is much bigger than you can imagine. And dare I say, I think it's much bigger than you've been able to download. It takes something special for somebody to conceive of an idea, and in the first iteration of that idea, for heads of states, governments, different people coming from different parts of the continents, and even people in part of the diplomatic corps, ambassadors, to grace an event like this. And I pray, I genuinely pray, brother, that you allow God to use you even more. Let's give him a round of applause. What an incredible gathering. Thank you. So cognizant of how long we've run and the fact that we have run over time, I thought long and hard about what it is that I might bring to this conversation and what I might share, how I might be able perhaps to try and stitch together the discussions that have taken place over the past 2 days or so. Let me make a few confessions up front. First is, I was actually a part of the conference for the past 2 days, all throughout. I was listening online. I listened to every single speaker, every single panelist, and some of the discussions and conversations I myself found fascinating. And so, of course, a lot of those speakers are no longer here today. Some have had to travel back, and some have had to catch flights and move on and do other things. But an event like this is not about a single speaker and a single contribution. It's about the collective wisdom that comes together to deliberate and delegate and discuss on something as big and as pressing as how do we take forward the real estate sector in the continent that we live. So I come from Africa's most beautiful country. It's a true story. I come from Africa's most beautiful country, Africa's most industrialized nation, with the most beautiful women. Pico, I beg, it's true. And be that as it may, one of the challenges I think we have in this moment and in this season as Africa is to see ourselves the way the rest of the world sees us. And there are three things we've got to be able to do here. The first is we actually have to see each other as a single unitary group of people. You know, the only people who think Africans are different are Africans themselves. And it is often true for the Africans who don't travel outside of our continent. What we see in each other is our differences. When you land in Europe or Asia, when you land in Latin America, when you land in North America, when you land in those territories, you very quickly realize that it actually doesn't matter which part of Africa you come from, they see us as one block. Some of us will tell you stories about landing in a country and you tell them you're from a part of Africa and then they say, "Do you know my friend John from Togo?" And you go, "No, that's 5,000 kilometers away from me." Because to the rest of the world, we are this one massive block. And what that means is the rest of the world doesn't understand our differences, our cultural nuances. It doesn't understand the things that are the sizzle, the spice, the stuff that makes us different. The reason why Amapiano is still the greatest genre of music in the continent today. I know our Afrobeats brothers would disagree, but let's just be clear. There are two countries in Africa, South Africa and everybody else. No, I joke. But to the rest of the world, we are one unitary block. And then when we here are convened together, talking together, what we do is we find reasons to somehow separate each other. And you see, this is the problem with bureaucracy. The problem with bureaucracy is it finds a reason to self-replicate. Bureaucracy is not a system built to make itself more efficient. It's a system built to make itself more inefficient. So in the market you're operating in, whatever the rules, the laws are, people will find a reason to make those rules and laws a path for doing business, rather than asking the question, do these rules and laws even serve what we're trying to do? Do they serve what we're trying to build? And do they serve the aspirations collectively that we have? So the first point is, we've got to see each other. Actually see each other. In my language of isiZulu, when you greet a person, you say sawubona. What sawubona means is we see you. It is the recognition that as I stand here, I am a representation of the hundreds and the hundreds of ancestors who've brought me to this moment. That I don't walk alone, but that when I meet you, I meet the people who brought you to that moment. And so I and we see you. We have to see each other as a unitary block. The second point is, if I hear one more person tell me that South Africa is the future of potential, I'm going to throw up. The only people who think Africa has potential in the future are Africans. Everybody else who comes here knows that Africa is now. That's why they're here. They're not here for 50 years from now, they're here for today. They don't bring capital into our environments to reap it 50 years from now. They bring capital into our environments to yield returns today. In my industry of venture capital, I've been hearing this thing about Africa and the future and potential for the past 10 years. And then suddenly, when the Europeans decided that African venture capital was an investable category, the mood shifted and suddenly venture capital in Africa was in vogue. It was today. The asset class didn't change. The quality of transactions didn't change. The quality of founders didn't change. The quality of startups didn't change. Sure, the technology moved a little bit, but that is par for the course in technology. What shifted was their perspective became that our season and our moment is now. And when they said our season and our moment is now, suddenly we started saying our season and our moment is now. So I want to challenge all of us here who have a passport and travel the rest of the world, and you spend times at airports, and you're meeting partners and investors in the rest of the world. Stop saying Africa is the future. Stop saying Africa is potential. Africa is now. The money is now, it's today. Invest now, and you'll generate the capital and the return now. Now, of course, on a long-term basis, and I'll share with you some of the numbers in a moment, on a long-term basis, we will outstrip the rest of the world in terms of growth. But I'm a numbers guy. Even today, on a risk-adjusted basis, in many of the countries in our continent, the potential of our continent is in this moment, in this season. And I think a challenge for us is to make sure that we see it in that way. I'm going to ask the team to help me in a moment because I want to share with you some numbers that I thought are important. I should say, I love numbers for several reasons, but the greatest poet of the 20th century, the man whose poetry is better in my mind than even T.S. Eliot and Shakespeare. This is a man who's made more contribution to poetry than many of the poets most of us study here. You might have heard of him. His name is Jay-Z. He says men lie, women lie, numbers don't. So what I'd like to do is to look at some of the numbers that I want us to look at in a moment. I'm going to jump through these very quickly. This is the first batch of numbers. In classical public speaking, I've spent 23 years of my life on the stage and traveling the platforms and speaking. When it comes to holding the microphone and gracing this platform in the world, I have no equal. I am that good. Which, by the way, is a very strange thing. Africans are the only ones who insist that you are humble. It's a very funny thing, this thing. I often say, when you know the God who sent you, you know that it's not your job to carry that mantle. It's just your job to do the job. This is the first thing I want to share with you because I think it's important. In classical public speaking, one of the things you're taught, my brother Caesar, is that typically in an audience, there will be about 30% of the people in the room who are disbelievers. It doesn't matter what it is you have to say, they will not believe what you have to say. If you're smart, good looking, dark, well dressed, basically me, and you're well spoken and the ladies love you, it's even worse because you will come across as too much of a smooth talker, and so these people won't believe you. But there is one way to win them over. That is to present them with a number. Now, the trick here is if you present them with a number, put it in a graph, because if it's in a graph, it must be true. If you don't put it in a graph, give them a statistic. If it's a statistic, make it within 2 decimal places, because 69.98% just sounds a lot more believable than 70%. I'm helping somebody here. I'm helping you. There's a presentation you need to make this week. Remember this tip. This is work done by the University of Groningen, and they studied the world's economy since the death of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. 2,000 years of economic history, and they looked at this collective economic activity we all generate. We call it GDP, the sum total of economic activities of all the countries in the world. It only started being called GDP in true measure circa the 1400s. And here's what they proved. In the first 1,000 years of the recent and most economic history of our world, the world's largest economy was India. Doesn't square with the movies we watch on TV. I don't know if you know this. Did you know that the British Empire extracted $40 trillion worth of wealth over the period at which they colonized what is the colonies of India? People hear that number, they don't cognize it, so let me tell you what that means. Over the period of colonization, the data tells us that the British government extracted the entire GDP of the economy that is the United States today. This is why I get upset when people talk about emerging economies and frontier economies and the future. Whose future? Because if we were the future, why were we the ones taken? Why were our lands taken, our resources taken, our grandfathers taken? You don't take something for the future, you take it for the benefit of today. Between 1000 and 1820, the world shifts, and the world's economy is China, now the largest economy over that period of time. And so today, when we all talk about the rise of China, let me make this point. It isn't the rise of China, ladies and gentlemen, it's the re-rise of China. China isn't dominating the rest of the world because it's experiencing it for the first time. China is dominating the rest of the world because it's called muscle memory. The Chinese remember what it is to be at the top of the world. You know, we don't often think about this, but the world's largest economy today, the United States, in global economic terms, is a teenager. The Gettysburg Address, 77 years ago, our forefathers set foot on this continent and brought forth a new nation. What was that? What was it, 1776? That's just the other day. Jan van Riebeeck, who arrived in the Cape of Good Hope in my country, South Africa, arrived in 1652. A white man arrived in South Africa before the United States existed as a nation. So part of the reason you see the United States do what it does is because it's acting like what it is, a teenager. I won't say any more about that. I need my visa, so it's very volatile at the moment. But you begin to see the United States show up around the 1800s. And by the 2000s, the United States is the world's largest economy. And that'll continue for, in my opinion, some time to come. Of course, it's the world's largest economy by actually how we calculate GDP. But if you look at real production, if you look at imports to exports, then there is no denying that China is now the world's largest economy in real economic terms. We can argue that point later. So the point is, when we talk about these economies that are shifting and changing, they're not the future. They were, and they are re-becoming. What doesn't feature in that graph is Africa. Here's the second graph I want to show you. Remember, I'm still talking to the non-believers in this room. This is the world's economy over the past 2,000 years measured in GDP. That dark blue line is the sum total of economic activity. Look at between the 1st and the 18th century, that line is flat. 18th, 19th century, 20th century, suddenly a massive exponential rise. The world today is wealthier than it has ever been. Is healthier than it has ever been. Said differently, there has never been a better time to be this little species called the Homo sapiens sapien on this little rock we call Earth. I want to say here, especially to those of us who go online and complain and moan about how difficult it is, you, in your family and your generation, has it the easiest anyone in your family and generation has ever had it. Nobody in your entire bloodline has ever had the opportunities that you have today. Nobody. They've not had those opportunities, they've not had those networks, they've not had those relationships. Do you realize that with the phone in your hand, you have more technology than the astronauts that first landed on the moon in the 1960s? If you believe they landed on the moon in the 1960s. I think this is an important point, especially to young Africans. What are you complaining about? Honestly, what are we complaining about? It doesn't work, sure, so who must make it work? You make it work. For this moment and for this season is what yours and my generation was brought here for. I'm often fascinated when we complain. What did you think was the deal? Who gave you the promise that life was supposed to be easy? I live by Lewis Hamilton's monicum. I don't need it to be easy. I just need it to be possible. So, the world today, wealthier than it's ever been. Human beings, healthier than they've ever been. Let's come to this continent of ours, Africa. I'm going to make 3 very quick points. The first point is this. We are the youngest population set in the world. And so you heard it spoken in some of the panels here about this massive youth demographic dividend that's about to kick in. Europe is old and it's aging. The Americas kind of stuck. Asia, young, but Africa's really where the future is. With 60% of our population beneath the age of 50, I'm going to tell you a statistic that will really blow you away. We have a fairly substantial business in Nigeria. And sometimes when I spend time traveling the world, talking to potential partners and LPs about granting us capital, this is the statistic that really gets their attention. 250 million people in Nigeria. 250 million people in Nigeria alone. And 60% of that number is under the age of 17. Said differently, 60% of the population of the country of Nigeria is not yet economically active. They haven't bought homes, they're not paying taxes, they haven't bought cars, they don't have bank accounts, they're not economically active. So when people talk about this Africa being the future, I'm going, hold on, they're under the age of 17. That's going to come into the economic system over the next 5 years, easy. Even if, on a macro basis, you just went, this is the place to do business, the rising tides elevate all ships. These numbers are real, and they very quickly find their way into the factoring system. Secondly, our standards of life are improving. We're increasingly urbanizing, more and more of us moving to the cities. In my country of South Africa alone, the number of urbanization and city development that I've seen just over my lifetime has been unbelievable. And of course, it's created massive, massive tensions, in particular around how we relate with other parts of Africans. And then this is the last point I want to make. The question is this, Richie. The question is, where's the wealth and the value creation going to come from? This is the question I have to ask. Where's the wealth going to come from? So I looked at the world's largest economies, the world's largest companies 10 years ago, and the world's largest companies today, just the top 10. And here's what I found, Ambassador. In 2011, 3 of the world's largest companies were technology companies. Apple, Microsoft, and I've been moved, IBM. The rest were petrochemical companies, hydrocarbon companies, mining companies. That was in 2011. By 2021, 2 of the world's largest companies were not technology companies. Were not. And it isn't to say that the ones that are no longer on this lost in market cap at value. That's not what happened. What actually happened is this. The technology companies created value at a rate that superseded their hydrocarbon counterparts. Sometimes when I speak English, I feel like I use too much big words, you know? So let me give you an example of this. Zambia, beautiful country, and the only woman whose heart I ever broke, she was Zambian. Lovely girl, I was a young man and I was foolish. But you know, the GDP of Zambia is circa $50 billion. The GDP of Zambia. 5 years ago, Doria takes over a company called Anthropic. And they come to market with an AI technology called Claude. This year, they will generate $50 billion in revenue, and their market cap is close on $1 trillion. Said differently, in 5 years, he has created economic value worth the economy of Zambia. And that's just Claude. We are still meeting, talking about passing plans. The problem, I suspect, isn't that the potential isn't there. The problem, I suspect, is that our belief system is wrong. We have a fundamental problem of our belief system. This is why Africans love pocket watching. If you're rich, don't tell Africans, because the first question they ask on social media is, where does the money come from? The answer to which is, why is that any of your business? Nobody spends more time trying to delegitimize your wealth than a person who has no idea how you gained it. It's an African thing. It's because we've become so good at suffering and misery, we think our job is to spread collective suffering and misery. If you're not smiling, I'm talking about the demon in you. This is the demon I'm talking about. You need to pray over that demon that you're dealing with. I love seeing Africans succeed. I love seeing Africans make money. I love seeing Africans change the world. I love seeing it. This is why when my brother Des invited me here, I accepted the invitation to be here, because I recognize that his success is not a threat on mine, that the rising tides can elevate all ships, that he can do well and I can do well, and there's more for everybody to do well. This was, I just showed you guys the world. Now I'm going to show you Africa. This is Africa's largest companies by 2021. What you should notice is that they're predominantly African, or South African, of course. That's the last time okay, I've got 2 more times I'm going to tell you how amazing South Africa is. But what do you notice about this? Of the companies that are fundamentally on this, 3, maybe 4, are technology companies in Africa. The question is, where's the future going to come from? In my mind, the point I'm trying to make quite simply is this. It's that there are these 4 fundamental markets I think we need to worry about. First, mine, South Africa. $500 billion GDP, driven fundamentally by mining, manufacturing, finance, and real estate. If you took South Africa, you took Nigeria, $330 billion GDP, oil and gas, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, and then you brought in the Black Star, $113 billion GDP, agriculture, mining, construction. And then lastly, you went to Kenya, $140 billion GDP, and agriculture, forestry and mining. Take these 4 economies and say, these are the 4 economies I want to build around. Do you know what you have? I'll tell you, you just created a market size worth $1 trillion. That's it. Just to focus on 4 economies. South, West, East. And that's not even including North Africa, which is a fundamentally different part of the play. They're so far ahead in their game. Just go to Morocco, go to Egypt, go see the way that they do things, the speed at which they move. Egypt, as we speak, is an entire construction site, cranes everywhere that you go. I was in Morocco under the invitation from His Royal Excellency when they were launching the Moroccan Financial Center. This is close on 10 years ago. And they said that the benchmark for entering Africa and financial services was South Africa. They wanted to unseat South Africa, and they've done a phenomenal job at doing it. It used to be, if you wanted to invest in Africa, you bought shares in South African Stock Exchange. If you wanted telecoms, you bought MTN. If you wanted finance and banking, you bought Standard Bank and you'd end up owning Standard Bank and Stanbic in the rest of the continent. Well, the Moroccans decided that they want to change that. Then the Seychelles entered the game. Then Mauritius entered the game. The point is, the rising tides elevate all ships. If you just took these 4 markets alone and said, these are the markets around which I want to build, you would have $1 trillion opportunity. So here's the question, and then I'll get to the point I wanted to make. If it's $1 trillion opportunity, what needs to shift? We have one fundamental constraint: energy. Even whilst I've been here twice now, I've experienced power cuts. Without the energy question, all of these conversations are great conversations on a PowerPoint deck. They don't translate to real life. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. So I'm going to show you the numbers of the continent. These are the population set by people in each of these countries that have access to reliable electricity and power. In the blue is the percent of people in countries that do not have access to reliable electricity and power. And what do you notice? North Africans have their act together. Fastest economy growing in the continents, you see all of them constrained. Look at Cameroon, Congo, Burundi, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Somalia. Come to West Africa. Look at Sierra Leone, Liberia, with over 90% of the people without reliable access to energy and power. This is crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And the point is, when you're building a business plan and you're building a business plan for sustainability, these are the things you have to have in consideration. One of my friends, one of my best friends, runs a company that for the past 2 years has been in the Financial Times fastest growing companies in the world. Top 100 fastest growing companies in the world. It's called Heralds, and they're an energy company based out of South Africa, and they work in large part to solve this problem. And he tells me he cannot get enough produce, enough material, enough base equipment to sell into the rest of the continent because of these power constraints and issues. So the point I make is, whereas the rest of the world sees a problem, I see money. Because if there is a universal truism around capital, is this: capitalism is about finding the problem and having the guts to make sure that you convert that problem into money. So whatever the problem is, finding it and converting it into money is the real thing. Lastly, if we are to win, my brother, how do we do it? This is the question. If we're fundamentally to win, then what are the things we need to do? I think there are 4 things we need to do. The first thing is to understand that this winning game is engineered. And so I want to talk very quickly about this. For those of us in this room who are truly concerned about winning, I'm going to start first by giving you this challenge. You've got to surround yourself with the right people. It's about the right people. Who you are around is who you become. Now, for the business owners in this room, for the entrepreneurs in this room, for the founders in this room, allow me to give you some advice that one of my mentors gave me that changed my life. You have the right to be unreasonable. Who told you that being reasonable was your portion? If you and I are going to do something extraordinary, then it's going to take extraordinary effort and extraordinary people. I fully recognize this is not for everybody. So when we recruit people in the firm and we're bringing people on, one of the things I say to them is, if you want work-life balance, I pray for you and I hope God gives it to you. And I'm sure there is a bank or a large company somewhere you can work for, but you can't work for me and want work-life balance. To be clear, I'm not saying I'm going to enslave you. I'm just saying we are so obsessed about what we're doing that I can't be concerned about you wanting to make sure that you're off work every day at 5 o'clock. They are not clapping. I'm talking about them. I'm so sorry. It takes what it takes. This is my motto. It takes what it takes. Now, let me share this, and I'm almost sure that I'll be attacked for saying this, but it is true. If you found us working 15-hour days, You don't get to join us and tell us working 15-hour days is toxic. Then you should not have joined us. Go and work at the place where they work 9 hours a day, and there are plenty of those places, but where we work, with the mandate God has given us and the work we need to do and the massive transformative potential that's out there, I can't afford to be working and keeping work-life balance. It's a Sunday. I've been in your country since Friday. My daughter is playing nationals for netball today. My son had a date with his girlfriend yesterday. I would have far rather have been home for that, but I'm here because it takes what it takes. The most powerful rule we have in our firm is watch the door. Because who you allow in it is who you allow yourself to become. You allow mediocre people in, you're mediocre. You allow toxic people in, you're toxic. You allow gossipers in, you're a gossip. Watch the door. It takes what it takes. So the first is you need to make sure you're surrounded by the right people. The second is you need a strategy and a playbook to win. Your strategy has to be about how to win. Now, my question for all of us in this room is this. Do you have a strategy for yourself on how to win? I'm going to give you guys a resource in a moment. I always come bearing gifts. So I'm going to give you guys a resource in a moment. Some of you can download and go and work on and spend some time on it. A tool that we use for entrepreneurs when we mentor them that helps them think about how do you build a winning team and how do you make sure you play to win. And the reason I've become a tool, guys, because I think these conferences are fantastic. We meet, we talk, we deliberate, but at the end of the day, the reason nothing moves is because nothing changes. So you've got to find a way to make sure that what you take from here, you go into the life and you actually do. So what's your strategy to win? Third, what are the tools and resources that you need to win? And then lastly, and this is the game changer, what's the mindset that's required to win? What's the mindset that's required to win? Don't worry about taking pictures of this. I'll share a full copy of this presentation with you because I'm not going to run through all of it, but I'll share a full copy of it with you. So first, let me give you the first gift. Here's the first gift for all of you. If you want to scan it here. This is a test that we helped entrepreneurs and business owners and founders and leaders build and develop. So here's what we did, Richie. 15 years, we've been working on one of our businesses, which is an accelerator. And we are all over the world. In fact, we are on the throes of signing a contract in the Caribbean with one of the large development banks in the Caribbean. We work with the KSA, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we work with several of our partners all over the world. And so we wanted to find out, is there a DNA that makes winners win? And over 15 years of research, we'd like to think we finally found this DNA. It's 6 different levers. And so what we did is we built a test that you can take, but more importantly, that you can send to your own team to take. And you can see where they're strong and where you're weak and where you're strong and where they're weak. Because once you understand the formula for building, then building becomes possible. The second tool is this. Plan. An awful lot of the conversations I've been hearing here today have centered around structuring and building and planning and raising capital and making sure you've got the necessary financial modeling and structuring. You don't have to answer this, but I'm curious for any of you who are courageous enough to answer this question. Has anybody in this room ever paid an accountant or somebody like this to build a financial model for you? Anybody? You had to raise money and somebody needed to build a financial model for you, yes? And typically what happens, is this has been our experience, is you pay this person and they build you this really, really fancy model, different Excel spreadsheets, numbers that talk and assumptions. Then you take these numbers and you put them on your business plan and you go and you meet your investors. And then after presenting to your investors for the first 30 minutes, they look at you and they say, this is really, really great, but tell me about. And then they start asking you questions about the financial model you didn't build. And suddenly, you don't know the answers to the question. Because you didn't build a model. You don't know the payback rate. You don't know what kind of beta they built in. What's the weighted average cost of capital? How you were going to generate an IRR? So we had built this tool. We would give it to our entrepreneurs to use. The tool was really complex. And so what we decided we would do is build a way where they can build a financial model for themselves. Financial model that used to take 3-4 days Now in 5 minutes, you can build it for yourself and interrogate it. And we've overlaid it with some very clever AI stuff. So I brought it for you guys to play around with, just so I can leave you with something here that makes sense. And then lastly, let me talk about this mindset bit. I was sharing with my sister, Madam Ambassador, that I was in her beautiful country, Barbados, for the first time, beginning of this year, right? And I was actually in all of the, I did much of the kind of the Caribbeans. I was in Jamaica first, which was unbelievable, and that's the point I'm going to come to in a moment. First of all, let me tell you that the TV images don't do any justice to Jamaicans. I'm not a small guy. I'm a big Zulu man. I played rugby, and I know how to fight. If you want to fight, GPS me, I'll come address you. I don't need you to invite me twice. That's how I was raised. But I found myself in the middle of Nigeria standing amongst men who were 6'6" and 6'7", and they are average, and I'm not. Very intimidating stuff. And in one of the keynotes that I delivered, I went to this place that is the massive indoor arena for where they do their championships. Think about this. The world's largest economy, the US, has 350 million people. It spends more money than all the other nations competing in the Olympics, apart from Russia combined, preparing its athletes for the Olympics. Say that again. The United States spends more money than all the other countries competing in the Olympics, apart from Russia and China. All the other countries combined, preparing their athletes for the Olympics. And yet, every time it comes to the 100 and 200 meters, who wins? The Jamaicans, who come from a country of 2 million people with an airport that is a quarter the size of this room. So there is something about what's happening in the water in Jamaica. And while I was there, I wanted to find out, what do these people know that the rest of us need to learn? Because there is a huge asymmetry here. I thought it was genetic. Because think about it, right? They were taken from our strongest people in the continent here in West Africa that were put on a ship and sailed across the Atlantic, and only the strongest survived that journey. And when they arrived in the Caribbean, they were then indentured and enslaved. Only the strongest survived that journey. And then they were sent into other parts of what became the Americas, and only the strongest survived that journey. So the strongest of the strongest of the strongest. I thought it was that. It isn't this. I thought it was maybe the plantain or the food. It's not that either. Here's what it is. It's mindset. And I'll prove it to you. So the first thing about their mindset is they have a mindset where they play to win. They don't play not to lose. A mindset of playing to win, not playing not to lose. Help me say this, Father, please. This is particularly true to the capital providers in Africa. Do you know why all of us are talking about why there's a capital constraint? It's because a large number of our capital providers play not to lose. Try them. Go and meet them. Go and meet the massive pension funds, the large institutions. Go and raise money, and you realize the person you're talking to is not playing to win. They're playing so that they don't lose the money. Now, the problem is these are two very different mindsets. Playing to win is very different to playing not to lose. This is why Arsenal just beat Manchester City. By the way, how did the game go? It was 1-1 when I left. How did the game go? Who won? Who won? Man City won? Yeah, that's shit. Anyway, Man City cheated, I'm sure. Man City cheated. But you have to play to win, not play not to lose. And there's a fundamental difference here. Playing to win keeps the game a game. It keeps it fun. It keeps it dynamic. Playing not to lose removes the fun out of the game and just makes it about loss aversion. So let's talk a bit about this man. Fastest athlete in the world of all time, 958, 100 meters, which means in that 958 race that he ran, in 100 meters running 958, it means he ran 10 meters in less than 1 second. 10 meters in less than 1 second. He's not as fast as me, but he's quick. Listen to what he says about playing to win. Team, help me with audio here.
So which is stronger then, a desire to win or a fear of losing?
Wow. Wow. For me, I think the desire to win. I think you want to win so bad. Like with me, I've always wanted to win, and that's what drives me, like competition and hard. There's this one thing I remember in 2016. It was coming up to my last Olympics, and my biggest competitor was Justin Gatlin, and throughout the year I was struggling with motivation because I had won everything, you know what I mean? And it was at the end, and I was like, going to training, and the older you get, the harder it gets. And I was like, I was just tired, and every day was work, and I got injured, and it was double the work. So for me, it was hard to motivate myself every day. And I remember watching a video that he was on a podcast at the time, and they were saying, "Oh, are you gonna win?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna win." And they were gonna go on a tour around the world with gold medals. And that, for me, did it for me. It light the fire, and I was like, yeah, you're not gonna win. So it kind of lit a fire. That's how competitive I was. You know what I mean? If I probably didn't see that video, it probably would have been different. But I saw that video, and it helped to motivate me to say, all right, you know what? I need to get to training.
So which is stronger then?
I pray for every single person in this room, one gift, just one gift for you. I pray that you have a hater big enough that you wake up in the morning and get your ass in gear. I pray this for you. I pray this for you. I pray for you what I like to call a worthy adversary. The greatest gift sometimes God can give you is something big enough to fight against. And so you hear here, fastest man in the world, without qualification. And even at the loss of motivation, the one thing that woke him up in the morning was an adversary that said, I'm going to win. And so he speaks about that race. And so what I pray for you is the gift of an adversary, but I thought I would just close with this. Here is the race that he's actually talking about.
On your mark. Set.
Oh, they're away, and Gatling got away brilliantly, and he's ahead of the field at the moment, and Bolt going brilliant. Here comes Usain Bolt! Usain Bolt storming through, he takes it again, Blake gets the silver, 9.64! Oh, he's retained his title in the most emphatic way!
By the way, I was supposed to run in that race, but I pulled my hamstring. It was behind the scenes, and Leaders, hear me now. Winning is engineered. When you see teams that win, it's engineered. Nations that win, it's engineered. Generations that win, it's engineered. They are not celestial beings. The Cypriots, the Singaporeans, the Emiratis, they're not celestial beings. It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that on the 8th day, God invented Dubai. They are just human beings. What they figured out was, how do you engineer winning into the system? How do you engineer winning? I'm going to leave you with a challenge, my brother. You called it the Africa Real Estate Festival, and you saw fit to end it with an F. This is a massive challenge. It's a bold challenge. But I think you might be the right guy for this. Hear me out. Any of us here who travel in particular to Northern America, to the US, and you raise money there, you know that the biggest obstacle for more capital investing in Africa is a trusted conduit. Somebody with whom
Those who want to invest can work and they can trust. Here's what I think you should think about. You're going to publish a report at the end of this, which I think is fantastic. But you know what's bigger than words on paper? Paper in the bank. Here's the challenge. And if you accept, I'll work with you on it. What we should do is we should create the Africa Real Estate Fund. And we create a single investment vehicle that'll target Africa real estate opportunities in the markets that I spoke about, the $1 trillion economic set. We can cluster where we want to allocate this capital. The South African real estate investment sector, the REIT market in South Africa last year, generated a multiple more than the REIT market in the US last year. We don't have a multiple generation problem. What we have is a trusted conduit problem. So what is to stop us from creating an investment vehicle here, an investment vehicle domiciled in Delaware? We raise the capital in the US, we look for the projects here, we queue them, qualify them, DD them, allocate the building of capital, and then we deploy. So that every year, when we meet and we talk, it's not just about how do we improve the market, how do we improve policy, how do we work better. It's also about what did we build? Which family did we put in a home? How many square meters have we delivered over the past 12 months? Now, I say this up front and I say it publicly, so let me tell you what's going to happen. The bloggers are going to run with it. And then in a year, they will come back and say, see, we told you nothing's happened. So let's tell the bloggers up front, you don't change generation in 12 months. But if you're committed, and I think you are, and I think with the infrastructure that I've seen you put together, the amount of goodwill that's come into these conversations, the people who've been here, if you're up for it, then I would be honored and privileged to work with you on it. Thank you, brother. Before I hand back to the mistress and the masters of ceremonies, I want to end with one final note, if you will allow me. You know, it says in Scripture, a city on a hill cannot be hid. It cannot be hid. And I want to say, in particular to the Ghanaians in the room, 70 years ago, your nation led a transformation of our continent. 70 years ago, your founding father housed some of the founding fathers of what would become my country. Were it not for the role that Ghana played in the liberation of South Africa, I probably wouldn't be here today. Because, and don't let the Queen's English fool you, in my family, I am the first to have the level of education that I have, the first to have the opportunities that I've had, the first to travel the world as I've done. And it isn't because I'm extraordinary. My father was much more intelligent than I am. My grandfather was a lot more charismatic. Admittedly, neither of them is good looking. But the reason I have had these opportunities is because I am the first in my country of my race to have had the opportunities that I've had. And many countries in the continent, including yours, made that possible. 70 years ago, the Black Star led the way. 70 years ago, the Black Star coalesced an entire continent. 70 years ago, the Black Star changed the trajectory of a generation. 70 years ago. Now here's the question. What will the generation of this Black Star do? And what I hope for all of us in this conversation and in this room is that you have the courage to seize this moment. Talk is great. Conferencing is fantastic. But action, that's what changes the game. Thank you so much for having had me here.
Hello, hello. A massive round of applause for our number one global speaker and visionary entrepreneur, the man, the myth, the inspiration, Vusi Tembe Kwayo. I believe we'd like to do a very special picture on stage. So can we have our festival convener, Desmond Kwesi Otin, together with Vusi? We'd like to cement this moment with a picture on stage. Here's to the bet. of the Africa Real Estate Fund. Mr. DJ, please bring it down. Years to the birth of the Africa Real Estate Fund and many years of success and impact of the Africa Real Estate Festival. I would like to bring up stage one more time Vusi. And then right after that, we'll get into our official vote of thanks. While we are doing this, I'd like to make a very important announcement. Right after here, all roads lead to Estilo. 2 minutes drive from Chain Homes in the heart of Bema Hills. We have a networking event. We call it the RF Connect, where we can all unwind, catch up, network, connect, collaborate, and continue the conversations informally. And so we are inviting each and every one of you to RF Connect. It is very important. Also, we'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, our lead sponsor, Nilex Properties, and of course, a thank you to our visionary sponsor, Gold Key Properties, and to all our supporters and partners. And so now we'd like to invite one more time our festival convener, Desmond Kwesi Otin, to officially give us the vote of thanks. May we all please take our seats with all due respect. After that, we'll wrap this festival up. Thank you so much. Over to you, festival convener.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good evening, Africa. And good evening, Ghana. Starting on all existing protocols, before I read my closing speech to you, I'd like to invite one gentleman who has played a very significant role with helping, partnering, and making sure that this vision came alive. 3 months ago, it was difficult for myself as the convener, as the founder and CEO of Africa Real Estate Festival. I felt like giving up on this vision. And I remember one evening around 8 p.m., this gentleman drove to my house and he told me something. He says, remember, in 2021, you put together the Global Real Estate Summit, and that was just on paper. You called me and you canceled this event. You've come up with the Africa Real Estate Festival. You've invited me, but we need to make sure this one works. And so whether rain or shine, whether nobody believes in you, I'm going to walk with you through the thick and thin. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have here tonight. Please help me bring up on stage David Opoku. Please put your hands together for David. It will be very unfair for me to take all the glory. No, please do it better. Please do it better. The CEO of Sticks Evolution. David, on behalf of all the witnesses gathered here at the Africa Real Estate Festival, I want to say a big thank you to you. I want to tell you that, bro, I love you, and I cherish every single moment we have shared on this journey. 2 days ago, when I stood on this podium for the first time, I told you RS was not an event. I told you this was a living platform. I want to confess to you tonight. On the other side of these 2 days, when I said those words at the opening ceremony, I said those words because I had to speak as a convener and I had to share some hope and faith with you. But truly, I didn't know what was ahead of us. The last 48 hours have proven it. RF is alive, and it has outlived every single one of us in this room today. Now, look around you. The faces beside you are not the same faces that sat when we were opening just yesterday. You arrived as developers and investors, regulators, architects, financiers, journalists, dreamers, and maybe believers. But you're living as something else. You're living as a network. You're living as a generation that knows each other's name. You're living as a generation that have or has each other's number and has each other's capacity. That is a quiet and photographed miracle of a festival like this one. Buildings get built by strangers, but cities get built by friends. And this is why, for those of you who come from Kumasi or you come from the Akan lineage, in every Ghanaian home, you are taught the very first word in Akan. And we say Sankofa. Can you tell your neighbor Sankofa? Or can you say this word to your neighbor, Sankofa? That is the bird that turns the head backward to retrieve what was forgotten. Our elders gave us this word for a reason. They knew that people would only step forward. They knew that people who only step forward will eventually walk into walls. A people who only step backward will never move at all. Sankofa is the discipline of looking back so that you can move forward without leaving anything important behind. So permit me, before this festival closes, to do something Sankofa with you. Let us turn our heads briefly to the 2 days ago, to the drum assemble, to the cultural performances, to all the speeches that happened in this same hall the first morning, to the cultural dances, to the prayer that was said by Reverend Dr. Kojo Boateng Bempa, right in the same place, to all the panel conversations, some that we disagreed on beautifully, and others that publicly we cheered each other on. And in having all these panel conversations definitely made us smarter. To my fireside chat with Paul Owanibe, a man who has taught this room that in 30 unforgettable minutes, the difference between an entrepreneur and a survivor is not the size of your loss, it's the quality of your rising. To the cafe breaks that became deal rooms, to the booths that quietly turned exhibitors into the household names of the end of day one, and to the laughter in every corner, more than anything else, told me something, that the real is being built in rooms like this. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's the RF we are living behind together. Hold it right in your hands. Hold it carefully. Treat it as precious and carry RF with you to your various homes. On the opening morning, I thanked every institution for what they had built. Tonight, I want to say a big thank you again for what we have built differently. I want to thank them for being in this room. I want to thank them for sitting through the panel conversations, the fireside conversations, and the booth tour and breakout sections that we have. Instead of sending a message or a photographer to the Honorable Minister and the entire team of the Ministry of Works, Housing, and Water Resources, you came, you stayed, you listened, and that is the country, that is the generation, and that is the kind of leadership that we are looking for. To the inaugural board of the Ghana Real Estate Agency Council, these 2 days have been unofficially yours also. It has been an unofficial first town hall meeting. You've heard, you've seen with your own eye what every developer in this room actually needs. You've heard from the investors, you've heard from the consumers. RF is now your partner in the work that begins tomorrow morning. Whatever you build, we build it together, knowing that this hall is standing right behind you. And now to the names that every single moment for the last 48 hours made this possible. Our headline and our title sponsor, Nilex Property. You did not merely sponsor a festival, you underwrote a movement. You believed in RF when RF was nothing more than just a PowerPoint deck and a stubborn conviction. Your footprint sits on every chair, every microphone, every coffee cup, and every printed badge in this hall. To our distinguished visionary sponsors, Gold Key Properties, you join hands with our title sponsors and all our partners and turn this institution, the Africa real estate sector, into what we see beautifully this evening. To our knowledge partners, Deloitte, we say a big thank you. And just like you can already tell, the anticipation is building. Everybody's waiting for the Africa Real Estate Impact Report. And definitely we need to serve it to them soon. Distinguished friends, when we opened this festival and said that Africa is not the next market, but Africa is the now market, we meant every single word. Tonight, I want to say something a little harder. Africa is the now market only for those who are willing to do the work. So before I let you go, you deserve to know what happens between tonight and the next time we meet in this hall or another African country. Oh, I thought you put your hands together. RF will not disappear at midnight. The conversations we started here this week will continue in working groups, in regional convening, in private rooms with regulators, in capital introduction, and like you rightfully heard, the Africa Real Estate Fund, VUSI, I'm fully interested and willing to partner with you to bring that fund to the continent. And so we are introducing capital into this region and into this continent. We will protect the relationships we have built and will return to another African country, maybe Ghana, we never know what happens, with more chairs, with more nations, with more capital in the room, and with more truth. Mark your calendars when you arrive next year and bring a friend who needs to hear this. I know for a lot of us gathered in this room today, you like to know where RF 2027 will be happening. But myself and the team have sat and carefully analyzed all the applications we have had. We would like to tell you to please keep your eyes on our social media platforms and on our websites, because just yesterday, we had 6 different countries send in their reports and establish their interest to host Africa Real Estate Festival 2027. So we'll definitely come back with that announcement. To every speaker, to every partner, to every single person that traveled miles away to make sure that Africa Real Estate Festival 2026 became a success, travel safely, build boldly, and we'll see you, God willing, at RF 2027. It is now my profound honor to formally and gratefully declare that the Africa Real Estate Festival 2026 is duly closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our festival convener, the man, the visionary, the CEO of the Africa Real Estate Festival. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that it's been an amazing 48 hours right here at the Palms Convention Center in the heart of Accra, Ghana, for this wonderful festival.
Eddie, it's been 2 days of great conversations. It's been 2 days of shaping the mindset of real estate believers in Africa. So today, this evening, I'm just really excited that we're part of history. To everyone that showed up for African Real Estate Festival, God bless you for showing up, for showing interest and investing even in this year's event. And like the convener said, we'll see you either in Ghana or another African country just making history. To the Barbados High Commissioner, you're my best friend for the rest of the year because you have been here showing up with me at the right time, on time. God bless everyone. Have a good evening. My name is Miriam Uduak-Mensah. You find me on MX24 every single morning of the week, Monday to Friday. We're having great conversations. But this evening, what are we doing?
My name has been Eddie Akwa. It's been a joy being one of your MCs for the last 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, once you step out of the door, all roads leads to RF Connect. The details are on the screen. It's happening right now at Estilo de Luxo in the heart of Bema Hills. It is 2 minutes drive from Chain Homes and the Major Mahama roundabout. Food is ready. Drinks are ready. Come one, come all. Let's continue the conversations. Let's collaborate. Let's network. And let's take the Africa real estate conversations to the next level. We'll see you at RF 2027. And I know one thing for sure. It will be in another African country. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Good night, Ghana. Good
we'll
night,
see you
Africa.
at RF Connect. Thank you for coming.
go follow to the end. She no go follow to the end. Say she say love with another man. Yeah. Later today they will be going for lunch. No more, no Mr. Lover man. Yeah. Say she know they feel my go-go. She's calling the bunch. She's calling the bunch. Yeah. As I dey sleep, I be counting my ceiling. Oh my God, what I'm feeling. 21st century, so she go tell it to my face. Oh yeah, it's over. My baby say over. It's over. It's over. She dey tell me say over. 21st century, so she go.
Shawty want $1 million. Say make a wire. Tell me to wanna cover my girl. He say all our friends are living la vida loca. And if from me, my lover, yeah, you for there for me, you for there. When the boy they hunger, I for try for you. But you say if you don't get money, hide your face, hide my face. Make another man picking on my race. I love you, no mean say. If you say make I put one hand for fire, burn. I go put one for fire. You know mean say. If you say make I put one leg for fire. I offer you nothing else, girl. You don't get any issue. Then I go hold you well, and I go do anything that you wish. Me share my boss, so don't pay me for it. No, here's a tomorrow. Somebody else come take you for it.